First. Eventually, everything comes out. I disagree with Hattie, but that's that's fine. Look, Israel is a very small community. When a soldier is killed, the news travels around very quickly, very very quickly. So I tend to think that while there may be a delay of a day or two while the family is notified and to receive permission from the family to publish, the numbers are very close to being the numbers, right? It's same with the U.S. military. The numbers are the numbers because the public demands to know, and you're talking about a tiny, tiny sliver of land the size of New Jersey. So word travels very quickly.
I
Yeah, I'd like to take on the non-state actor question.
Also, you
Yeah,
have
it's
to
a good.
remember.
Yeah, go
Hold
ahead,
on, Noga,
John.
hold on. Yeah, just John on that point, then we'll go to you, Noga, and then Zumas. So, John, yeah,
Yeah.
on that point, because
Yeah.
he made a really interesting point. He said Israel invaded South Lebanon within 2 days. Yeah, many consider this at least not being a win for Israel, and Hezbollah didn't suffer that many losses. You think it's different with Hamas, and is it possible that Noga, I'm just going to mute you? Is it possible that Hamas also evacuated to the south as they thought would be a strategic move from their end, and left just a small number of soldiers in the north, maybe a lot of booby traps, and most of their forces fled to the south? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, no, not based on my analysis. Even the argument of a non-state actor, right? ISIS was a non-state actor, but you have to look at what the military objectives, the source of power of both sides. Once there's even you can psychologically declare your objective, as in your objective is terrain based to conquer Gaza. Yeah, you can fight a counterinsurgency. Again, this is about military capability. This isn't necessarily about killing Hamas as an organization. It's about destroying its military capability. So you can't say by measures of effectiveness that if you've reached all the surface level objectives, yes, you have a giant problem with the underground cities, which is actually just as much as a problem if you're in a tunnel than if you're about to deal with a tunnel, because there's disadvantages from being in a tunnel. But once you lose, like you don't have a defense and they're sitting on top of you, just by a military metric, whether it's a state actor or non-state actor, you've lost the city. I mean, that's what I study, right? So uh, I don't agree with that at all. And even the numbers at the cost, again, you got to look at what the measures of effectiveness, right? South Lebanon and destruction of Hezbollah and the stopping of the rockets, things like
Not
that.
destruction. Yeah, not destruction of
Yeah.
Hezbollah. As far as but just quickly, just on that point, just to be clear for the audience, like, correct me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong, guys, but Hezbollah was not destroyed in 2006. Many consider it a
No.
win for Hezbollah. Others consider it like at least a draw.
A draw, yeah.
Yeah.
Draw. But on this, there's no draw, right? The Gaza city is fallen. Like, yes.
But South Lebanon has fallen.
South
No, but
Lebanon
then
actually
they
did,
occupied,
John.
right?
No,
No,
it
no.
didn't. Come on.
John, just a question. Just
Yeah.
let me tell you one thing. South Lebanon was completely demolished to the ground. Every village, 70% of it was demolished to the ground. The Beirut southern suburb
No,
was
they weren't.
What are you talking about? We were there. We were rebuilding. And we can see that it was demolished to the ground. The Beirut southern suburb, they went to the extent of carpet bombing it, that it's called in Arabic Dahiya al-Janubiyya, Dahiya. Israel made the Dahiya doctrine that they use in their military to justify carpet bombing other cities like they did in southern suburb of Beirut. To that extent, there was damage that same thing you can see in Gaza right now. Entire villages were covered. My village, personally, 80% of the houses were gone. Not just destroyed, they're gone from the map. So there were destruction.
And
They went
your
inside.
point making, despite this destruction, that Hezbollah
Despite
did
this
not.
destruction,
but
despite the invasion of Israel, there
But
was.
there's a difference.
That's
I mean,
I don't
there's-
believe it's different,
the
and I
day
feel
after.
like comparing Hamas with ISIS, no
Well-
matter where you stand on both, it's not correct, because you're talking about one group that is basically more native to the ground. They're there because they are a consequence to something that happened. Whilst ISIS is more of mercenaries coming from all around the world invading cities. They
What?
don't
I don't
have
agree
this.
with that.
Yeah, a lot of them are not actually like people claim Iraqis and Syrians. A lot of them came from a lot of countries. Hamas on the other side, you don't see them coming. You don't see them coming from all over the world and just invading some city and coming. They're from there.
Yeah, but from a military campaign, so the start of the war, the day it was declared to the end, when it will be declared in. Yeah, I think you could argue absolutely the day after, right? Will Israel achieve its ultimate strategic goal of changing the security paradigm? That's not the measure that can be made right now. I'm talking about as a military analyst from the day of the war, objective destroy Hamas military capability. You can put an end to that, but then say yes afterwards. And then this is where people say, well, 10 years later, you were defeated. You didn't win. Like, okay, we're not talking about the same context of war.
Yeah, just
Because
I mean,
it's more.
I think there's a how do you, you said something interesting. So you said that how long did it take for South Lebanon to be invaded or fall? 2 days, right? I think the difference is with what's going on in Gaza. There is no rush, right? It is very methodical. you know, so you don't need to get there within 2 days. I think Colonel Spencer, would you agree with that?
100%. What are the goals?
So what is the goal? For example, let's talk about that. The goal in Lebanon
Yeah,
was to retrieve the captives, the Israeli captives that Hezbollah took on the first day.
Did they retrieve
And
him? Did they retrieve that captive or
no,
no?
no, they didn't retrieve it. They then after the war they were like trade,
Some
give us
sort of
that,
deal.
we give you that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and their aim also, as Condoleezza Rice said and Olmert said, that we want a new Middle East and the destruction of Hezbollah, and they were funded by different countries in the region as well to do that. So both things that weren't achieved. And the captives of Hezbollah stayed there, and the captives from the Israeli side, they stayed in Lebanon as well. So what's the motive? What is the
But how
goal
big
for
is South
Israel in Gaza?
Lebanon?
Is it the elimination of Hamas or the capabilities of Hamas? There's a difference.
I would say
capability.
But
that
how?
it's a clear mission. They're trying to
Yeah,
clear Gaza of
that's
military
right.
of Hamas military capabilities. And clear is actually one of
Exactly.
the hardest things to do because you have to move all the fighters out, you have to move all the munitions out, all the C2 assets out. Whether it's by, finding it and destroying it or killing the enemy fighters. I believe that the Israeli Defense Force is trying to clear all military forces out of Gaza. Whether or not they come back in 6 months is a different
And,
story, but this is a
yeah,
clear
and
mission.
capability. Yeah, I think I 100% agree. And capabilities, that means you have to destroy every tunnel.
Yeah, how big is the South Lebanon footprint of Hezbollah?
You mean like how much they control of it?
Yeah.
I mean, all of it. There's few villages that are not basically, as I'm gonna go sectarian wise, they're not Shia, for example. They don't hold within those, but villages are tiny. They don't hold influence within them. But vast majority, and I think James can agree, they have the complete control of it, 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah,
under
so I
under
guess
the Netanyahu,
could one
Ben under
They also have Hamas
could- uh,
tendency to hide behind civilian population,
so
which is, by
what
the
I
way,
was going to
why
ask
Hadi was
what I was going to ask
training.
though is this. So with Hezbollah, right? There's a huge wide swath of land, a little bit more complicated. Gaza's different. I mean, what's the size of the Gaza Strip?
I mean, the size, okay, you can, because, okay, there's difference because, for example, Lebanon is mostly South Lebanon villages and all that, but you can also go back to now Israel. The fast invasion that happened is just field. They didn't go inside the cities. It's just on the outskirts until now. I'm just talking about until now. So when you see that fast movement of Israel was just like agricultural fields, most of them. You can look at the maps actually. You can see that they're not
But
building
they're in the
as
center of Gaza City right now, right?
not Gaza City. It's like because there's
They're
no
half a
one city.
mile, half a mile from Shifa
Yeah,
Hospital.
yeah, but if you look at
So
the maps, it's still on the sides. It's not like in the middle. It's in most of the land. I think around, I'm not gonna exaggerate, like 60, let's say 65%, 60% are fields, agricultural fields. They're not buildings and all that.
they've been in buildings and they've been clearing mosques and playgrounds and apparently a Boy Scouts branch from
Yeah, I saw that.
Hamas tunnels
Yeah.
and firing launchers. And they've been in urban areas for a while, but again,
Guys,
it will take as
can
long as
you
it
guys,
takes.
yeah, let me just quickly jump in and just can you everyone just check what I pinned at the top. I want to get your thoughts on this. This is by Wesley Morgan. So a pretty, I don't know much about him, but he seems to have some credible people following him. He's got a book called The Hardest Place. Not sure if any of you know him. So Wesley Morgan put out a post. I was trying to estimate the size of the IDF force in Gaza earlier by looking at the battalions, IDF announced casualties. So by looking at the battalions, IDF announced casualties have come from 26 battalions. See image. If all brigades of the 252nd Division are in Gaza, seemingly along with 7 plus out of 10 regular brigades, it's huge. And there's a screenshot there. Not sure if you guys have looked at it. John, can you see that pinned tweet? Charles,
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
it. I know where.
Yep.
I know where.
yeah, your thoughts on the tweet, what it means?
I mean, it's just showing you force size, but what we say in urban areas that you need 5 times the amount of the defender, or 5 times combat power. He's trying to give us the numbers so we can compare it to what is believed to be the overwhelming force power, right? The overwhelming number of battalions. A battalion is 900 soldiers, a brigade 4,000. He's trying to do the numbers for us and then equate that to what is believed to be, which is again I think is what's grossly overestimated. What were the Hamas fighters, and try to account for the speed, a division of IDF, in certain sectors. It's just it's an analyst estimation.
Yeah, so according to Wikipedia, the size of Hamas is 15 to 40,000 members.
Right. Right. No,
Obviously,
I think. Yeah, but it was only in 2014 only 3,000 to 5,000 presented themselves.
that's it.
Yep.
What was the size of ISIS?
Oh, tens of thousands. Well, in
Oh,
the Battle of
wow.
Mosul, it was only up to 5,000. So 100,000 Iraqi security forces to take 5,000 ISIS, but they had dug surface level defenses and fought in a different way. And this is what I haven't seen Hamas do yet, right? The complex ambushes, the strong points, the complex obstacles. I mean, the Iraqi security forces lost about 80% of their tanks in the Battle of Mosul because of ISIS was fighting a different than again. I'll take Hadi. I agree. Maybe Hamas is waiting for something, and they're going to pop out where I don't know. But it has looked like a totally different fight, even than what ISIS did.
Yeah, Faraz, I want to get your thoughts on this before we move on to the next point. We're debating on whether Hamas is losing faster than anyone expected, and they're weaker than any of us expected, or the military campaign by the IDF is more successful than we all expected. Where do you stand on this? Because we're very close to the Shifa hospital. I think I think it's probably going to fall in the next few days based on what we're seeing. And this is where, according to the IDF, the headquarters or one of the military command centers for Hamas is located under that hospital. Again, that's according to the IDF. We'll see when they get there. And Gaza City, there, it seems to be falling pretty quickly. North of Gaza is already encircled, and it seems to be a lot quicker than anything else we've seen, except maybe the invasion of South Lebanon, which took a couple of days. That's fucking crazy. I never knew that, Heidi. Would love your thoughts on this for us.
Yeah, so when you're looking at what's happening on the ground, the problem with why people can't understand what's happening on the ground is because, obviously the Israeli media's and the IDF media is trying to bolster how successful they are. The Hamas media is trying to bolster how successful they are at resisting. So it's very hard to pinpoint what the reality is. So obviously, going on in terms of a ground offensive, and a ground invasion by the Israeli occupation and the ground forces going in there, you can't really win the war without kind of dismantling the tunnels, because the war is not. Sorry, there's some. Can you just
that
be
was
Noga, yeah, Noga, hold
mute?
on, Noga. You've got a lot of echo, Noga, as well. Please
Yeah.
unmute after Faraz is done. Just a lot of echo. Go ahead, man.
So yeah, you can't really win. The Israelis can't really win without dismantling the tunnels, because the war isn't happening on the ground. So there's the Israelis on the ground and in the air and in the sea, but Hamas is mostly from the tunnels to the ground and then back to the tunnels, where they have different tunnel networks. That doesn't mean they're all connected. They have some isolated, shorter, not as deep tunnels in the further outskirts. So it's very hard to tell. I think the reality is somewhere in between what the Israeli media is trying to portray and what the Hamas media is trying to portray. Hamas media is trying to portray that they're completely obliterating all the ground forces of
according to Hamas media, because I'll get all these reports. According to Hamas media, Israeli Defense Forces barely entered Gaza. They've got full control of Gaza.
This is of course because again, each party has the morale of their own fighters that they're trying to boost. So you're going to expect this during a time of war, but you have to understand, if you want to look at it from a pragmatic point of view, Hamas is going to stay around as long as the tunnel networks are still there, and as long as they still have ammunition and weaponry, and unless the Israelis are going to start going into the tunnels or and the thing is, they can't blow up the tunnels or all the tunnels because there are Israeli hostages in the tunnels. So how do you take out the Israeli hostages if you're going to blow them up. So that's where the quagmire is that they're talking about. The Israelis aren't having as successful as a campaign, but neither is Hamas having as successful as a
Yeah, I
campaign.
think so. You think what makes you say the Israelis are not having it as successful as you expected?
They're losing a lot of people and a lot of heavy equipment in a short time since the ground invasion. So it's like
So
it probably lost like over 20 something tanks and
That's
some excavators and like even
But
more.
this says according up to October 31st. I need to look at the last few days as well. It was at 32. Sorry, where are we at now?
Yeah, that's you're right. Actually, it's
For
probably like
soldiers, yeah.
probably somewhere near 40 or something right now. But you're taking a mix of because the excavators aren't technical, so they're military equipment, but they're not offensive military equipment in terms of like the tanks. But this is the thing. You have to understand you're fighting on their land, like their territory. They have the
You've
the
had,
home,
but
the home
for us,
advantage.
you've had 121 in Lebanon in 2006 in what, a month? Was it a 30-day war?
It was 33 days almost.
Yeah, 33 days, and you got 121 killed. The invasion started 2 weeks ago, and you're at 40. So
Yeah, because I think
Yeah,
there's a
but this
lot
is
of
this
there's
is
two factors
training.
that are very important here. One is Hamas doesn't have as much equipment, like military equipment, as Hezbollah or in Lebanon, because it's much easier to get, military armaments in Lebanon than it is like exponentially easier than in Gaza. The second part of that is the very heavy kind of, there's three tiers of fighting that's happening. It's like ground, air, and sea. So, and then you have the intelligence factor. So that you got to take that into consideration. I don't think, and Hamas wants to kind of drag this out as long as possible because the longer they can kind of resist in the tunnels and all of that type of thing, then the longer this will be more painful for the Israelis, trying to take over Gaza or control the situation.
last thing for us, let me
So
read one more thing to you. Something came out today. Sorry, one more thing. Zevin, I'll give you the mic. Just today's statement by the Israeli army spokesperson, who said the following: "We foiled an attack by Hezbollah directed by Iran and Brazil." By the way, Hadi, I'm going to go to you this one, you and James, to get your thoughts on it. "We caused great damage to Hamas's air and naval systems." I don't know what air and naval systems Hamas has, but we'll see. Hamas has lost control of the northern Gaza Strip, which I think is really important. And Hamas's internal leadership has lost touch with its field commanders. So these are the two main points that I really want to focus on. Would love to get your thoughts, Faraz, and go to Noga, and then obviously Brian and James and everyone else.
Yeah.
Let you
So
go ahead, bro.
so again, when you say Hamas has lost control of the north of Gaza, that means there are Israeli forces that are in the north of Gaza. But that doesn't mean that Israelis have control of the north of Gaza either. We're still in this kind of middle point where they're battling it out for who's going to have control. So they haven't really asserted control over north of Gaza. Yeah, they have the control of the ground, which is super important. But again, if you don't factor in the tunnels, then you forget a whole part that there's literally a whole like guerrilla warfare aspect that's really hard to root out on the Israeli part, and that's why they can't really get any achievements through air bombardments or an air campaign like that. That's majority of that, like 95% of that is civilians who are getting killed. But because the Hamas militants are all in the tunnels along with the armaments, along with the hostages. So unless they can take that out, dismantle that, and that's not something that's one, they're all interconnected. Those are things that they're very kind of decentralized sometimes. So you have ones that are not connected to the main tunnels, they're not connected to certain different areas, some are from other areas. So it's very difficult to figure out what's actually going on there. What was the second part of your question, Mario?
Well,
uh,
I'd rather just stick to this one. Go ahead, Zev.
well, no, Noga was trying to raise her hand, but she can't because she's on a
Two
computer.
waves. Yeah. Go ahead, Noga.
Yeah, go ahead, Noga.
Well, a couple things. First of all, I want to point out that the comparison Khadi made originally that says that we can't possibly know what's going on was a false one, a blatantly false one at that. Because on the one hand, we have a terror organization that is known for lying, that has been doing that for years, and it's been especially caught in so many of these in the past campaigns, that really anything coming out of their mouth, we should check to see if they tell you if the sun is up. You should
talking
probably
about the
look out the
IDF?
window and make sure. I'm talking about Hamas. On the other hand, you have a Western Democratic Army that has been accused by people like Hadi of lying for many years and very, very rarely been found to be true. And usually they correct their own mistakes when those are made. So saying that we couldn't possibly know what's going on is a lie, or at the very
Who's the
least a
Western? Who's the Western?
misrepresentation
I don't
of the
understand.
truth. The
What
IDF, you understand perfectly. You just don't
Western?
like the fact that you've just been called on it. Now,
I mean,
that's
if
just
okay, I mean, I'm
that's
gonna
just
what?
one.
No, I just
Yeah,
said because
I
you said
was
Western.
being
I thought I
very
was
good
talking about
today, and
Americans or
I
something.
tried, and
I
I
was
would like to
confused.
finish my thoughts now. I really would. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually agree that Israeli control has not been fully established on the northern strip. I want to make 2 points to that. The first is that I wouldn't hold my breath to think that we're done just because the north is cleared, which, by the way, I agree that it isn't. And second of all, I wouldn't characterize it as a battle for control because Hamas has lost. The fact that it takes longer before Israel fully establishes itself there doesn't mean that Hamas stands a chance of actually doing it, which brings me to my third point, which is that Israel has announced at the beginning that this is going to be a very long campaign. It's going to be slow. It's going to be meticulous. If Hamas thinks that they're dragging anything out, then they're not being paying attention. Israel was also ready for at least 10 times as many dead at this point. So we're actually very happy that the fact that we're doing this carefully and meticulously means that a lot of lives, of good lives, of defender lives are being saved in the process. Hamas has not managed to cause the amount of damage that it had expected, didn't even manage to cause the amount of damage Israel had expected. And this is going to be a very long war because the IDF is fully ready to do this 1 meter at a time. We have a ridiculous amount of people there with ridiculous amount of equipment, and we're going to clean the Gaza Strip out 1 step at a time for as long as it takes. Anyone who thinks dragging this out is something we did not expect or something that's going to make this easier on them is grossly listening to Hadi when he says that you shouldn't listen to the IDF because the IDF is actually telling the truth and Hamas is lying.
Here's why you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong on that analysis. First of all,
Go ahead.
First of all, when the IDF attacked, for instance, in South Lebanon, what they did is they implemented a sort of strategy which they copied essentially from the Chinese Civil War. They basically came in these what they considered to be bandit areas, razed everything to the ground, bombed all the bridges, bombed all the community, electricity grid, everything. Why did they do this? They did this to persuade people to pursue away from Hezbollah. Did it work in South Lebanon? No, it didn't work. Second of all, the strategy that Israel is using now in Gaza is basically the same. They're going to bomb everything, and they're using a two-front war plan. They're basically they're going into the cities. They're trying to take in the local points and roads into the major city, but they're leaving out the rebel forces. Now, if we're taking up if we're using this document that's up there, and we try to make an estimate because it doesn't say the amount of soldiers, but we say, like, for instance, the Shaldak forces, it's a special force unit. How many is there? Usually, typically in a brigade like that, there's a few dozen soldiers. The infantry brigades, usually around 1,500 to 3,000 soldiers. Paratroopers, maybe another 3,000. Armor brigades, maybe 100 tanks, 400 soldiers. Infantry and armor, again, 800 with a bunch of armor. Reservists is kind of hard to estimate. We'll say a few hundred. We put all of this together, we reach around 9,500 soldiers. At the least estimate there is for Hamas is 30,000 soldiers. So even Hamas, when we're talking about Hamas, Hamas is not playing. Hamas is not waiting to play to win a conventional war. It's not a conventional war. Hamas is not a conventional force to begin with. Hamas fights a asymmetrical warfare. They're planning to fight asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla warfare, urban warfare in the cities. You will not see the changes now. Just like how the IDF was kicked out of South Lebanon, they will be kicked out of Gaza, and they will fail. The goal is
the IDF.
So hold on. No, I'd like to go to Cole.
Come on, let me. Can I please? A couple
just
things.
30
all,
seconds.
Go ahead.
The IDF wasn't kicked out of Lebanon. The IDF left Lebanon because it had no intention to stay there in the first place. There's a difference.
That's not
And
true. That's not true. That's not true. That's true.
I think
when
that
the IDF attempted to
there's a
siege
lot
Beirut,
of
when the
people
IDF attempted
who
to siege Beirut, was not that for the
misunderstand
purpose of that.
the
Why did
purposes
the
of the
IDF?
Hold on,
IDF.
guys, one by one.
Why
Zumas, let
it
him
is
finish, and then I'll
that they
reply.
go there, that we keep doing this dance, which is why we're not doing this again. Okay, every time we go on an offensive because we need to defend our people. We have no intentions of staying there. We are not there to cause harm to anyone. We don't absolutely have to. And every time when at the end, when we've established that we can do this and we expect the enemy to understand that they shouldn't pick on us again, for some reason they see that. They see this openness to settlement as if they won. That is a gross misunderstanding of what actually happened. We won, and then we left because we didn't want to stay there. There was never any intention to occupy. I'd like to remind you that Israel left South Lebanon on its own accord because it didn't want to be there anymore. And then we get
if we're talking about,
and then we just keep being dragged back in.
No, go ahead, Zumas. Go ahead. Let Zumas reply. Go ahead, Zumas.
Let me finish.
I want it back and forth. So please, when I jump in, let him go back, and you'll get the mic again. Go ahead, Zumas.
If we're talking about grace of wrath, I just mentioned that the strategy of Israel was to destroy everything in South Lebanon, to persuade people away from Hezbollah, not to occupy. But that doesn't mean that Israel never had an intention to occupy South Lebanon. They did, and they even had an intention to siege Beirut. No.
Where'd you get Zumas? Where'd you get that information from? That IDF had those intentions? Because they weren't explicit about it.
IDF did not have those intentions. He made them up.
Wait, Mario, I have a book. I can put it up in the source in the space.
You can have as many books as you want.
Noga, 2 seconds. Noga. So a book would be someone's opinion. So would it be fair, Zumas? Is a
so we're basing So it's not necessarily an opinion if we're basing on the military doctrine and what Israel actually did in South Lebanon. What Israel did in South Lebanon is not contested. What Israel did in South Lebanon is that they destroyed every electricity grid. They created up roads. They blew up bridges. They destroyed the electricity grid. They carpet bombed the South Lebanon with cluster bombs.
Yeah, the point was to destroy Hezbollah.
That's
Mario, can I chip in?
Yeah, so go moving.
Can I chip in on Hezbollah?
Yeah. Let's. Yeah,
on the south of Lebanon,
James.
not Hezbollah specifically.
Yeah, but
what?
can I?
No.
So Michael and John, I'd love to get your thoughts on this back and forth. Is that the comparison they're making to the 2006 war? John, Michael.
No, so I would highly recommend not to.
John,
I think John dropped out. Yeah, I think he dropped out. Someone called him. Michael, go ahead. And while waiting for John,
Mario, can I please finish the point?
In a bit.
No, but you. That's
just hold on.
No, go ahead. Yeah,
Colonel, go
ahead, Colonel.
All right, so I would highly recommend not to use 2006 as a framework in which to analyze this war, the 2023 war, the IDF and the urbanized terrain and the small geographic location, and the two types of forces, the objectives of both sides. I highly recommend not comparing that to the 2006. Different terrain, different militaries, different capabilities, different political contexts. Keep it focused on like battles. And I think the application of ISIS in Mosul, Raqqa, Aleppo is a better example. There is no 30,000 Hamas fighters. If they were, they would have been resisting at this point. Whatever's there, I agree, is underground and the fighting's not done. I'm an urban warfare guy. The fact that they've advanced this far into the urban terrain is significant. And any other military and other like battles across history forms resistance. You don't just let them in, even this far, and then say, well, I'm going to come out of the tunnels and do guerrilla style attacks. That's not the way it works. This is, compare it to what the current actions are. To stop comparing it to 2006.
And
Michael, go ahead.
What's been surprising about this, Mario, to folks like John and I and other analysts is that, Hamas can't just cede the surface territory as quickly as they've done, because those tunnels start to become a trap more than they augment your capability to fight back, right? And so that's the issue there. Is I think John is right. The opportunity for a fiercer response from Hamas to at least contest more of the area around Gaza City is a huge error on their part, because now, even though I agree with, Firas and others that we have significant fighting left to go here, the point is that now you start to lose options if you're Hamas, and you start to lose opportunities to push the Israelis back after they've able, set that encirclement in that coordinate. It's very, very hard to break out of that or to respond to that. And so I think, it's interesting. If you look at, I think the Battle of Mosul is a better comparison. I've mentioned that over the past several weeks. I know John and others have mentioned that. ISIS, and there were tunnels in Mosul as well, not to the degree that there are in Gaza, but there were in Mosul as well. ISIS was conducting way more activity with only about 5,000 fighters than Hamas is similarly right now in the Gaza Strip, and they were taking out way more Iraqi army equipment, and they were frustrating the efforts of the coalition a lot more than what we've seen to this point. Again, that doesn't mean. Sorry?
10,000 killed or wounded in the
right
attack.
Exactly, and this is the point, is that I think that's the example to be looking at, not Lebanon in 06, not even Protective Edge in 14 or anything like that. And I think what we're seeing is, if Hamas had greater military capability on the ground, they either should have brought it to bear to this point, or they don't have it, right? And I think that's what we're starting to see. It doesn't mean that this is an easy fight. It doesn't mean that it's a quick fight. But what it does mean is that Hamas is not leveraging the capability that I think many of us, we're expecting them to have. And I know that, that kind of figures around how big some of these forces have kind of changed, and they're hard to pin down, and they're difficult to sort of, determine how of your total force, how much of that is combat effective, how much of that can be actually deployed and used on the battlefield. And I think, if Wes Morgan's numbers are right on the Israeli side, which I have no reason to think they're not. He's covered these conflicts for a long time. He's a great journalist. He's a great author. You're talking about 26,000 or more Israeli troops, possibly, assuming his math is roughly accurate. And I mean, that is a very significant force compared to previous iterations of Israeli involvement in these past sort of conflicts. And so I think, if that's the force that Israel has operating in Gaza now, right? So not even, we're talking about supporting fire and other resources, other intel resources across Israel. We're talking about just in Gaza. I mean, that's a very significant force, and I think it does explain why we've seen a fairly quick encirclement, at least of Gaza City to this point.
So my next question, I'm going to go to you, James. I'm going to go to you next. But my next question, Michael, is when we had discussions early on whether Iran will join the war, not directly, but through the proxies, or Hezbollah will join the war, or Iran's proxies will escalate on their end. A lot of us said that depends how the war proceeds. If whether Hamas puts up enough. So is Hezbollah more likely to join if Hamas puts up a good fight, or is it less likely to join because they don't need the help? So if Hamas is capitulating, if Hamas is capitulating, they're less likely to join.
Define join. This is the thing. We don't
join. I mean, like go all in. I mean, like it's not. Yeah, it's not just a bunch of attacks on the U.S. base. I think there's there's a lot of them. There's very small ones. It's not just Hezbollah hitting within that within a certain range from the border. It's having hundreds of missiles 100 rockets on a daily basis from Hezbollah, and having the proxies attack U.S. bases on a bigger scale.
Okay. So this is too complicated, and of course we're not sitting with them, so we don't know what they're planning. But I can tell you one thing, that when Hamas needs it, which I don't know when, I don't know if they will need it, Hezbollah will escalate to next stage. So I think the missile thing, everyone was expecting the dramatic Hollywood movie attack of Tel Aviv and ports and airports. This is I think this is going to be the last resort when things are going to go downhill for the region. This is what was going to happen. But for Hezbollah, for them, if they want to get involved to help Hamas in Gaza, is going to be more escalatory. I think widening their operation fields on the borders is not just going to be on the blue line and just attacking. It's going to be wider.
Yeah, but
you might see attacks from the Golan. But
will that be? So my question is, I'll repeat my question. I'll make it a bit clearer. Are they more likely to join when they see Hamas struggling to survive? Because then they're like, "Fuck, this is existential for Hamas. We need to save them." Or are they more likely to join when they see Hamas put up a good fight? Because then they see this is a fight worth joining. This Hamas is putting up a good fight.
If Hamas puts up a good fight, Hezbollah will not join.
Oh, okay. So you mean Hezbollah will join when Hamas needs it? Hamas is capitulating. I'll mention something. Okay. So I want to get more thoughts on this. And I'm going to mention a statement here by I don't think Hezbollah is going to join, especially after what we saw. I know there's a speech in 2 days, just for anyone that doesn't know. On Saturday, there's going to be, no, on Friday, Saturday or Sunday, there's going to be a speech. Saturday, yeah. So the Hezbollah's second in command said the following. His name is Naim Qasim. He said that he suggested that the Hezbollah might become involved in more intense conflict with Israel if Israel doesn't cease its attacks on Gaza. How does America and the rest of the world have the right to stand on the side of Israel that kills civilians and children and destroys homes, while we don't have the right to support our people and loved ones in Palestine and the region? The ones who expand the aggression is Israel, and who expands the aggression is America and Europe, which support the Israeli actions. And what expands the aggression is the killing of civilians and children. It's not possible to watch these difficult, painful, and dangerous scenes, that's yesterday, and not get involved, because what they do in Palestine, they will do later in Lebanon and the region. So that was by Naim Qasim. Heidi, I'm sure you've seen that.
Yeah,
But at
100%.
the same time, over the last couple of weeks, we saw the U.S. State Department said we do not want the conflict to spread to Lebanon. We saw Israeli Defense Minister said we have no intention of waging war with Hezbollah. We have Hezbollah's leader Nasrallah saying in his last speech, October 7th was Al-Aqsa flood was 100% Palestinian. He repeated that a few times. So it goes to the point, James, and I'm asking, if it's true that Hamas is capitulating, does that increase the likelihood that Hezbollah will join, as Hadi has said, or will that mean that will they just give up on Hamas and say, look, this is not a fight worth fighting for? Hamas has capitulated. There's not much we could do to save them. There's no purpose to join the war.
Thank you, Mario, for the question. I don't think Hezbollah will let Hamas go this easily. I don't think they have been capitulating, because if they have been capitulating, I think it would intensify a lot more in the north. Like, even if they don't get involved the way we say get involved, as in actual, like, pushing in, having a lot of rockets, but if they were scared that Hamas was starting to capitulate, they would have sent more rockets. They would have done something a bit more, a bit bigger.
What more can you expect than the encirclement of Gaza City and
Nothing.
the imminent invasion of the biggest hospital and potentially the command center of Hamas? If this is not capitulation, I don't know what is. Not capitulation, but if this is
Yeah,
not
what is
significant
Hezbollah
losses.
waiting on?
I,
Come on, it's ridiculous.
I
What
have a
is
me-
the
I have a lot of respect for John, Michael, and everyone, but I think the fight is completely different. The fact, I don't think they knew, probably they didn't have a chance above ground with all the bombs that were going down, and they are gonna try to deal as much damage as they can from underground. And also, let's not forget, it's part of Gaza City. There is certainly Hamas warriors that are everywhere on the strip. They just took control of, I don't know, 15% of the Gaza Strip. Hamas warriors everywhere on that strip. There is certainly weapon depot
So
outside
you're saying, James, you're
of
saying
Gaza.
it's only 10-15% of the Gaza Strip territory that's been invaded
Yes,
by
that's the
Israel so
top.
far?
They really took the top north part. They encircled it. Gaza City is the most important city because it's the capital. Yes, you're encircling the capital. There's command centers there.
But
There's
what can they
certainly
do? Sorry, James. But if they encircled it, what are they gonna? What is Hamas gonna do if they encircled? If the civilians are coming out and only Hamas is left in there, obviously some civilians will stay. Um, what are they gonna do if it's all been blockaded? Like, how are they gonna survive? They're already running out of resources. Gaza
there's
itself is
probably
already under
there is
blockade. Now,
probably
if you
people that
blockade a city within a blockaded region, is
there's probably people that gonna die. There is a lot of fighters, but they can do damage, and that's where the question of if they succeeded or they did not succeed. For a guerrilla army, staying alive at a certain point when you get such a big army in front of you is not the main priority. The main priority is dealing as much damage for the enemy,
yeah,
for the enemy to say,
but you have to. But the question is, and I'm going to go to Alex on this one, James. But the question, Alex, like you need to stay alive to be able to cause that damage. It's like James is making the point. You don't need to be alive. The goal is not to be alive; it's the goal is to cause as much damage. But you do need to be alive to be able to shoot that gun.
Yeah, I mean, I think John and the others were mentioning. I mean, I did 6 weeks of block-to-block fighting in Baghdad in 2008, and with the same thing, civilians cleared off the battlefield, the militias that are left, and we're seeing a lot of the same tactics now. I mean, there's only so many ways you can do this, right? The Israeli army, as you mentioned, has gone in. There's the southern line of advance that's been created between Wadi Gaza and Gaza City to cut it off to make sure no one's coming north or south. Multiple avenues of approach into the city, and they're just starting, right? So suggestions that there are or are not going to be fights left. However many Hamas fighters are there is unknown. What they're willing to do, what capabilities they have in terms of what hasn't been destroyed.
is unknown. The casualty figures coming out of Gaza are, they're all claimed to be civilian. We don't know if Hamas figures are mixed in with that because we haven't got any clear data. So nobody really has any idea how many Hamas fighters are left at this point, where they are, and what capabilities they have. So what kind of defense they put up is basically unknown. There's 31 Israeli troops that have died since the ground incursion has started, and that's really before they've gotten into a lot of the pitched urban fighting yet. There are a boatload of tunnels that need to get cleared. And as was mentioned by the past couple of speakers, which I think they're right, Hamas is not dumb. They understand what this fight is going to look like. And in order to mitigate the advantages that the Israelis have, armor, artillery, and planes, right? They're going to try to draw them into buildings in the tunnels to try to do the fighting and try to get to one-on-one where you can level the playing field, so to speak, as much as possible to where you've got shooters. So that also depends, as you said, Mario, on a willingness to fight, and you have to be alive to do so. So do they blend back in with the civilian populace and do they leave to fight another day? Do they stay and try to put up a last stand? Those are all strategy decisions that I don't have any insights into, but that's definitely what Hamas leadership is going to have to decide.
I had a quick question for Colonel Spencer and for Alex. So the notion that Hezbollah will join when needed, I'm wondering if you agree with that or if you have a different take. But because I do think it's important, given the last week and in the context of Nasrallah's speech.
Yeah, I personally believe that moment has come and gone, and I think that we should hold some of these estimations of what Hamas or Hezbollah will do to account. Everybody, over 2 weeks ago said Hamas is going to turn this into a bloodbath for the IDF. They wouldn't get anywhere. They isolated the city, which is a military term, over a week and a half ago, are penetrating in multiple directions. And Hezbollah is still sitting on the sidelines. And from Hezbollah leadership, and we all listened to it live, it was, you're on your own. I strongly don't think, but we should hold these predictions to account. I'm saying, as an urban warfare specialist, Hamas has not shown up to the battlefield, and Hezbollah absolutely, at this point, has no interest. It isn't to save Hamas. Has lost its, hasn't even fought on the surface. Sometimes you have to fight for yourself for other people to join in, and that has happened in recent history. I agree with everything Alex said, outside of the fact that the Hamas may still have a lot of surface capability. I'm not seeing it. I think I would have saw it before now, and I don't think Hezbollah is joining at all.
Alex, I'd like to ask you
Sure.
the same question and maybe get some pushback from either Zoomis or Fierus or James.
Yeah. So I don't know what their surface.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex. Go ahead, Alex.
No problem. I don't know what their surface capability looks like. I don't know what they're holding in reserve and what they're not. So I mentioned those as unknowns to John's point. I just don't know the answer to it, and I think Hamas is probably the only ones who can answer that one. But because we haven't seen it, right? So the point is either they've been degraded or destroyed inside the tunnels that none of us know because it's underground with all the bombings. They've blended back in with the civilian populace, or they're waiting, for the Israelis to come further into the cities to attack them. Any one of those scenarios are plausible, some more than others, and I don't particularly know. When it comes to Hezbollah, though, right? John's right, and so is everybody else. We've talked about this in terms of timing and everything else. Their biggest threat that they have.
Alex, Alex, can I just sorry,
Yeah, please go, Mark. Sorry.
I usually don't like to interrupt. Hadi, have you heard the Hezbollah attack in Brazil? That was foiled.
Yes, I read that.
So that was a Hezbollah attack allegedly planned in Brazil.
Yep.
Yeah, so basically every few years you'll get the same news about Hezbollah in Latin America, planning an attack or something with drugs and all that, and then no one can confirm it. Then sometimes the government might say, yeah, we allegedly linked them to Hezbollah and all that.
Okay.
And then
When was the last Hezbollah attack outside of Lebanon, Lebanese territory or Middle Eastern territory?
I think if you want outside the Middle East, I think the last one that was blamed on Hezbollah was the Bulgaria bus bombing. That's 2012, maybe 2013.
Okay. Oh wow, 10 years ago. And did Hezbollah take response? Did Hezbollah take? Okay.
Hezbollah never took responsibility for any attacks outside.
Okay.
Those
all right, sure.
Hadi, does Hezbollah actually generally operate outside of that? Where it is?
I mean, you can read reports and like experts on that. They'll tell you yes from the enemies of Hezbollah, but I personally believe no, they do not at all conduct any attacks outside. I mean,
they're too strategitic. They know that's a loss.
If you look at the attacks, for example, the Argentinian, I would call it also like it was an attack. I think in Argentina, I don't know, like in the 80s or 90s, there was an attack on a Jewish community there, and there was an attack on a bus in Bulgaria. I don't believe this is not Hezbollah's strategy to go attack buses and children and women. They don't do that, especially abroad. Like, why would they do that? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't think this is like, from what I know, and this is a lot more limited than you guys, obviously Nahadi and some others and Alex maybe, but from what I understand about Hezbollah, they're very different to, you can't put them in the same bucket. A lot of people in the audience that might not be following this too closely, we can't put Hezbollah and Hamas or ISIS, etc., in the same bucket. They are all very different groups. They might have some sort of alliances, they might share certain, they might have the same incentives in some ways, but I wouldn't put the Hezbollah in the same bucket as ISIS. But Alex, sorry I interrupted you. I'll give you the mic again.
No,
And maybe you can comment as well on the story as well, Alex. Get your
yeah, no
thoughts on it.
problem. I'll make it quick just so I don't ramble on. So for Hezbollah, right, and we're talking in the context of Gaza and whether or not they'll step in. There is no Hezbollah ground force right now that's going to come pouring across the border to break through all of those Israeli lines that they've got set up in the northern line of defense to come into the country. It's very, very unlikely that that scenario is going to happen, right? So what you're talking about, though, is there is a boatload of rockets and missiles that can come raining down. And the question is that sufficient if they turned it on full blown to get the Israeli government to back down and pull the troops back that are advancing into Gaza, which is essentially what they're asking for? They would have to turn on a lot of that capability for that to sort of overwhelm the Israelis. And the response that's already been out in the public space is that if that happens, the U.S. is going to get involved and that they'll end up striking Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. That's at least what's been floated in the public space. I'm no longer in government, but that's all the reports that I'm seeing. So do they have a realistic ability to stop what's going on in Gaza? Probably not. If they would literally have to turn on full bore what they've got and try to completely overwhelm to see if they get it to stop. But the Israelis are pretty hell bent on going in and making sure that that Gaza gets cleaned out to the extent possible of weapons. At least that's the stated goal and objective. The second half of this campaign is still completely unclear to me. Northern campaign, southern line of advance, go into the city, cordon and search, find the weapons, destroy whatever is there, and then at that point you still have Khan Yunis and the rest of the metropolitan areas to the south where you have I know, I mean, there's videos. We know there's rockets that have been fired from that part of southern Gaza. We know there's tunnels and other stuff that's down there. So if your goal is demilitarization and you stop at Wadi Gaza and you clear Gaza City, and then your troops leave all of a sudden or whatever happens, and then rockets start being fired from southern Gaza, one, you didn't achieve your objective, and as a politician, you look like an idiot. You didn't set out to do what you were supposed to do. So how you achieve that, right? Would then you'd have to go do the same thing in the south. The problem is, what do you do with all the people that are there? Like we've been talking about. 2.2 million people. What do you do with them to go in? I know yesterday, Zev, you mentioned maybe like the Sinai, which is a big concern, and Jordan and Egypt both said that's a red line that's not supported. The U.S. has said no to that as well. So that part is still unclear to me. We had the two big updates where the president of the PA, Mahmoud Abbas, said that he would take control in Gaza if it was part of a comprehensive political solution, including East Jerusalem at one point. And then the statement from Netanyahu that this is supposed to be, an indefinite security situation until it gets
I
resolved.
think we need to talk about that Netanyahu statement after this.
Yep.
It's maybe I thought it was more important than other people, but I think it is very telling. Just to the point
Yeah.
about Hezbollah and Hamas, I'd like if Zumis or Firas, whichever one would like to go first, to offer some pushback, which I anticipate you have the opposing view.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys.
Go ahead.
So I'd love your thoughts on this. And I also want to move on. There's something else we got to discuss in a bit, Zev. Is what Netanyahu's comments on having the Israeli military take control of security in Gaza, which
Absolutely.
is very, very concerning. Goes against what the US and most other allies have publicly stated. I think that's a very, very important point that has gone ignored by most. I'm very surprised to see that. But I'd want to first discuss continue that military discussion of the situation on the ground and if and when Iran will support or jump in and support Hamas, because it seems that Hamas needs that help, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Zumis, I think you wanted to speak. I might have cut you off. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Just speaking on the issue of whether or not Iran will join the war or Hezbollah will join the war, and if it goes better for Hamas, if they will join or not. I mean, obviously, if the war goes bad for Hamas, the popular pressure on Hezbollah will increase from the people in the region. And as a result, Hezbollah is expected to do more. However, that doesn't mean that Hezbollah will do anything. Hezbollah doesn't have any interest in joining this conflict. They will not be joining this conflict in any way whatsoever. They've made that clear several times by their actions. And also, I don't agree with the notion that Hezbollah, for instance, doesn't participate in drug trade. They do. That's very well documented. The Capitulation trade in Syria, with the normalization with Iran, and after that, with
So you're of the belief that Hezbollah will not get involved? Is that what you said?
Hezbollah will not be involved in the conflict. I mean, at this point, there's probably a bigger likelihood of Hadi joining the war than Hezbollah joining the war. So
Wow.
yeah.
I find that fascinating. Furious, what are your thoughts on that? Any pushback? Do you have a different view?
No, I also don't think Hezbollah is going to join the war. I think
For us, Hamas's days are numbered by the look of it. Then
no, it's yeah, like obviously it's
without
asymmetric warfare
Hezbollah,
because there's
it is. But without
but
Hezbollah, like with
even with Hezbollah, Mario, like let's be honest, you know, you're fighting you know the Israeli military is really strong. Right, they're fighting not on their turf, but they are fighting technically you know, a cage. So the Gazans are completely caged in, and Hamas and PIG are also caged in. So that adds to the competitive edge a lot, other than the massive amount of artillery
Can I
that they
say,
have.
for us, can I
And
ask you a separate question? Can I ask you a separate question? There's been
yeah,
a lot of talk, and I know you've been very vocal on this. There's been a lot of talk about Hamas using mosques and schools and hospitals. So apparently they have their headquarters under the Shifa hospital. So there it is. I've found the Israeli troops have advanced to within just 700 meters of Shifa hospital, so less than a kilometer. Recent so Israel claims that Hamas has used the hospital's underground facilities for various purposes. And one of the reports says, I think they said that they have their headquarters, one of their most important headquarters, under the Shifa hospital. There's also been some, I'm not sure if you've been looking at my posts, I'm going to start pinning them above for people to look at. There's been some reports and some videos and photos being shared by the IDF showing Hamas fire rockets from tunnels, or just on the just next to schools, and having soldiers come out of tunnels next to schools and next to a mosque as well. I'm going through them now. I'm going to pin them for the audience. Do you think, so now that they're getting close to these regions, these structures, the schools, the mosques, the hospitals, do you think they're going to find tunnels or no?
I think honestly there are tunnels everywhere, and it's hard to figure out exactly where the, you know, entrances and exits are to the tunnels.
But do you think there'll be
again, if you're
tunnels
looking,
under hospitals? Do you think they'll find tunnels going under hospitals?
I have no clue, honestly. I have no clue where the tunnels
If you had to guess, do you think you'll find them from what we know, what we've seen so far? And I want the audience to do the same thing. I'm curious. Now we're getting closer, because now anything you say, you know, the IDF could come out. If the IDF doesn't start putting out footage and photos showing those tunnels, clearly showing those tunnels, then you can say, hey, they're hiding something. Or then if we got a massive amount of footage demonstrating those tunnels, then
So yeah, I think there are. So when you think about tunnels, there's kilometers of tunnels everywhere. I think what you're trying to ask is, where are the kind of rooms, right? They have like actual rooms and like whatever operation centers or command centers, whatever you want to call them. That's like another city under the ground. Like you have no idea exactly where they're placing them. The questions really are, where are the entrances and exits of those tunnels. That's the most important part. It's not about, because in terms of an air campaign, you can't really, you know, Hamas knows the Israeli artillery and the Israeli weaponry, and what's capable of, you know, what type of bunker busters they can have. So they take that into account in terms of the engineering of the tunnels, to figure out, to make sure that they're immune to any airstrikes, because they know that the Israeli Air Force is like one of their strong suits, you know.
they use not only this, they apparently using bunker buster bombs.
Yeah, so the bunker,
so
that's what they built the tunnels to be able to withstand, and that's why they built them really deep in. So that's why, like, you know, I kind of reject the premise of oh, we're bombing these areas because there's Hamas in there and for the tunnels and stuff like that. But you're not going to affect the tunnels with the bunker busters, because they built the tunnels to make sure that they're not affected by any type of artillery. Anything short of a nuke is not going to bring down these tunnels. Again, you might be able to affect the entrances, you know, because but then again, there's multiple entrances and exits to the same networks, unless they're the isolated tunnels.
Let me read out the sorry, go ahead, Faraz, and I'll read out a statement from let me read out the statement, Faraz, and then get your thoughts quickly, and then go to Noga and the rest of the panel. Probably go to Craig afterwards. Israel charges Hamas with war crimes for allegedly repurposing Gaza's hospitals as military command sites and storing combat resources nearby, effectively using medical centers as defensive shields against strikes. According to Israeli claims, Hamas also happens hampers the evacuation of civilians, thus employing them as human shields, contravening international humanitarian law. The Israeli military operation seeks to neutralize Hamas's military infrastructure, with Israel asserting that its actions are in compliance with international combat regulations. For us, we haven't seen, and Hadi, correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't seen attacks on Lebanese hospitals by Israel. There wasn't significant damage or strikes targeted directly at hospitals or schools or mosques, as far as I'm aware. I'm sure there's been damage on a couple. Hadi, is that correct?
Are you talking
Where schools 2006, were schools and mosques and hospitals targeted the same way in Lebanon as they are right now in Gaza?
I mean, no, because it's completely different when it comes to like some speakers before me said. There's like the fields and different areas and different cities and different. So I don't think it's that intensified as Gaza for.
But if they wanted, people said that they've hit the hospitals to really destroy the morale of civilians and just kill as many civilians as possible.
They did bomb few mosques actually. One of them was in my hometown, and there was one in Beirut. Actually, there was like around 3 in Beirut. They bombed them. They did bomb like a few schools, and one of them was near, where was it? I think Hartharek, the area in southern suburb. They did bomb, but they never said that because they're fighting, because there was no missiles being fired in Beirut anyway. So I don't. But they did carpet bomb that area. So along with it, some hospitals and some schools and some stuff, others buildings like that.
So I'll add
so
to
for
that.
us in Noga, yeah.
I'll add to that, Mario, that they did bomb through tank, airstrikes in the West Bank during the Second Intifada, and Gaza hospitals, schools, government centers, hospitals, anytime mosques, even the churches, they were bombed. So they didn't have any tunnel network in the West Bank during the Second Intifada. And I'd also add again, you have to take, like I mentioned in the beginning, you have to take what the Israelis are saying with a.
Yeah, but I think if they come out with video proof or images, it's really hard to dispute that. Let me first just get some other thoughts on this.
So the proof would have to be basically them having full control. They've already let's say they've already cleared out, killed everyone in the tunnels, and then like a video from the ground all the way to the tunnel.
It has to be exactly. It's something not tampered with.
Yeah, that would show the network, and they have some. Of course, they have some idea because of intelligence of where the tunnels are. But again, when they're talking like accusing Hamas of war crimes, I just find that a bit, bit rich.
Bigger war crime. I wrote an article about that recently, actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Colonel after. Oh, okay. We'll go to Colonel after Noga. Go ahead.
Well, a couple things. Hamas was asked in an interview a few days ago, I think it was Musa Abu Marzouk, why is it that there aren't any bomb shelters for the civilian population in Gaza? And his answer actually caused an uproar in the Arab world, because the answer was, well, that's not my job. The UN is supposed to do that because they're refugees. And at some point, and that's after a few weeks before that, I think it was actually before the attack, Hania went on TV and said something along the lines of, we need the blood of Palestinian women and children to reawaken the resistance. And at some point, when you look at these people and you look at what they're actually saying, what comes out of their mouth when they put their people deliberately at risk, you have to realize that these are people who are not only committing war crimes, they're doing it on purpose. The whole system was built with the intention of abusing the international law system so that they could use people as human shields. This isn't something that Israel is saying. I think it's rich that people who are looking at what Hamas is actually saying and are looking at the way that Hamas is actually constructed and are arguing that they're not committing war crimes when they're by their own mouth admitting that that is what they're doing, with their own cameras documenting that the fact that that is what they're doing, and then you move on and say that Israel is rich. I'm sorry, at some point you have to face.
Let me just on the point.
Let everyone else finish. Why is it that you keep having to cut me off?
Because I wanted to jump. No, okay. What about the people that haven't spoken? I hate when people do this. How about the 100 people that are sitting there requesting haven't said a word? How about the people that are on stage? Hoshara and Ziad and Craig and Humas barely spoke at all. Haven't said one word, Noga. So please don't give me that argument. Like, why do people speak more than me? I do want to make the reason I jumped in is someone sent me information. Hadi, you said schools were shot in were targeted in the 2006 war.
Yes,
Are you sure about that?
100%.
Okay, I'm having a look at here. Up to 350 schools and 2 hospitals and 50,000 homes. Okay, yeah, a lot of schools.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, go ahead,
I
Zev.
know that because we were sheltering in one of the schools as well, and once we left it, it was destroyed. I remember that as well.
And
So you're
did
saying
Israel make
once it was empty, it was destroyed
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it
No,
was
not
being
really.
we know
also
your
being
argument.
used as
We know
a
Because
your
another one
argument.
they bombed, they made the Kana massacre as well, the second Kana massacre of the first one. So it's not necessarily
No.
it's empty.
Okay, you know what? From now on, whenever Khadi or Faraz talk about massacres or lie about Israel attacking places that were legitimate targets as if they were doing something to hurt people, just assume, because I don't want to have to repeat myself, that I think, and in fact, I know that they're lying and they're doing it to make it look as if Israel was doing something wrong when everybody in the world and their mother at this point
What about the
should at
Bahr
least
al-Bahr?
realize
What about the Bahr
Israel
Okay,
is
so Noga,
Oh,
retaliating
let's
One
hold on.
second,
for
Hold on.
one second.
Okay, let's hold on. Zumas, yeah, mention the exact example. Let's see what Noga says. Okay, so Zumas,
Yeah,
what's your
Jumas
example?
actually mentioned some good example. I wanted to talk about that.
Okay, let's go.
Argument.
Bahr al-Bahr school bombing 1970? The Israeli
You dropped out, Zumas. Bahr
Bahr
al-Bakar.
al-Bakar basically was a massacre committed by Israel when they bombed an Egyptian school, and then Israel said, "Oops, we didn't know."
Exactly.
So
Over
What
30
year was that?
30 children died, 50 injured, and the Israeli Air Force, they bombed the Egyptian village called Bahr al-Baqar, and and in the school there, and 30 children died. At least 30
What year
children
was
died.
that?
That's 1970.
1970.
Bahr
Okay,
al-Baqar school
I
bombing.
I'm sorry, what year was that?
1970
1970.
1970 Bahr al-Baqar school bombing.
So
Are you
he's just
kidding
telling
me?
you that it's been
Really?
historically recorded.
You're
Yeah, I'm
telling me
sure.
that in 1973, when we
So
were viciously attacked by
No,
the
no, 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 no.
Egyptians,
Not 1973. 1970. Whoops.
no, not whoops. This is just slalom
1970, not
land at this point.
1973.
Listen. I was not even born
I
in
mean, we can go
1970,
on.
and
We can
I
talk
don't
about
know.
Deir
Yeah,
Yassin
we
massacre,
could.
Qibya,
But the
Kafr
bottom
Qasim,
line is that
Sabra
Israel
Can we
Shatila,
talk
no.
about the current war?
Jenin.
The bottom
can
line
we?
is
Israeli
that
massacres.
Israel
Like,
retaliates to direct.
Okay, let's just go one at a time, and then Colonel Spencer one at a time. And then I had a question regarding the use of the term war crimes, if possible. But Noga, Firas, and Zumas, go ahead.
Okay, so the bottom line is that Israel retaliates to direct attacks by
No, no,
people
no, no,
who.
no. You said Israel doesn't bomb schools.
No, I
Can you tell us
didn't.
about that?
No,
Yes,
no.
you did.
Excuse
Yes, you did.
me. I
Yes, you did.
said
No, let her
Israel
correct. Let her correct the
attacks.
mark. You go
I
ahead.
said Israel attacks legitimate military targets. If you hide
So 30
your
children.
military
So
targets,
30
no, you have to
children
let
are
me
legitimate.
actually finish
Are
the
legitimate
sentence. You
military targets.
actually have to
30.
let me finish.
I don't know who muted everyone.
I didn't
Sorry,
do
I'm
that.
talking. No,
Oh,
I'm talking.
sorry.
No, I did. I'm talking to myself. Sorry, the point I wanted to make, the reason I muted, I hate when I do that, I just talk to myself. So the point I wanted to make is, Zumas, Noga could always say, and I'm not saying it's the wrong guy, it was a very fair argument that's really hard to disprove. And we just go into a loop. One side says, hey, you hit a school, there were 30 children there. The other side could either say, no, there was a military target there, Hamas had headquarters, or Hezbollah had headquarters, or there were rockets there. And then the counter argument, like, no,
But
there was
Mario, there
no
was no
proof.
Hamas.
No, Zumas, I was just going to say exactly that. There was no Hamas, or there's no Hezbollah, or whatever group there was in 1970. Then the counter, then the return is, it's war. There will be mistakes. In my opinion, I just don't see. I've even made a post today, and John, I know you're dying to jump in. I'll give you the mic right afterwards. I made a post today, and I said very clearly, I don't. Have been very heavy, very critical of Israel's campaign in Gaza, and I think not enough was done to protect civilians. That's my stance. Does that mean? But my stance is also they didn't. I don't think they intentionally targeted hospitals just because there are hospitals there or there's a school there. Because and I've said this so many times, I don't want to repeat it. Putting humanitarian reasons aside, from a military perspective, from a PR perspective, it doesn't make sense to attack a hospital or a mosque. Now, then the argument is, if there's Hamas in a hospital, but there's also civilians there and there's wounded people there, is it a military target? That's a debate that's worth having. Personally, I don't think it is, but then again, what do you think, John? No, not from a legal perspective, John. From a like whether you think it's okay, like John, like if you were in that position and you had to make a call, and you know there's obviously it's very nuanced, but let's say there's some sort of Hamas presence in a hospital, but there's also obviously a lot of civilians, a lot of wounded people sheltering there. When do you make the decision to bomb the hospital, considering there's Hamas there? Because even though there's civilians, and war is ugly, and a lot of tough decisions need to be made. How much of a presence of Hamas should there be in a hospital to become a target, or should the hospital never be a target? If Hamas has troops there, then the only way to get rid of them is on the ground tactics.
Yeah, so I wrote an article, Mario, for CNN Opinion, where I went through all this debate. It's not a debate; it's very clear, actually, in accordance with the law of war. The decision, like you said, legally, any hospital that has lost its protection status because it's being used for military purposes is a valid target. Every case, any hospital, any mosque, any school, any ambulance being used for military is a valid target. And then you go through the military necessity and value assessment. What Hamas is there? Is it a Hamas critical headquarters knows, a very high level Hamas leader, to make that decision? One, Israel hasn't struck a hospital in this campaign. Yes, hospitals have been basically caused damage to hospitals, but they won't make that decision because of the perception, which is a part of the calculation, is what is the basically perception of the execution of the war. If this legal target that has gone through the thing is, and this is why people even that make criticisms of it might have cause, they might have been a war crime. And that's why I wrote the article. The reason I raised my hand was to kind of put away with the terminology and misuse of military terminologies like asymmetric and guerrilla warfare. Basically, there are three forms of military tasks: attack, defend, and stability operations. In a defense, you can use asymmetric, which just means you're trying to not go toe to toe with the more powerful military. You can do 100 killer teams, you can go underground, you can pop up, you can use guerrilla tactics. But the overall strategy is either to attrit the attacking force or to slow them down and buy time for somebody to join your fight. That is the assessment here. Counterinsurgency, asymmetric guerrilla warfare, is for stability operations after a military operation. Let's keep it focused on attacking and defending. And right now, Hamas is doing a terrible job at defending its terrain.
Okay, so I know that Habiba, you feel very strongly about this, and you have the opposing view. I know that you've used the term, war crimes and so forth, and that hospitals are not legitimate targets under any circumstances. So I'm wondering if you can push back on Colonel Spencer, if you'd like to, or address that. Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me again. So there's a lot of things that we've got to consider. If you look at the Pentagon's advisor on CivCAS and how he's been tracking what's been going on, Mark Galasco, he's actually at the Pentagon right now, and he has spotted.
No, he's a contractor. He does not work. I know Mark very
Right,
well.
and
He's a
he's
war
advising the
crimes
Pentagon right
analyst.
now.
He's not work.
He's advising
He
them.
is a contract. He doesn't work for the Pentagon.
I didn't say he did.
He's
I
an
said he's
advisor as much as
advising.
I'm an advisor on urban warfare.
Right, I said he's advising.
I mean, there's actually check out Sahar Muhammad Ali, who's one of the world's leading civ casualty persons.
Okay, so when we're looking,
actually,
you're proving my point. He is advising the Pentagon right now, and
no, he's not.
yes,
He's not.
he's literally
not a
at the
paid
Pentagon
advisor.
for the last 2 days. Okay, so then the next thing I have to say is that he identified that Israel are using unguided dumb bombs, which means that they don't have GPS trackers on them. So these are JDAM bombs, and they are unguided from the Vietnamese era.
JDAMs are
That's
the
completely
very
wrong.
definition of JDAM
This is
means it's
Mark
guided.
Gillespie, and these are IAF
Mark's
images.
a friend with me. You're just
Okay,
misusing his terms.
all right.
An unguided round is an artillery round. Every artillery round could be considered a dumb bomb.
Look at Mark.
A
Look at
JDAM,
Mark's
by
post.
definition, is a
Look at Mark's
guided.
post where he identifies.
Mark is not the
Sorry.
authoritative.
Can I speak, please? The IAF, the Israeli Air Force, published images showing that these are unguided bombs from the Vietnam era. And what does that mean? They cause incredible damage. Okay, so that's the first
I'm
thing.
sorry, where did the IAF do that?
The IAF has been posting images of things on its accounts as
Those are
to
totally
the bombs
debunked.
going out.
Those are totally debunked.
Yeah, can you
These are
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Just okay,
that
we
was
got to go kind
published?
of
Can you
one at a
show
time.
us at least
Craig,
one
you've
of
said
them?
okay. No, 1 second. Craig, you've said that that's totally debunked. Can you offer further clarification?
Okay, so first of all, the videos or the evidence that she is talking about are from essentially what are propaganda videos that the Israeli Air Force is putting out, kind of like Rock'em Sock'em, where the Israeli Air Force is ready to go. On the images that are clearly seen, you can see the white markings that are around what you would consider to be the warhead of the bomb. Those white markings are clearly initialed by the ordnance staff to be training ordnance. Okay. What that means is that every single pilot who qualifies has to qualify on two things, right? When it comes to munitions release. One is obviously smart ordnance, right? That is very precision stuff. The other one, and the US military does this as well, they have videos of this all over the place, where pilots have to qualify also on dropping what you refer to as dumb ordnance. That is essentially a 5-degree downward attack vector. They release the ordnance and then they bank out, right? That training that's happening right now. It's happening in South Texas. It happens every single day. Okay. The inference that those videos show, number one, those videos are not timestamped, so we don't know when those videos were done, right? Number two, you don't know that aircraft that is being displayed in those videos are the same aircraft that are attacking Israeli positions Hamas positions today, right? All those videos show is that there is an Israeli jet carrying dumb ordnance that looks like maybe a 500-pounder, maybe it's not 250, clearly, maybe about a 500-pound bomb that is clearly meant as a propaganda, with heavy guitar riffs and heavy, metal bands and da-da-da-da-da. You cannot prove that those aircraft specifically, that the the Israeli Air Force, I beg your pardon, is using that specific plane with that specific ordnance. There has not been a single piece of evidence that we have seen, whether that be from munitions, whether that be from what's left over from that munition, that it was a dumb bomb. There is zero evidence. The video you're just talking about, don't say that.
Let's go ahead, Habiba.
Before Habiba, can I ask him a
So I
question about
posted
that?
up on
Just
my
a second,
link.
Habiba, and then Habiba
Yeah,
can go
go
after
ahead.
me. So if you're saying they're not using dumb bombs and all this destruction and killing of civilians is happening, that means they're using smart bombs and doing it on purpose then. So all these specific
No, it
targets.
means that Hamas is lying
one
about the
second.
number
Excuse
of
me. Hold on one second.
casualties and having them
Wait
killed
1
with
second. This
Just
is
I'm
my
misfire
talking to
wheelhouse.
rockets.
I'm
Trust
asking
me,
One
Craig.
second. This
anything
Noga,
is
just a second.
Naga.
Naga,
1 second.
Noga, just a second. Okay, Craig, let me continue.
Yeah.
So there are precise attacks on hospitals, schools, refugee camps, civilians. So if they're not using dumb bombs and you can't call them collateral damage, that means you're using smart bombs and doing it on purpose. So what is
Okay.
it?
Yeah.
It
Let me
means that
address that.
Hamas is responsible for a
Hold on
lot
1
of
second.
deaths in
Noga.
Gaza.
So I can address that very specifically. Okay. Let's be absolutely clear about one thing. The first thing is that you have to consider, number one, the source of the information that is putting out these casualty figures, right? This is the same group that said 500 people died in an Israeli bomb attack from the Air Force and the hospital was destroyed. 6
Who's
hours
the group,
later,
Craig? Are you talking about Hamas or
No,
the
he's talking
Palestinian?
basically
talking
about
about
the
Hamas.
We're
500.
using
One second.
UN figures adopted by the UNSC, Craig, and
Excuse
they do
me.
say over
Excuse
10,000
me.
dead.
Excuse me.
Just a
Excuse
second.
me.
Continue, Greg. Continue.
Yeah, okay. So let's remember that the source of the information that we're getting this from is the Palestinian or the Hamas medical ministry. This is the same ministry that said that 500 people died after a hospital was destroyed. And then when daylight surfaced, it looked like a shell scrape and it turned out to be a Hamas rocket. The source of the information that you are giving are not reliable sources. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you, Hamas is not a reliable news source. So when they say a
Craig,
hospital is destroyed and 500 people are dead, then you turn around and say tens of thousands of people have died. I'm sorry, you've lost your credibility. I no longer
okay, so
trust those
Craig, I can
numbers.
counter
Okay,
this
yeah,
Go
very
ahead, Habiba.
well.
Go
I
ahead,
can
Habiba.
counter
Yeah.
this.
Habiba can go
Okay, so
with ours.
first
Yeah.
of all, OCHA, the United Nations Office of Humanitarian Coordination, publishes its own figures that it verifies separately. They also published, even the Palestinian Ministry of Health, they published a list of names and IDs. Air Wars Today has just cross-tabulated the names of the victims with the bomb strike coordinates. I posted that on my profile, on my Twitter page too. So they have identified 69 victims of the bombing at the crossing, at the marketplace, were actually civilians. And they've cross-tabulated that against Palestinian figures. They're going to keep doing that. And there's no doubt about it that these
Didn't
figures are
the
accurate.
Habiba? Didn't
The
the Habiba?
UNSC and the UN,
Yeah.
the UNSC and the UN have adopted, the US has adopted the UN figures. So there is no doubt about this. There's no one
Is this the
questioning whether or
same
not over
United
Hold on.
Nations
10,000 are
Hold on.
dead.
organization
Two
that's
seconds.
currently led by
Okay,
Iran
let
through the
James
Human
press.
Rights Council?
Two
Is this the
seconds,
same
guys.
United
Guys.
Nations? Just checking.
Okay, hold on 2 seconds. So just one thing, Habiba. 2 rockets have fallen outside the U.S. embassy in Baghdad about just a few minutes ago. Very past, put it in the comments. One of our regular guests. So just thought I'd mention that. I think it's nothing major. We're seeing those regular attacks on U.S. bases, so it's not that big of a deal anymore. But it's just worth mentioning. Habiba,
Right, and
Mario,
speaking
just
yeah,
to
go ahead.
commenting
John's
on that.
point, John said that no
Just so,
hospitals had been attacked. This is untrue. Yesterday and the day before, the day before yesterday, they attacked my friend's hospital, Steve Sotheby. He's an American, and he funded the pediatric cancer hospital. Israel strikes attacked it. Civilians, including
Is that the
adults and
Rantisi
children, were dead.
Hospital?
Pardon?
Is that the Rantisi Hospital?
Yes.
Okay,
And
but
it's and
didn't it,
yes, the day
no, I
after,
just didn't you
it
say
was
though that it was in
published.
the vicinity? Didn't you say it was in
No,
the vicinity of the hospital?
no,
Now, is it
that
a
was the
direct
night of
strike?
the attack. That was the night of the attack. The next day, they published detailed photographs of where each unit had been attacked on the top floor, in the dental area, and they showed literally attack, like the actual hospital was attacked, and civilians were killed. So the idea that the IDF is conducting humanitarian, caring about the CivCAS, ratio, I would like to contradict that too, because the foremost experts on the CAS ratios have said that it's many times the order of magnitude than Mosul was. Okay, so people need to look at how many civilians are being killed relative to their so-called targeting. There is no targeting. They've just said themselves they're taking people out left, right, and
Okay,
center.
so to be clear, if we're following the if we're following the laws of armed conflict, let's be absolutely clear about what that means. That means if there are Hamas fighters that have been identified by military targeting personnel, whether they be forward observers with a pair of binoculars or somebody with a drone hovering overhead, I will say it once, as I said it 1,000 times. There are hundreds of kilometers of tunnels that are underneath Gaza. If you are telling me the IDF does not care about life, you have to turn that argument around and say, why isn't Hamas letting civilians into these tunnels that are impervious? Why are they blocking them from their own bomb shelters? Because they
I'm
are
going to ask you a
hiding
question,
amongst the
Craig. I'm going to
population.
ask you a question.
You
I'm going to
have
ask
you
you a
have to
question.
So,
blame Hamas.
go
You
ahead.
know
Go
as
ahead.
well as I
I
do.
like the
okay,
You know
Habiba,
as
equivalence
well as I
go
between
ahead,
do.
Habiba.
I like the
You know as well
equivalence
as I
between
do,
Hamas
Craig.
and the IDF. I
That if
think it's
there's
important that we're getting somewhere,
Hold on. You know as well as I do, Craig, that if there are 12,000 civilians, and my friend at Al Jazeera, Tiani, she's Irish, she's just produced another film, I'll post it up soon, on an interview with the staff in a Shifa hospital that they're trying to massacre everyone in. It wasn't enough that they massacred people
Okay.
outside it in the ambulances, and we saw evidence of
You think
the
they're
children
trying to
that were killed.
massacre people intentionally in the hospital? You actually think
They've,
they're going to
the
try to massacre people in
the
the
ambulances,
hospital?
Ben,
they've,
the
Okay, but
ambulances.
they've
you know
Why did they
perfectly
block
well
them?
that
clearly
even
they
according to
clearly
even
said
according to
that
the
they
UN,
Hold
targeted.
on.
I'll put the report
Oh,
up.
Zev,
The
Zev,
UN,
Zev. Okay,
the
Zev, I see.
UN put out a report saying, talking about
The
Hamas's
International
use of
Red Cross issued coordinates to the IDF and said, do not attack our ambulances. IDF struck the ambulances, killed the children. There's videos of it, and Sky News has done great reports on it. The fact that they're not deliberately targeting civilians is a lie. And they're closing in on Shifa right now. These are doctors, these are
Okay,
people who are
so
innocent, these are people who are sick and injured, and they should
How
not be
many
targeted.
Hamas fighters have been killed? What's that number? How many Hamas fighters have been killed?
I
Since
think the
we have it,
IDF said it was like 60 or something, some
And the
miserable
Hamas
number.
figures are in the
the
360 of
IDF
the
has not
Israeli side.
provided a number for Hamas fighters. So the
Yeah, I'd be
12,000.
surprised.
Well, it's
Yeah,
funny
And
that
how are
no
we
one has
supposed
provided the
to
IDF
determine
Ma,
with.
that if
how,
Hamas doesn't wear a uniform, which is
how,
another law of
how?
armed conflict that
You
they're
know what's
not following?
interesting to this group,
Yeah, put it
Mario,
on a
is that not
uniform.
one of
Put it on
them,
a
What's
not one
uniform.
of
interesting?
them
Hold
can
on,
tell us
Craig.
what
Hold
the
on.
is. Not one
Go
of
ahead,
this
Habib.
panel can tell us. Not one panel can tell us what is the CIV-CAS ratio that Israel is using in the US. Thank God, if there is a CIV-CAS ratio that is higher than a certain percentage, they have to get permission from the DefSec, right? You don't have
No, that's
such a
not
system
true.
there. It's
Not
all
true.
Okay, so Colonel
hands
Spencer,
on.
if you could,
There's
CIVCAS
nothing
is
barring
by
them.
strike. Is a calculation by strike. It's classified. That's not true. It doesn't
It's about
take a
9 to
release
10.
authority. No, it's not. It is not. It's a classified number based on the objective of the military target. Unfortunately, no matter what the civilian casualty number is, it does not constitute a violation of international humanitarian law. That's
That's
not the way
incorrect.
war works. No, it's
That is
not correct. I wrote an
incorrect.
article that made it through peer review to say that's a fact. You have to
So
evaluate each
if you
strike.
had 10,000 civilians in a hospital, it is legitimate to bomb them if for any reason that there are Hamas operatives there. Is that what you're saying?
Based on the concrete military value of the target. So you have to compare the concrete, a couple of Hamas fighters. No, that wouldn't pass the concrete military value of the target.
So
They're
how
saying
many
it's
How do
babies
we
are
subjective.
know?
worth
They're
killing
saying
over
it's
your
subjective.
objectives?
It's
How,
about how they
It's
feel.
not
You know how
subjective.
important the guy is. If
That's
Sinwar
right.
is surrounded by like a
That's right.
million children, then
That's
like,
why
oh,
we
it's
don't
fine. We can
determine
kill a
what war
million
crimes
children.
are. There are actual bodies of people, legal experts, who determine that calculation wasn't actually
And they have
accurate, and
all
it's
said that
black
it would
and
be a
white.
war crime to attack Shifa. They have all said this, from the UN, the ICRC. All of them
So
have
who's
said
attacked
there's a
Can I
war
Shifa?
crime
offer
to
a
attack.
Who's
solution?
attacked
Can I
Shifa?
offer a
Who's
solution to
bombed
this?
Shifa?
Can I offer
Nobody's bombed Shifa.
Colonel? Can
They're
I offer a
trying to
solution to
right
this?
now, and that's
Can
why
I
these
They're
offer a
people are
trying to
solution?
denying
bomb it. If
it.
they wanted to bomb it, they could bomb it.
yeah.
They have
I
done,
ask
and
you? No.
they killed people right outside in the
One
ambulances,
second.
and we've seen
One
the
second.
footage.
One
Oh
second.
yeah,
We would be able
because
to determine.
everybody's
Hold on. One
proven
so
has
second.
an
maybe,
IDF
so
rocket.
guys, maybe hold on, Craig. So what's that? How do you calculate when? So John, how do you calculate when it's a legitimate target versus when is it not?
No, what is a legitimate target and not is actually very black and white if it's being used for military purposes. When do you then make a calculation that with the value of the military target, the legal target is worth the very feasible civilian casualty and destruction? That's the calculation, not whether it's a legal target or not. It's a legal target. Oh, trust me. And then you have to make the assessment of proportionality and necessity based on the value of the target. Was that equivalent of force and harm conducted with that attack? That's the calculation.
So
And
you're
why?
saying the ICRC is
Who's
lying
going to
when it
bring
says
this?
it's not lawful to attack it?
No, actually, I listened to the ICC criminal court investigator at the Rafah gate saying, yes,
So
a
did I. And
hospital is a
ICRC
military
said it is
target.
unlawful to attack Shifa. So is it unlawful?
No,
Do
he
you
did
think
not.
the
He
ICRC?
absolutely did not. Go back and
Yes, they
re-listen to it if
did.
you
Do
heard
you
that.
think the ICRC is lying?
Oh, okay, just you got to let Colonel
No,
Spencer finish, and you can push back on it.
Fucking hell.
100%. He was very careful with his words. He said,
I'm not
yes, a
talking about the
military hospital.
ICC. I'm
Okay,
talking about the
Habiba,
ICRC.
you got to let
Oh,
him finish, and you can push back.
nobody's going to be able to say that Shifa Hospital is never a legal target.
Wow. You're
IDF
why,
would never
why,
go in
contradicting
to
why,
bomb it.
every.
If they could bomb
You're
it, they
why?
would already
contradicting
bomb it.
the head. You're contradicting the head of the WHO, the World Health Organization, which has said it's not a legal target. If you think
Yeah,
the
because the
ICRC,
head of the
the
WHO isn't the
WHO,
person who determines what's a law crime or not. The ICC
I'm
would.
sorry, the UN's Geneva experts have said it's war crimes to attack these hospitals, and
No,
given the
he did
number
But
of
not.
civilians there.
No,
didn't
Just
the
I
no,
think
article
did
see,
they
hold on,
say?
hold on,
Hold
hold
on,
on, hold on,
Nabil,
hold
did
on.
they
Yes,
So
they
the
have.
main
say?
thing is
All of
the
them
other.
have come out and
no.
No,
unequivocally said
but
that it would be a
Habiba,
war
but
crime to
didn't we
attack
go
these
through this
people.
Didn't we go through this the other day? Isn't it Article 19, which says that they lose a protected status if they're engaging in terrorist activity? Am I wrong on
No,
that?
that's not true. There's still the civ casualty to take into account, and this is what the colonel is completely disregarding, as if it doesn't matter. And you'll see that every legal expert
Yeah,
around the world is
yeah.
calling
I
against
know
it,
it
and
matters,
somehow he thinks that
but
he's
it's
he's
not.
in the right on this.
You're jumping from it's not a legal target to, well, you have to take into account CivCash. Of course, you have to do that calculation, and there is no magic number. There is a calculation based
And
on
so, what is the
ordinance.
Israeli number then, sir? What is the Israeli number? What is the
It's a
Israeli
feeling. It's
ratio?
a feeling, Habiba. It's like a aura.
No,
It's like, what
no,
am I
no.
feeling today?
It is a
You know,
it
what's
is
No, I'll
the
tell you what
going
it is. They've
rate?
said there's
something that
no
can be
red line and
investigated.
there's no limit.
So the
They've said that
so
there's no
so
limit.
That's not the way
so
war
the
works.
That's literally what the
Well,
Minister of
they've
Defense
said that
said.
there's
The
no
Minister
limit.
of
So you should
Defense.
take these genocidalists
Who
to their
said
own
they
word.
said?
The Minister.
The river to the sea is they said there's no limit.
what
The
what did
The
Minister of
the
river to
Defense
Ministry
the
of
said.
sea is
Defense
in the
say?
Likud constitution. Okay.
What did
I,
the Ministry of Defense say for us?
He said there are no red lines and there are no rules of engagement. Basically,
Mm, Do you have the exact quote? Because I'd
Yeah,
be surprised that
exactly.
he
Yeah,
said
that's
there's
what
no
I'm.
rules of
That's what I'm.
engagement.
That's what I'm getting
And
with.
I know,
others
I
have
know
said
that,
there's
I know
no
that, I
limit
know that they've said
whatsoever.
that. I don't think they said there's no limit, but I think they said that the limits have been are more lenient in this war compared to other wars. We're
No,
about to post
he was,
about it.
he was super blunt.
Oh, there
Mike.
it is.
Okay,
Actually, I've just posted about it. Actually, the team did. I reviewed it. The rules of
Can
engagement are
I
classified.
can I
Oh,
read
this is by
something?
the way. Yeah, Charles, give you the mic right
No,
after,
let
then we'll go to
Mario read
Eunice.
that rules of
Let me
engagement. That's
the
very
rules of
specific.
so
That's
it's
it.
not the actual. This is an article by the Washington Post, so summarized by the team. The rules of engagement are classified, but appear to include a higher threshold of civilian casualties than in previous conflicts. So this is kind of it says there is rules of engagement, but it's just more lenient than previous conflicts for various reasons. An IDF spokesman states a conscious effort to limit civilian casualties in areas where strikes are anticipated. It's challenging assessing the legality of Israeli targets due to secrecy and the difficulty of investigating in an active war zone. There is a potential reduction in Israeli airstrikes in response to U.S. messages, possibly indicating efforts to minimize civilian casualties. So essentially, that we don't have enough clarity to know what the rules of engagement are, and it is an active war zone. But there are so the IDF spokesman says that they are trying to limit civilian casualties. But then again, everyone would say that obviously, and there is an
But
active.
even
But
Kirby said, Mario, even Kirby said, the NSC, he said, I'm not going to overstate it that they're doing a great job at this. He said himself that they're not going to sugarcoat it. Okay,
he
so
said there's
we
no risk.
know that the US side is concerned, thank God, about how little restraint the Israelis have used in flattening every living thing in the north of Gaza,
That-
right?
well,
So
okay,
you're
hold
And
on,
there's
saying
hold
evidence
that's
of
on,
what
that.
he's
hold on.
saying. He's saying he's concerned about
Listen.
civilian casualties. Absolutely.
Okay,
And rules of engagement is separate than laws of war.
yeah. So
Can
just
I
really quick,
can
when
I
you
read Article 19 of the
Go
Geneva
ahead,
Convention to you
Charles.
guys real
Yeah,
quick?
yeah,
go
go
ahead,
ahead,
Charles.
Charles.
The protection, so this is straight from the IHL website. The protection to which civilian hospitals are entitled shall not cease unless they are used to commit, outside the humanitarian duties, acts harmful to the enemy. Protection may, however, cease only after due warning has been given, namely in an appropriate case, a reasonable time limit, and after such warning has remained unheeded. So that
What they're
out of
saying,
the
yeah,
Geneva
what they're
Convention,
Somebody's
saying is
getting
that,
carjacked.
that is exactly what Israel has done.
yeah.
Yep.
They've
So look
said
at
4
that
look
weeks.
at what
hospital
the
is being
4
ICC has
used
just
weeks.
posted.
for,
4 weeks.
Okay,
Well,
but it
that's your
doesn't
personal.
matter.
okay. Just hold on one at a time. So
You're
when he's saying,
reading right from the international rules of war, right? The Geneva Convention.
Right. So
If
look at
the
what the
if the
ICRC has just
it doesn't
posted, right?
matter
It
what
says
the
under
ICRC
ICRC is
says.
ICC.
not the authorities.
Wait,
Yes, it
Habiba.
does. They're one of the sources of law
How?
Habiba,
on
wait,
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 this.
wait, wait.
wait a
You
second.
No, they're
quoted the
not.
law. You quoted the Geneva law. Whose job is it to judge upon this law? Isn't it the ICC's job?
ICC.
No.
ICC.
You want to be judge and ruler and executioner. So this is a law. The ICC is responsible for judging upon it. It's a
Correct.
subjective assessment and it's a correct assessment. If
Not
ICC
she's saying
determines that based on this law
No,
ICRC.
that
it's
Israel
Guess
not just
what?
violated the
ICC.
Geneva
There's a
Convention,
number of
that seals
sources.
this
There's
question,
yeah.
John.
ICC. No, I agree with for whoever's talking. It is the
Jimis.
ICC, not the ICRC.
We have a clear.
ICC.
Sorry,
We
guys.
have a clear cut. We have a
There's
clear
a
cut.
number of
One sec,
laws that
Habiba.
make up
Habiba, one sec.
international law. There's a number of
Habiba.
yeah.
Habiba, one
Yeah.
sec. There's another clear point that is obviously a violation of the Geneva Convention that we haven't been even talking about. That the occupying power has the responsibility to
Oh, here we
provide
go.
food,
That's not
medical
true.
aid,
Not true.
and protection of civilians for the civilian population under occupation. So I
But
think that's
the
Faraz,
only
that's
problem
important.
with
international
that
humanitarian law
is
is so much
Israel
clearer than
gave up
this.
occupation in 2005.
Yeah, but
By
they're
No, it
still
any
the
didn't.
by
besiegers
any
power.
There's no
standard,
debate.
They are
Israel
still
took
Yeah,
boots off the.
that's a
But
false
with them.
If
claim.
they
Hold
did,
on,
why
just
can I offer?
a,
Israelis
hold
control
on,
half
hold
of the
on.
Red Sea.
Okay,
Guys, just
everyone,
let me
okay,
go.
just
Let me go to Eunice. Eunice, go ahead.
Yeah,
Eunice.
I wanted to ask you about the space. The name of the space, Gaza City has fallen. I want anyone here to tell me how is it just like a dramatic headline for people to hear about? Hamas is capitulating. I want to hear people, Israelis, maybe I don't know, people who tell me
No,
how.
I'll answer it. No,
Because
I'll take response to
I
it.
have
So
questions.
I put Hamas. Yeah, I put Hamas capitulating with a question mark. Like, is it capitulating? Will Iran help? Gaza City has fallen. Fair. It hasn't fallen. I'll change it. Gaza City is surrounded or siege. Gaza City
Okay.
siege.
And how is Hamas
Thank you.
So
capitulating?
militarily, it's
Now,
isolated
this is a
and
question.
penetrated.
It's been
Yeah.
under
Isolated and
siege for
penetrated.
17 years.
Mario.
Do you want me to tell you about where Israelis are currently at? Because I have my primary contacts, and I have been
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
in. I've been speaking with a lot of residents in different areas in Gaza today. So basically, let me tell you this. Yesterday, the Israelis said that they're on the center of the Gaza Strip. There were a lot of Israeli military reporters who reported about the same, but I think that's because they lack 1% geographic knowledge about Gaza, because it's not the West Bank, right? Uh, what the city of Gaza, its center is located maybe at the parliament, or at the old city in Gaza, where the church and the Umar ibn Khattab mosque, Masjid al-Umari is. That's that center of Gaza, near Zatoun Shujaiya neighborhood. What Israelis have done in the past weeks is basically creating a clap, like from both the southern east and southern west and northern west. So they entered from the former settlements of Ili Sinai and Doglit. These are open areas. They haven't been populated. There are only villas and chalets that there are there. And they entered throughout the coastal road. And at the area of Al Atatra, it's not that populated. Maybe just 10 or 20,000 who lives in this area, in comparison to the 1.2 million in Gaza City. But that's open areas, and they reached now the outskirts of Shelter refugee camp. That's a very, very densely populated refugee camp. There are heavy armed clashes going on, and the Shelter refugee camp meets the beach refugee camp because it's basically on the beach of Gaza, and they stick to the coast. They enter some towers in the vicinity of a local hospital and a hotel, and doing some tit and tat, like going front and then back in areas of Sheikh Radwan. There is maneuvering in this area, but they haven't
Eunice,
advanced to
sorry,
where
I
the
don't want
border
to be rude. Sorry, you're giving a great overview. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just had a quick question for the
Mm.
for the military guys, completely unrelated. So just got a confirmation that a US drone, got shot down by the Houthis in Yemen. So the Houthi statement says Yemen's air defense shot down an American MQ-9 plane while it was carrying out hostile missions as part of its military support for Israel. American officials said, "We confirm that the Houthis shot down a US drone over international waters off the coast of Yemen." How significant is this? Because the back channels are buzzing around it.
Am I allowed
Yeah.
just
So
to wrap up in 1 minute?
Yeah, guy. I actually want to go. I don't
no.
want you to wrap up. I don't want you to wrap up, Eunice. It's actually, I do want to get some more thoughts. I want to go back to that discussion, get more thoughts from you, and have a few questions for you. Spencer, John, that's not that
What did you say?
significant.
An MQ-9, a Predator?
MQ-9. That's what they said. The
Yeah,
Houthis.
not a big deal. It's not like a top secret drone. I mean,
And is
it's a
it
high
difficult to
altitude.
shoot down those? Yeah, but it's a high altitude. It is a high altitude drone. Is
Yeah,
it
it is
difficult to
altitude.
shoot down? To
Yeah,
shoot down?
Not
yeah.
really. Not really. I mean,
I mean, they could have been given. They could have been given by Iran things to shoot down the
yeah,
Predator. It's not that big of a
this has happened before
yeah.
with the Houthis as well.
well, so it's actually a Reaper, not a Predator. It's an armed surveillance drone, but I'm going to say it's not a big deal.
All right, cool. Perfect. I
I mean, if
appreciate it,
we,
guys. So go ahead, Eunice. Go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just want to wrap that they're in the northern west and the southern west, but they haven't entered the densely populated areas of Gaza City at all. And let me tell you, there was a Hamas publication of its engagement with the Israeli troops. John, you don't know anything about Gaza. Like if I told you name me 5 cities, you won't be able to
I mean, I
name
know
5
what
cities.
urban terrain looks like, so I know what a building
Yeah,
looks like
so
that's rural
but let
terrain.
me just
I know
continue with
what
that.
the
Just
journalists were
gonna wrap up,
showing
and
the
then I will
video.
give.
So
Oh yeah, but
I'll
Eunice,
wrap up.
Eunice, you can't just personally attack someone and then say, "Hold on, let me wrap up." But go ahead,
Yeah,
Eunice.
but
So
because he
what
was
you saying?
laughing.
But what you're saying? Oh, good. Yeah, emojis. That's look, Eunice. So essentially, your point making, and I'll let you wrap up. But the territory, I think someone said earlier, is like 10 to 15% of North Gaza, or all of Gaza.
It's
Sorry,
not about
Gaza Strip.
percentage, Mario. You're applying other the scenario in other countries in Gaza. Gaza is a special case in its whole,
Why?
especially with regards to Gaza City. They haven't entered into Gaza City center yet. There are clashes on the outskirts, and especially there have been advancements on the coast. That's what the Israelis do. They
But
use
they're
tanks
about half
and
a kilometer from Shifa Hospital. Your thoughts on that? About six,
of
700.
course, because the outskirts of Gaza City, like Shata refugee camp, is basically the outskirt of Gaza City, and Shifa Hospital is not the center of Gaza. That's what I don't know where you have this misconception. Shifa is
hey,
literally
Mario, go
500
to
meters away from the
ISW's
beach.
interactive map. ISW, the Institute for Study of War, has an interactive map showing exactly where it is, so we don't have to guess about, I don't know, Gaza City. Look at the
Okay.
interactive map, which shows the front line
Okay, and I
troops
want to
IDF
end
forces.
with this about the occupation of Gaza, and then I will let you. He said that okay, Gaza isn't occupied. Well, now you're occupying it, of course, because you're in it as you were before. And number two, you don't understand that the civil registry of Gazans, any Gazan who may get asked for Mike now can tell you and confirm this, his civil registry and personal details are controlled by Israel. If you're not a Gaza resident, you're not allowed to enter through Rafah crossing. You just check up the MAMA agreement of 2005. Yet, I know it's not fully applicable, but the Israelis have conditioned that it fully controls the civil registry of the Gazans. That's why they know where they live, and they have to update their own details about that. And yet, let that the electromagnetic wave and the aerial space of Gaza, especially also the naval coast of Gaza, is fully controlled by Israel.
Of
I
course.
rest my case.
Yeah, I'd like to let Colonel Spencer push back, but I mean,
Yeah,
there
and
are
Colonel, if
reasons.
you can, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Zev,
mean,
sorry.
yeah, no, I mean, there are reasons why the airspace and the sea and the ports are controlled by
Exactly, the
Israel.
West Bank. It's called occupation. Go ahead.
Well, no, I think it's called preventative to make sure that October 7th doesn't have
Like the
happen every
settlements, they're
single day.
preventive, right?
Yeah.
55 years of
Colonel
So,
Spencer,
question,
go ahead.
sorry, just do you mind? Yeah, John, do you mind, John, if you can pin the interactive map you were referring to earlier? Would be great.
Yeah, you may put it
Or
up at the
just
top.
send it to me.
I was getting ready to send it
Yeah,
to
if
you.
you,
I'll
yeah,
just send you the link in the overview.
I
Mario,
appreciate
can I
you.
just take on
picture.
something
Thanks,
that
John.
was said about targeting?
In a bit, Happy,
Can
but
I
yeah,
just take on something?
after John,
occupation. Look, I'm not going to debate that, and I agree. You can't have a threat. Even if we've had this argument before. The
Do you
law of
get
what
your
they're
sources
applying
from the
occupation.
IDF?
Fine,
hold
let's
on,
say
Eunice. Yeah,
occupied.
yeah.
Yeah, Gaza City's occupied. It has nothing to do with the application of the rules, the laws of war, and the strikes and all of this that we're talking about. It would not matter. That classification is not being interpreted accurately. Israel has the right for self-defense to enter Gaza to conduct a defensive war against Hamas and execute it in this manner. There is nothing, even if you say they were occupiers, that says you must protect the enemy, that or you have to get permission to enter it. That is a straw man
Actually,
argument that has been used and is
But
false.
as an occupying power, you are not right to self-defense.
exactly, yeah. As an
That's
occupying
not
power, you
true.
don't
It's
Go
have
not
the
ahead.
right
true.
to
Let me hear.
self-defense. You forfeit that. So I don't know what you're talking
It
The
about.
doesn't
question of
override Article
occupying
51 of
power
the UN
is,
Charter.
Okay, hold on. Tira, welcome. Go ahead, Tira.
Yeah. So the question of whether Israel is an occupying power is not settled. Now, I'm not taking a position here. I just want to tell you the law and what
Well,
people have
it's
said.
settled by
Excuse
the
me.
International Criminal
Excuse me.
This,
Court.
Could I
this,
Eunice,
finish,
Eunice,
guys,
please?
I
Eunice.
don't even.
Can I just
Guys, yeah, go ahead, Tira, and then we'll go to Habiba.
Okay. So, in other words, it's not even in the Geneva Convention. It's based, I think, in the Hague regulations. And there are three prongs. The very first prong in the traditional definition is that the quote, armed forces of a foreign state are physically present without the consent of the local government. Now, when Israel withdrew in 2005, their armed forces left. Israel's position, and this is not an easy discussion, nor has anybody really settled it, is that because their military is not in Gaza, they are not an occupying power. Obviously, the Gazans, the Palestinians feel that because Israel has effective control, they are an occupying power. But this has never been adjudicated exactly. Yes, I understand that the UN, I get that, all the save the children, I understand what's said, but Israel does not accept that. And in fact, there was a court case in, I think, 2008 in Israel, the High Court of Justice, which basically said it's not an occupying power because the military left. Now, if you want to change that definition, or if modern jurisprudence suggests that definition be changed, I understand that, but the traditional definition is not met because Israel is not there. As to the issue of war crimes, look, Israel is not a party to the International Criminal Court. War crimes are prosecuted in different ways, but the idea that we can just sort of say something is a war crime in the heat of war usually isn't very effective, right? Because nobody can make those decisions. Nobody has all the facts, etc., which is why it happens after the fact. So when you throw around the term war crime, what you're saying is somebody has said this is a war crime. That doesn't mean that it is a war crime. It just means that various parties believe it is a war crime, but you need all the facts, which happens afterwards. Thank you.
Right, just a
Tira,
question for
UN
Tira before we
resolution.
go. Before we
Yeah,
go
I
to
can
UN
that,
answer
Resolution
this.
just a second.
338, UN Resolution 338,
Zumas,
UN
Zumas,
Resolution,
I'll let you respond
I
to
can
her.
answer
You,
this because
Habiba,
it's
and
such
Zumas can respond.
nonsense.
Tira, I have
It's
to
UN
such
respond,
Resolution.
although
nonsense.
I don't agree with what you said about the occupation, but I'm gonna let Habiba and Zumas push on that.
Right. So
Where do you
Tyra has
believe?
said it's a feeling that
338,
But
Palestine.
UN
Hold on.
Resolution
just
You
a
have to
338,
second,
let
UN
you have to
Resolution.
let Hadi finish. You have to let Hadi finish.
guys. Just a second. I will let you, Habiba and
What?
Zumas. I will let you push back. I just want to ask Tira one question. Under international law, where do you believe the Israeli occupation, they have an obligation being besieging power, like they're besieging Gaza.
Hadi, I can answer this straight away if you let me.
All right, no
If
Once
you
problem.
look at,
again, Hadi,
if you look at,
you're
all right.
basically
So
making an
Tyra has said,
assumption.
right.
Hi
Tyra has
guys, go ahead,
Just a second,
Habiba,
Habiba.
go
Just a
ahead.
second, Habiba. I want to hear from Tira on the international law. Where are the obligations
Okay,
of
so
Israel when
so here's
besieging Gaza?
the question of, whether you can wage war and how you wage war. These are like two different questions, right? Um, once again, I'm not really gonna parse this out because this is something that I think is extremely difficult for most people. What I will say is, if Israel is not an occupying power, they have different obligations. However, even if they are an occupying power, they are allowed to respond to certain provocations, right? I think Mr. Spencer and various people on the stage have basically laid it out. Israel, there is a rule in when you conduct the war of proportionality. Now, you can say that Israel has not conducted itself properly. Once again, these things are generally assessed after the fact. Israel has made some attempts, it seems to me, clearly to do this. I don't know if it's been successful. I do not know. I can't answer the question of whether that ambulance that was targeted, so 15 people died, but were 5 of them Hamas terrorists. Would that have been proportional? Probably yes. Right? We don't have these answers. What we have is basically conflicting narratives and misinformation, frankly, probably on both sides. And
right.
so
Can I
when
answer
when
this,
you
please?
speak,
Okay,
let me just can I
just
just finish? Let
Yeah,
me
yeah. Go
well,
so
ahead.
just a more so when you speak about these things, recognize that both parties are putting out what they're putting out, and the facts might well lie somewhere in between. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead,
Right.
Habiba. You can push back and then Zumas.
So she says that Palestinians might feel that they're occupied. I mean, this is absolute. What you're listening to, what you're actually listening to, as a bunch of people who are citing Israel's psychotic view of international law. What does international law say, and who says it? Right. So I'll list you how many people regard Israel as an occupying power since 1967. That's the International Committee, the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the United Nations Independent International Committee of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, the UN General Assembly, the European Union, the African Union, the ICC as well, and the Office of the Prosecutor, Amnesty International, Human Rights, and a whole consortium of international experts. Israel is the pariah here. It's the only one that sees itself as not occupying, but it does blockade the whole strip by land, control all the borders, the ports, the sea. It controls everything. There's no two ways about the fact by international law that there is a consensus, and the only absent party to that consensus is Israel, because it flouts the law in every possible way. And that's, it's a fact. It's not a feeling, it's a fact. These are what the
But what does
international
that
law
fact have
experts
to do with
say.
the war?
no,
What
no.
does that fact have?
Adding on to what Habiba said, UN Resolution 242 and 338 both call for Israel to withdraw its armed forces from the territories it occupied in the Six-Day War in 1967.
Still has
What
nothing
does
to do
that
with the
mean? That
war.
means that indicates a recognition of the state of occupation. Second of all, the ICJ, as Habiba just mentioned, also classifies Israel as an occupying force, and as a result, they have a fourth Geneva Convention obligation. What does it say? It says to all cases of partial or total occupation of the territory of a high contracting party, even if the said occupation meets with no armed resistance. So basically, Israel, as occupying power, has the total responsibility. There is no such thing as a right to defense against
Can I jump in?
That's
as a
not true.
occupying
Can we
Look,
get
power.
other
why would the
voices, please?
U.S.,
So
the
what? Yeah,
U.K., France, Germany,
go ahead,
everybody
Can we
Dan.
sign
get
a letter showing
can
that Israel has the right
The
to
EU
self-defense?
regards it as an
can we
Okay,
get
occupying
other
hold
force.
on.
voices,
Can we
please,
let?
rather
The
than just
EU
Yeah.
the same
does.
people shouting at each other?
Okay,
Can
so
we?
let's. Yeah, go ahead, Colonel Spencer.
The
So
EU regards
again, this is
Israel as an
this
occupying
whole line
force.
of
Guys,
this whole
just
line of
Okay, so let's not interrupt each other, but Colonel Spencer has to be allowed to respond without interruption. Spencer, Colonel, go ahead.
the whole line of conversation about occupation is irrelevant of the current war. And from the very beginning, after October 7th, when Israel declared war on Gaza, the international community agreed with its right to include the United Nations and the United Security Council not voting on it, but that they had the right to conduct self-defense after being attacked. Occupation status has nothing to do with that. Why would the U.S., the U.K., Germany, France all sign a letter saying Israel has the right to conduct this war against Hamas?
Self-defense is not an open right to. Self-defense is not an open license to kill like Israel has been doing. I'm sorry.
Can I
That is
say
not
That's a different
guys?
conversation.
We've had
That's
enough of the
different
same.
conversation.
Can we
no.
please spread the
You're
conversation
talking
out?
about an open license to kill. Open license to kill. Self-defense is
No,
never
no, it
Collective
has to
an
be in
peaceful
open
accordance with the
license
law
to
of
kill.
war. Every
Okay, okay, okay.
political
I know. Okay,
Yeah,
let's try to go one.
let me ask the specific question. Let me ask the specific question the team sent me. I've got it right here. So the Gallant did outline. We were talking about this earlier. He said, and that was on Channel 11. I can't remember when it was. A few days ago. He said the following three objectives: dismantling Hamas as both military and governmental presence in Gaza. Great. Eliminating security threats to Israeli citizens originating from Gaza. Great. The third one. So it's interesting that was mentioned earlier. Granting the IDF full freedom of action with no constraints on the use of force. Craig, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so that is, in my mind, that's absolutely correct, because you have to remember that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? You can't throw stones in a glass house, okay? Hamas does not wear uniforms. Hamas purposefully interdicts itself and puts itself right into the civilian population. Nobody is calling Hamas committing war crimes, even though that is clearly a war crime. That is explicitly said. So when they say there is no limit to the use of force, right, you have to remember that this is not something that happened in a vacuum. This happened because Hamas decided to cross over the border and kill over 1,000 Israelis, right? And then it decided to commit a war crime by not putting on a uniform and fighting. Instead, it wears civilian clothes.
So on that point, Craig, me and you back and forth. On that point, Hamas did the wrong thing, right? But does that mean Israel has the right to do the wrong thing, or are you saying Israel didn't do the wrong thing? And if they didn't do the wrong thing, then what are your thoughts on the statement?
That's a fantastic question, and the issue of proportionality, right, is relevant to the circumstances in which you put that same level of criteria. So, for example, I'll just give you a clear-cut example. If you see that there is fire coming from a certain building in Gaza, right, whether it be an RPG, small arms, etc., and you put eyes on that, whether that's a forward observer or that's a drone or ICE or whatever kind of intelligence you have, you've identified that building as getting fire from, whether it was a hospital, school, doesn't matter, right? Once it gets fire from there, it's done, it's over, right? So if you're talking about doing the wrong thing, it's harder to do the right thing if your enemy does not follow the rules of war and identify themselves and clearly separate themselves from the civilian population. So I know the question you're asking, but you have to remember, it is hard to judge proportionality if you cannot clearly identify the enemy with a uniform and it is wearing civilian attire, right? It shoots in civilian attire, throws its gun away, and then runs into the civilian population. What is
Craig,
Israel supposed to do then? Right?
We can hold the IDF to account, right? So
right,
because
but
they
you're
are
not holding
saying that
Hamas to account, and I find that telling. I find that telling that you're not holding Hamas.
Actually, Habiba, your thoughts. Habiba, what are your thoughts on Hamas's rule of conduct when it comes to
I'll get to
rules
them.
of
I've
law?
already stated my thoughts on what they're doing. I think IDF is a gazillion
No,
times
talk about
more barbaric
Hamas.
than even Hamas.
No, just Hamas. Yeah, just Hamas. It's
Trying to
Hamas.
move the
I
It's
think
Hamas.
IDF is even more barbaric.
I'm not again,
Multi-front than
guys.
Hamas.
So Habiba, I've asked twice just about not about IDF, about Hamas.
Yeah, I've said very clearly they conducted a terrorist attack. I mean, there's no two ways
No,
about it.
I appreciate that.
War crimes.
Craig, do stay straight to that. Do you think Hamas conducted any war crimes?
Yes, they did. But can I get back to this point
what
that Craig is
no,
making?
I would let you do that. I'm just curious to get your thoughts on because we're asking Craig's and John's thoughts on the
But
IDF. Get your thoughts on Hamas.
Tara said we cannot say that they committed war crimes until we're done and see that.
No. So this is everyone's
right?
this is everyone's opinion though, Eunice. So exactly. You can make that argument to everyone. You can say Hamas did not conduct a war crime until there's an investigation, etc. You can say this about everything. So face statement. But I want to go back, Habiba. Your thoughts on Hamas's use of civilians as a human shield. Number one, use of. Do you think they have tunnels under hospitals? Number two, and then do you think them wearing civilian clelothing? Sorry.
I'd like, just when you get to number 3, I'd like to ask number 4.
I want to answer number 2.
All right, so let's go with number one.
for you.
Using civilians as human shields. Habiba, your thoughts?
So 2 weeks ago, Israel has a history of doing this. They both do, right? But Israel literally uses children as human
No,
shields.
Habiba, I just
Guys,
I
come on,
understand.
stop avoiding it.
Guys,
Stop avoiding it.
Craig, I don't know
No,
if you
I'm
hear me
not avoiding.
moderating, man. Craig, hold on. Habiba, I asked you about Hamas, and you mentioned about Israel. We did
Yeah, they
debate
both
Israel
have
heavily. Yeah. No, I understand. So I want to just focus on Hamas because I think what we focused on the IDF pretty extensively for the last hour. So I want to get your thoughts on Hamas. And look, Hamas doing the wrong thing doesn't mean Israel's doing the right thing. I just want to make that clear. If Hamas does something wrong, doesn't mean it gives the right for Israeli Defense Force or any army to do the wrong thing. So do you think Hamas is wearing civilian clothing and that's breaking international law?
Well, I think because they're a guerrilla warfare group, right? So they're not bound by the same laws as a state. But they have
No,
committed
that's
war crimes.
actually
There's no
not
two ways. Hold
true.
on.
That's
There's
not
no
true at
two ways.
all.
No, you
That
don't
is not true.
prosecute a government on the same basis as you prosecute individual actors. It's crimes against humanity and war crimes. It's just different definitions. Okay, so in terms of what
That's not
Israel
right
is
either.
doing,
Nope.
That is factually not correct at all.
no, hold on.
Correct.
I haven't finished. In terms of
So go
what
ahead,
Israel
Habiba.
has done, right? So look
No,
at what they
again, but
did.
Habiba, I would let you
No,
go
no,
back
hold
to
on.
Israel.
I
I
need to
promise
get
you.
to this
We will.
point. It's really critical. Okay, it's about
And then we
the Qatar hospital.
Okay, and then we move in. Oh, how about this, Zev? You remember the Qatar hospital? Because out of respect to Habiba, we'll discuss that in a bit. I just want to focus a bit on Hamas. On the second one, I'll ask you, Habiba and Eunice, for this one. Hamas having tunnels under hospitals and schools and mosques. Do you think they do? Because remember, we're going to find out soon if once the IDF gets deeper into Gaza and starts sending footage out of these regions to prove their point. Do you think we'll see proof that Hamas did have tunnels and or headquarters under hospitals or mosques or schools?
Can I say, Habiba?
I want Habiba, and then you, Eunice. Habiba,
Okay,
what do you
so
think?
okay, so the hospital's argument, and this is why it's really dangerous that Israel is using this as a pretext for wiping out people. I want you to look at the video that I've just posted on my screen and on my feed. It's the Qatar hospital that Israel put out messaging saying that there's a tunnel there and they're going to bomb it, right? Just as they've bombed multiple other hospitals in the last week.
But do you think there is? Do you think there is a tunnel? Not if Israel has the right to bomb it. We'll talk about that after.
So what?
Do you think there is tunnels there?
No, so what the Al Jazeera investigation and many others proved was that wasn't a tunnel. It was actually where the power plant is stored, and the engineer showed the schematics of this, and that they were lying.
Yes,
and they've gone into
I
detail.
saw the Al Jazeera investigation. But Habiba, do you think they have tunnels under hospitals? Do you think Hamas has tunnels under hospitals?
Right. So we know that there are tunnels like 80 or so meters underfoot, and they're nothing to do with the 3-floor attack on my friend's hospital, on the Rantisi hospital, 2 days ago.
Let me answer. I
will let you answer. You're on me next. I promise you. So you think there is tunnels? Again, I'm not saying it gives the right. In your opinion doesn't mean that Israel has the right to bomb that hospital. I'm not talking from a legal perspective, just your opinion.
Even if bin Laden was under the World Trade Center, we wouldn't kill every civilian in it.
Fair point. So what you're saying is that you think there is tunnels under the hospitals, but this is not enough. This is not a good reason for Israel to bomb that hospital.
Yes, absolutely. We have to use discretion, and they're not using anything. That's my point.
I understand. And you condemn.
They don't care. They will kill anyone in sight.
I know you condemn the Israeli Defense Force for bombing hospitals, but do you also condemn Hamas for having tunnels under hospitals?
I mean, yeah, I think that it's an armed group that has to be demilitarized. There's no two
But
ways
she doesn't
about
know
it.
about Gaza. Let me answer.
Yeah, so Eunice, I want to get your thoughts. Eunice, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
But please don't interrupt me. I will give you clearly cut evidence because I was firsthand. I was in Shifa Hospital in Gaza a couple of years ago, and Firas asked me about that, and I shared my awesome experience. I can show you pictures. No, there is no tunnel below Shifa Hospital, and let me tell you why. Very clearly evidence. Because Israeli military is deliberately fabricating evidence. You say, wow, this is a statement. Why? How? Let me tell you how. First of all, 2 days ago, they bombed the 6th floor of Shifa Hospital, not the ground. I think tunnel is underneath, not above the hospital, bombing the solar panels, effectively cutting off the electricity at the Quds Hospital, at Quds building in the Shifa Hospital.
So their argument, I'll let Eunice. Yeah, just I'm not interrupting. I want you to continue. Their argument that they had. The argument is that they're using parts of the hospital as headquarters.
No, there is not. They're not using anything. Let me tell you, and I have to be very.
He's right. They're not using the hospital themselves.
Yeah,
they're not using
hold
the
on.
hospital.
Eunice, 2 seconds. Eunice, go ahead.
Hamadi Hospital. I spoke with Saeed Louhedi, the engineer who who actually built the hospital, and there was a ICAD investigation. I know this hospital very well. That was eventually a ventilation shaft and a water storage. And why didn't if it was a tunnel, why didn't Israelis go down, picture it, like drop a camera on it and tell them that there's a tunnel? They're fabricating evidence like they did with the Indonesia hospital when Admiral Hagari, the spokesman, went out and said about the Indonesia hospital, we have very clearly cut evidence showing that Indonesia hospital there is a tunnel below it. And what was the evidence he used? Because in 2010 there was a truck that transported cement into an area close to Indonesia hospital before the Indonesia hospital was even built. So they're fabricating evidence. Back to Shifa hospital. There is no tunnels below Shifa. And you know what? Remember my name, Mario. When they go to Shifa hospital and don't find any tunnels, I want you to go out, clearly state this. But my question is this. Maybe your question, but why is Israel lying and saying that there are tunnels beneath the hospital? Two things. One, they want the people inside Shifa hospital out of Shifa hospital because they want people to go to south. Because they're currently, according to preliminary information and sources from the ground, today, there is 100,000 Palestinians in Shifa hospital. So just saying, we're going to bomb it.
How can 100,000 people fit in one hospital?
Please don't cut me off.
No, in the
Please don't cut me off.
vicinity.
That's one. That's
in
one.
the vicinity.
Yeah, no. There is 100,000 inside. There's a medical
It's a
complex.
medical
I've never been to Shifa
complex.
hospital, so don't come up with statements you don't know about. Number one.
Okay, we don't
Number
need to get
two.
into personal attacks. It was a simple question.
This is very difficult. It's sensitive. When you say you're gonna bomb a hospital, you don't bomb it. But let me tell you what Hamas do in the hospital. And here I'm very open about this. There is no Hamas militants inside Shifa, not whatsoever, no tunnels below. But what Hamas has a government, an administration, like journalists, political spokesmen, people part of the administration in Gaza. They hide in Shifa hospital. They stay with the people, with the residents of Gaza inside the Shifa hospital. Like whom? Like Hazem Qasim. Hazem Qasim is Hamas political spokesman. He's in Shifa, but he has no whatsoever influence on the combatants and the militancy that's going against Israel. Number one. Number two, and I'm gonna exclude and disclose some information that I'm not supposed to disclose here in this space. You remember when they bombed the entrance to Shifa hospital? They said they identified the Hamas terrorist cell, as they claim. Let me tell you what they bombed. They did something with Hamas, but it was not actually nothing to do with Hamas militants or combatants or active combatants. There were two journalists belonging to the government media office. Israel says that those government media office is part of Hamas apparatus in the Gaza Strip, but Hamas is a de facto authority in Gaza. So they killed two journalists, Haytham Harara and Imad Salam Maruf. Those two are journalists. They were in the government media office. They had nothing to do. They lived with the other journalists who are also seeking shelter in
Yunus, can I ask you another
When they
question?
bombed
Yunus,
them, they said they bombed Hamas.
Yunus, so in your opinion, Yunus, there is no tunnels under any hospital in
It's not
Gaza?
my opinion. According to my first-hand witness in Shifa Hospital, who I was with, and you can also ask Mats Gilbert. He's also the head of the Norwegian medical team. He says there is no. And you know what?
How would they? If they're very deep? How would you?
And here comes.
No,
I
go.
have a truth bomb that I want to.
How? I'll hold that bomb. Get everyone excited and hold it off for a few minutes. How would you? So you said you've had first-hand experience. If the tunnels are as deep as you guys say, to avoid the bunker busting, whatever they're called, bunker busting bombs, wouldn't it be very difficult to spot and very secretive as well, where even potentially employees of the hospital wouldn't know? Well, that's impossible because they seem to be extremely deep.
Exactly.
No, the
You have
doctors have all
100,000.
said there's no Hamas.
Hold on,
Let me
Eunice,
finish
just
sentence.
take.
Here comes the truth bomb. Here comes the truth bomb.
Go ahead.
Take it. Are you ready? One. There is 100,000 residents sheltering in Shifa Hospital. Why haven't you speak with them? Why haven't one film pictured anything about tunnels in Shifa Hospital? And you know what? If there were these, say the command centers and Hamas centers, why don't people report on this and say, you know what? There's tunnels below these areas, or film it, or the spies. Israel has informants inside Shifa Hospital. Just go below, take pictures of the thing. The whole thing that they made is enemy. They made the enemy movie about the tunnels beneath Gaza, the Shifa Hospital. I'm a witness.
Yeah, Eunice is right.
Eunice,
I can raise my hand. I
The
just
doctors have also said this.
Guys.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, of course. Is that? Yeah, Hala. Yeah, I'll go to Hala, and then I'm gonna go to Mike, to Craig, and then back to Eunice. Go ahead, Hala. Hala, you got to unmute bottom left corner.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot. Look.
You got to unmute Hala. I'm not sure what's happening. It's glitching. Hala, can you hear me? Hala,
Yes,
you gotta
fine.
unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
You guys had
It's a
muted
glitch.
me.
It's a glitch.
You
It's a
had
glitch.
yeah, you
Yeah.
had muted me. Okay.
Yeah, it's a
So
glitch. Go
I
ahead.
mean, the Shifa hospital, the doctors themselves have come out and said, send in whoever you want, international observers, UN, whatever you want, send them in, let them come to Shifa hospital and check whether there are tunnels or not. I mean, send the bloody
Who?
lot and see.
But who's the, so that's so, so
The doctors in Shifa hospital have actually called.
Yes.
I don't know if you missed it, but they've been calling.
No, I posted about
for
it.
the last. Okay, they've been calling and saying, send in observers, independent, UN, whatever you want, international. Send them in and let them come and check whether there are tunnels under the Shifa. Do it. What's all this
Yes.
argument?
So on that, so Hala, on that point, yes. So on that point,
choice. You have a way.
but on that point, but Hala,
figuring it
on that
out.
point, Hala, on that point, I've got two counterpoints to it, just to kind of go back and forth. Counterpoint number one is they would, what the point I made earlier, they might not know about the underground tunnels, considering that they're very deep and very secretive. Point number one. And point number two is they know that no international observers are going to come in
But they
during
have
a
a
war
map.
zone.
Israel has a map. Let them share them with the UN and let them go and check by themselves.
Yeah, so but they can't check it. You know, Eunice, in an active war zone, they can go in and check it. So you can say, hey, come and check it, knowing that this is going to happen.
Mario,
in an active war zone?
Mario, in an active war zone, you know what? They do what they want. I mean, they decide what they want. You know, the rules and regulations seem to change depending on how they feel and what they want. When it suits them, it's fine and they can do it. And when it doesn't suit them, it isn't. I mean, they can do it if they want to. Everything can be done, even in
Yeah, go ahead, Dada. Great, go ahead, Craig, go ahead.
Yeah.
I also like to.
Yeah, Noga, please don't again. Please.
So
Go
again,
ahead, Craig.
so again, this is not an opinion. I am not offering some OSINT Twitter whatever. This is a fact. Okay, a fact. Hamas does not wear a uniform. It does not purposefully set itself apart.
Are you moving away? Just sorry.
No, I'm
are you
not.
moving
No,
away?
give me 1 second.
Just a
Give me 1 second.
Hala, hold on. Hala. Please, I've removed a couple of speakers for interrupting too much earlier. I don't want to remove you because you're very knowledgeable. Go ahead, Craig.
I'm going to speak directly. I'm going to speak directly to the issue. Okay, but this matters. It matters so much because at the end of the day, war is not an army is not a monolith, right? An army is not a single thing. It is a collection of individuals. So it does, at the end of the day, you can say IDF, you can say Hamas, you can say whatever you want, but at the end of the day, a war, an army is a group of individual people. So this is why it matters so much, okay? If you are not following the rules of war and purposefully not setting yourself apart from the civilian population, and you take on a civilian attire, okay, it is impossible to determine what tunnels or what part of something is actually a legitimate target or not. This is why it is so this is why it's listed in the laws of armed conflict. Because if you do not purposefully set yourself apart from the civilian population, you put your own civilian population at risk of these mistakes. This is why, as you, the defending group, whether it's a terrorist organization or whether it's whatever, this is why it's so important, folks. This is why it's so critical. If you're looking through a scope, if you're looking through a rangefinder, through a pair of binoculars, and you're calling artillery fire down, and you look and you see fire that has come from a certain area, you know RPGs have come from a certain area, you know small arms have come from a certain area, but everybody looks the same. It is not on the attacking force.
I understand, Craig, please. But this is a fair point. You're talking about wearing civilian clothing. But the point of the tunnels. So the argument that Habiba made,
please, Mario,
argument.
May I say something?
It doesn't obviate the IDF from their responsibilities.
This is so telling that everybody just jumps on somebody and doesn't let a question.
All right, so hey, Craig, the question I have.
One quick thing.
Go ahead. Good. I was surprised, Hala, you've been quiet for the first 30 minutes of the space. I'm like, what's wrong with Hala today? And now you became the host. Sorry, go ahead, Hala. Hey, you got to unmute bottom left corner because the unmute mute button is glitching. Okay, while you're unmuting, go ahead.
12,000 deaths later. 12,000. So you're going to tell me, or you're going to try and convince us now, 12,000 deaths in Gaza and over 20,000+ injuries. And 5,000 nearly children. These are mistakes because Hamas was not wearing a uniform. I mean, please,
Yes, that is correct. Yes, that is correct.
I mean,
yes.
the excuses you
All
find.
right. So the question you said, Hala, you said you had a quick question. So I have a question, Craig. On the tunnels argument, so Hala made the argument that international observers or the hospital requested international observers to come in, and another point that I think Eunice or someone made. is that nobody in the hospital, none of the employees sent any footage, any photos, or any first-hand evidence saying, hey, there's tunnels there. Hamas has
Absolutely.
tunnels underground.
I've been saying
That's
this
very, so
since
that's very
2008.
wait one sec, excuse me guys, this isn't right that when one person tries to make an argument, every
Oh,
three
good. Oh,
people
good.
unmute and then shout. Okay,
I got it. I got you. Go ahead.
Here's the issue. I forget about the civilian stuff, even though that is a war crime checkbox. Okay, the crucial part of this is that, first of all, it is an active combat zone. There is active on the ground combat going on in these areas, and it is nowhere can you give me an example in the history since World War II. Nobody can give me an example, okay, because it's never happened before, where in active ground combat that both sides agree to a ceasefire to let in some people to look at one thing to ensure it is proper or not. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anywhere in warfare. It's never existed before. It's never
Yes,
going
it
to
does.
exist. It is.
Wait a
It
second,
is wrong.
what?
No,
I
no,
can
no,
give
no.
you
No matter what you
example.
Sorry,
say, it
Craig.
doesn't exist.
Who's?
Sorry,
Doesn't
Craig.
Hold on.
exist.
I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about.
Just go ahead, Hadi.
I can give you an example. I was actually there on the ground during the Ghouta battle, 2018. There was a small ceasefire. I went inside with the humanitarian organizations to discuss about the alleged chemical attack that happened.
But
And I
there is
was
no. But Hadi, in this case, there's no
That's
ceasefire. Would that
that's
make
not
it?
the
no,
same.
no, no. There was
It's not the same.
there was active combat. People were there were still bombings. There were still attacks. But there was a ceasefire just for humanitarian aid and people and for the organization to go in, the OPCW and all of that to go in and investigate. I'm not sure if the OPCW the first time was part of it, but there was a UN convoy that went inside to investigate that. They did, and in Aleppo the same thing happened as well during
Right. Except that you're not right. But you're not
2016.
drawing the same line. You're not
So
drawing the
Craig,
same line.
here's
Let's
a
be clear.
question. Here's a question, right? So if you believe that just because they're not wearing armed uniform and that they're hiding among civilians and that they say that there's 10 or 15 or 20 in this compound where thousands and thousands and thousands of civilians are, and doctors are begging them, begging the international community to not to attack, and all of the international agencies are saying don't attack, right? So what point does that exculpate? At what point does Israel get to get away with this scot free
Absolutely.
if they're
You're
attacking?
100% correct. That is a great question. And unfortunately, factually speaking, objectively speaking, that number you just gave, right? That hypothetical number of 10 to 20, right? Whatever number you may have used. Again, impossible. You, me, nobody can tell me exactly how many fighters are in there. So that's why the argument of proportionality goes out the window, and that's why Hamas continues to hide amongst the civilian population. The point you're making is unknowable because
But
Hamas
Craig,
refuses to
here's
wear
the other
uniforms, and
counterpoint.
that's
Here's the
why
other
people
counterpoint.
You told me
call
it's my turn,
conflict.
Mario.
Craig,
Hold on.
here's
In a
the
bit,
other
Yunus. In a bit.
counterpoint.
In a bit.
Here's the
Go
other
ahead.
counterpoint, Craig. If these doctors, Ghassan Abu Sitta, my friends who have been working with the hospital and have just produced a film, Al Jazeera today, on people inside the hospital, and they interview them about whether or not there are Hamas fighters in the hospital, and they all say no. Right. So, at what point do you believe these international doctors? Because this guy's a Brit. He's not a liar.
Yeah,
He's been on C4. He's been on
yeah,
all of the channels. Okay,
absolutely.
he's saying that there are no fighters in the hospital as fighters.
Yes. Okay.
So
So
at what
again,
point do you take their word for it?
Okay, we
that's
have to let me finish. Go
one
ahead.
second, Ben. Let me just address that. Okay, very, very clearly. The doctor on the ground are what are considered non-combatants. They're civilian people. They are not engaged in any. They are neutral, right? They're only there for humanitarian purposes. Again, you are not drawing the line according to what the rules of armed conflict give you. And the problem with everything that we're talking about here, whether it's 30,000 feet or 5 feet or 1 inch, it's impossible for the doctor, for the Israelis, for any of the civilian population to know who is actually a combatant, who is not, because Hamas is committing a war crime by not putting on a uniform and separating itself from the population. So the doctor is not in a position to know. Neither is Israel. And that's why
But
always
hold on,
comes
the
back to
doctors
line.
do know who's who. The doctors do know who's who. And what I would ask you
They're supposed to
is,
be
I don't know
neutral.
about
They're
that.
supposed to be
So can
neutral.
I
Why do
ask?
they
no,
have
Yes.
to be fighting?
So
it doesn't
how would they?
justify
Yeah.
the
So
attack. If they don't know that
yeah. So let
data,
me read this. Let me
how are
read
they
this.
just?
Let me read this and get your thoughts, Craig, and then we'll go to Eunice afterwards. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has just visited the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing with Gaza during a 5-day tour of the Middle East. And I want to thank Hoshiar for sending me this. Volker Turk said war crimes have been committed by both Israel and Hamas since October 7th, when the conflict broke out. Quote, the
That's a completely
atrocities
biased source,
perpetrated by...
Mario.
Well, his commentary is as unbiased as it can be. He said both sides committed war crimes. You said Hamas committed war crimes.
You really
How could
have
you
to
say it's
stop
biased?
interrupting people when they try to
No,
make
Two
points.
seconds. Okay,
he's
so, okay.
very widely cited by the Israelis for a reason.
Well, he
Wow.
said that, but he said, hold on,
Wow.
but hold on, Craig, 2 seconds. But Habiba, he said that Israel committed war crimes. How is that being biased? So your
No,
bias source made your point, though.
no. The thing to look at is the people who are universally accepted. Just take the UN's word for it. Take international legal accepted.
So we just hold it. Please, Craig, you're doing what you asked people not to do. But Habiba, so what I'm going to do is essentially not read the quote by the person that was making your point that Israel committed war crimes.
No,
I'm happy
the thing
to,
is,
but
no. It's just choose sources that are unbiased, like the UN, the UNSC. You choose people who
this
are given
is the
universally.
UN. This is the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. You
Sorry,
said
then.
UN.
So he's wrong. So he's biased.
Yeah,
Now
then
he's
my
biased.
mistake. I
No,
must have
but
gotten
Habiba, all of a
confused.
sudden now he's
Okay, so
biased. He didn't
she
think
got
that.
My mistake.
she
I
got it
didn't
wrong. She
realize.
got it wrong. All good, all
Yeah,
good,
I
all
got it
good, all
wrong.
good. Yeah, she got it wrong. Cool. So he said the following. This is the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. And again, Habib, I think you missed it. He said that both Israel and Hamas conducted war crimes. Now, quote, the atrocities perpetrated by Palestinian armed groups on October 7th were heinous. They were war crimes as the continued holding of hostages. Right? So this is where he says Hamas committed war crimes. The collective punishment by Israel of Palestinian civilians is also a war crime and is unlawful forcible evacuation of civilians. So this is by the UN High Commissioner for Human
Yeah.
Rights. Craig, your thoughts on that particular comment, then we'll go to
Absolutely.
Judith.
So again, I hate to be this guy, right? But we have to go back to what Tira said earlier, right? Which is it is impossible to know exactly who's committing what war crime and how and when and why until it's after the fact. But I would simply state
But sorry, on that point, sorry, Craig, on that point, that exact point you made.
Yeah.
So then why? So you're saying Hamas committed war crimes, which I agree with you, of course. But then you can make that same argument like we're not allowed, we can't say that until after the war is over and an investigation.
No. I'm talking no. I'm talking about the inference that Israel is committing an observable war crime. I'm not talking about that person's statement. I will take that as at face value. But I'm talking about in the prism of what we can see with our own eyes, not through some Twitter view or whatever, some commentary or biased reporting. What we can see with our own eyes, right? And that is there are no Hamas people that are separating themselves out. And I know I say this over and over again, but I'm saying that the only observable war crime that I see are two. One, you have hostages, and two, you are not separating yourself from the civilian population and wearing a uniform.
Do you think, Craig? Do you think that I want to go to Tira after before you
Wait,
get
so is
but
it
just
okay to attack the
Mario,
hospitals,
please, I
Craig?
need to say
guys,
something.
Wait,
just
can I,
yeah, it's
Mario?
Mario,
Yeah.
please.
Craig, question before going to Hala. Just 2 seconds, Hala. Before going to Hala, Craig, I have one more question to you. Do you think the blockade and not allowing aid to come into the region, blocking water, do you think that's collective punishment? And there's a few quotes as well that
Mario,
kind of
can
make
I
the
speak
point.
on this?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a
Actually,
good question.
let's go to Charles and let's hear another voice. Charles, yeah, your thoughts on this particular one.
So let's back up a little bit. A minute ago we said there's 100,000 people in the hospital, Al Shifa Hospital, but now we're saying there's no Hamas because a doctor said so. So you're telling me that this doctor went and interviewed 100,000 people to confirm they're not
So
Hamas.
Charles, on this one, I dismissed that one. Yeah, that's a fair point. The doctors, I think, I can't remember who made that point, but I think the doctor can't
Sorry,
know
there's the
every single person
facility in
there.
the actual hospital.
Habib,
There's a facility in the actual hospital.
okay, so we're gonna skip that point just for now. Charles,
Mario,
on the collective punishment argument, Hala, you'll be next, and
on the
then
collective
Tira.
punishment.
Yeah, you said that I'm next.
Yeah, I changed my mind to this. Please, man, go ahead, Charles.
just
On the collective punishment, no one has showed me why Israel has any requirement to provide humanitarian aid to a separate state.
It's not a
Gaza
state,
has its
that's
own.
why.
But
Yeah,
isn't
go
that?
ahead.
Hold on, but isn't that?
That's the argument. You're saying it's occupied. Israel's saying it's not occupied. So Israel's case
talking to itself.
is,
It's the only group in the world that says it's not occupying
no,
it.
hang on. Let me say my piece. Israel's point is we left it militarily in 2005. You are no longer occupied. It is on you, government elected by the people of Gaza, to take care of yourself.
So why is it that Israel
Where you
hasn't
get
let
your
aid
gas
in?
from is, can I speak? Thank you. How you get your gas is on you, Gaza elected
You're
government.
lying because
How
they're
you
besieging
get your
Gaza.
power, and can I speak or not?
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
How you get your power is on you, elected Gaza government. How you get
With
your
the
medical supplies
blockade?
is on you,
Guys,
Gaza
I'm gonna go to
elected
you, Harlan.
government.
So
And
the
now,
question I have
if we
for
look
you,
now,
you go, Josh.
though, if we
Yeah.
look now, Egypt is sending aid through the Rafah Gate, right?
No.
So
Which is
No,
Gaza
not
needs
the
to
supplied
guys,
by
grant it
guys.
Israel.
themselves.
My
So
God.
I
guys.
have a
Okay,
question. I have a
Eunice.
question.
Guys.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Is it on collective punishment or separate, Zev?
It's on everything.
Oh, okay, let me ask the collective punishment one, then I'll give you your question. And
Well,
just
it is a
Habiba,
collective
Eunice, just
punishment one.
allow. All right, go ahead, Zev, and I'll ask mine.
So my question is, so people are making the argument that while Hamas, which is the elected government of Gaza, is kidnapping the citizens of Israel, murdering them, firing rockets in this, the state of Israel is also required to take care of the constituents that Hamas was elected to take care of. That is
Hamas is
insane.
not the elected. It was
They are
elected.
elected. What do you mean?
Eunice,
They are
yeah, you
elected.
guys,
Turn your
just 2
Were they
seconds.
attention.
No, wait,
elected?
what's your question? 2
Was
seconds.
there an
Zev,
elect? Was there an election?
Zev, what's your question?
My question is,
What's your question?
by what metrics, in what world am I living in which a terrorist group, whatever you can say, their resistance, it's known as a terrorist group. They kidnapped Israeli citizens. They've slaughtered 1,400 Israeli citizens. They fire rockets day in and day out at the state of Israel. But the state of Israel has to take care of the constituents that elected Hamas. Why isn't Hamas not taking care of its own people?
Can
Let's
I
answer
ask
that
you a
then.
question? So okay, everyone wants to jump in. So Zev, can I ask you a question? So you're saying that Israel has the right, after what happened October 7th, they have the right to punish the civilians to force
Not at
Hamas.
all.
Okay, because
Not at
this
all.
is
But
a
I can
no,
answer that.
Mario. So let
I
me
can answer
finish,
that,
Eunice.
Ben.
No, let me finish, Eunice. No, Mario. What I am saying is this: I'm not saying that Israel has the right to punish the civilians. I just don't think that the state of Israel has to provide for the citizens when they are not the government.
not
But
provide the citizens. So allow aid, allow
Zeb,
international aid, or
But the
allow
aid is
water into
but
the
the aid
region.
is listen. The aid is coming in. Aid is coming
Hold
in.
Now,
on,
no,
hold
no,
on,
but it
Zev.
was blocked.
I
It was
agree.
blocked for
I have
Habiba, and
People are
I'm gonna start
starving.
removing speakers.
but just a
Guys,
question, just an answer.
so just 2 seconds. It's not enough. It's not enough aid. Number one, and it was delayed at the beginning, and their water was cut out along with the internet
Okay,
and
but my
electricity.
point is, Mario, so my point is this, okay? Israel has said consistently, release the hostages and you can have all the aid you want.
True,
Why
That's
does
true,
collective
Israel...
punishment.
Can
true,
I
true.
finish?
Eunice, okay, I'm muting everyone. I'm gonna start removing speakers. Please go ahead, Zev.
Why does Israel have to provide aid while the elected government of Gaza is still holding its citizens? Why can't
Okay.
Gaza, the Hamas, release the civilians and then say, okay, we'd like aid now? Why does Israel
Okay, so
have to
to
provide
understand,
for... Yeah.
to understand your question, saying why should the Israel allow the aid trucks to come in and allow water for the civilians while the elected government by these same civilians is holding hostages? Correct?
I would add one caveat to that, right? So the elected government of any entity, whether it be local, municipal, federal, whatever, their primary objective is to provide for those citizens, right? They are the
True.
primary, right? So that
Yeah,
being
but
said, hold on, just let me
True.
finish.
okay, okay.
Let me do this.
Hamas is, right. So you would agree, Mario, that Hamas
Yep.
is, whether people like it or not, they are the elected representative body of the people of Gaza. Yes or no?
As far as I know, yes. Eunice
Okay.
disagrees, but let's go with yes.
Fair enough. So, that being said, if the primary concern of the elected body is to make sure that their citizens are taken care of, why would they not do the action that will take care of their citizens instead of saying to the state of
True.
Israel,
that's because I can answer that.
So
That's
Heidi,
because
please let me. I want to do this one, please, and I'll give you the
okay.
mic after. I promise. So Zev, to answer the question, so Hamas is doing the wrong thing, and not releasing the hostages at the detriment of civilians. Okay,
correct.
you're with me, Stofa? Okay. So
I am.
are you saying that this gives the right for Israel to also punish those same civilians? Because why am I
But
saying
I would
punish?
turn the argument.
Because you
I would
said
turn the argument around on you, Mario. I would say that Hamas is punishing its own civilians by
no,
not
we know
releasing the
that. We know.
hostages.
True. Hamas has punished them. I agreed with you on that one. Now Israel has a choice: either deal with Hamas and not punish the civilians, because remember, the Hamas did not cause the blockade. Hamas did something that Israel said, if you do it, we'll blockade you. So Israel's like, hey, if you don't release the hostages, we'll blockade the water and the aid trucks, including food and medicine, unless you release the hostages. So they gave an ultimatum to Hamas. Hamas did not follow the ultimatum, so Israel decided to conduct that blockade. So Israel decided to publish, and I've been very critical of this from the beginning. Israel decided to blockade Gaza and punish the civilians because of what Hamas did, and they made the same argument as you. Logically, it might make sense for some people, and it's a fair argument if they're doing the right thing or not, because they're holding they're holding Hamas responsible for the suffering of the civilians that Israel is causing with the blockade. Again, Israel is causing the blockade, not Hamas. But from a war crimes perspective, this is collective punishment, isn't it? You're punishing civilians because their elected government is not doing what you want them to do. This is a big point of concern that I have. What do you think, Zev?
So I hear what you're saying, right? But again, the primary mission in the state of Israel is its primary goal is not to protect the civilians of Gaza. It's not. The primary goal of the state of Israel is to protect the citizens within its
Same
sovereign
for any
borders.
same for any country. But
Exactly
that's why
right.
but that's why international law is there. You can nuke another country.
Listen,
It's like, hey, this is not our responsibility.
listen, I hear what you're saying, but again, I don't see the logic in saying, well, listen, the government that Gaza elected, all right? That is who they
We understand.
elected.
You've made
Well, no,
you've
you let
made the
me
point,
finish. Wait,
but
let
you're
me finish.
repeating it again. You're repeating it
Because you
again,
keep
though.
repeating, no, but you keep repeating your same question. Maybe I'm not being clear enough.
No, I didn't ask a question, but go ahead.
Why does Israel have to provide for the citizens of a combatant state that elected a group that is holding its citizens? Don't you think that the onus should be on Hamas? Put the pressure on them. Look,
Yes.
release the
Yes.
hostages.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
let's
And
start with that.
if Hamas does the wrong thing, it doesn't give Israel the right to also do a wrong thing. This is something I've always stood by that statement. That's where I stand. I agree with your statement that Hamas did the wrong thing and they should be held responsible first, but this doesn't give you the right for Israel. Tira, we've gone back and forth a lot on multiple spaces. You're a regular guest. I'm going to unmute everyone, but please no one jump in. Tira, your thoughts on this particular point, this exact point of collective punishment, because this is one I struggle to be in the middle on. Tira?
So I actually think this is one of the stronger arguments on the Palestinian side. But I just want to start by saying Habiba was wrong. The Hamas is subject to the same rules that any other
So before
entity.
Tira, before you go,
No.
I'll let you respond.
I just want to say that Hamas has committed, well, Hamas has killed civilians, has taken civilian hostages.
True.
By most of the rules we look at, that is clearly wrong. They are not subject to a different set of laws. They are subject to the same set of requirements. Palestine is a signatory to the Geneva Convention. Hamas, as the de facto governing entity, is also subject. Now, I think what the UN official that you were talking about was saying was, I believe he was probably talking about the lack of aid, if that makes sense, because I don't think he was actually talking about the bombing at that point, not at the Rafah crossing. And I think here, it's funny. I agree with Zeb in the fact that let me put it a different way. If Palestine had lots of food and water, Israel's actions would have no impact. Correct?
Correct.
I beg your
Mario?
pardon? Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking.
Correct.
Mario,
Yes.
if
Yes.
Palestine had free access, if they had all this stuff, Israel, so what? They say we're not going to let in food, wouldn't have mattered. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So basically what you have to do is look at the situation, and it's a twofold discussion, which is, does the country itself have access to adequate supplies? The answer appears to be no, but on the other hand, their government has not given them supplies that probably are sitting in tunnels, etc. And number two, is Israel's action then unwarranted? And I'd say that's a much closer. I mean, honestly, I think some of the things they've done probably are unwarranted. I have to agree with that, mainly because it would be, if you think of it a different way, if they had walked in and shot civilians, that would have been a war crime, correct? Or at least, I would have assumed that's a war crime. In effect, they are punishing civilians, even though the government, Hamas, is doing nothing for those civilians. So I think I guess what I'm saying is, just the fact that one person is committing a war crime doesn't mean that other people can't be committing war crimes. Now, here, I think you'd have to look at how long this, quote, siege lasted, what was let in, what was available, because like I said, if there were adequate supplies, the idea of a blockade or a siege would have meant nothing. So I do think you have to look at what actually happened on the ground. But I would say there, the UN is on, I think, somewhat firmer ground than they are on if they say anything about the actual bombings, because proportionality and what's going on the ground in terms of the buildings and where Hamas is a very different situation.
Sure. I appreciate you trying to be objective at this point. Go ahead, Judith. Go ahead.
This is not objective at all, Mario.
Okay, no.
I think she tried. I think she. And I didn't say is completely objective. None of you are completely objective, including myself. Eunice, go ahead, and then we'll go to Hala.
Okay. First of all, there is something that is common with a lot of speakers here. When they speak out of they're not aware of the situation in Gaza. like Mr. Zif, he said that they elected a government. They elected the Hamas in 2006. The tenure ended in 2010. It's over. Like Abbas, he doesn't represent the Palestinian people, nor does Hamas. They're a de facto authority. Number two, there's a huge fallacy that you mentioned. And this is a very dangerous statement. You said Israel is not obligated to give. We have never asked Israel to give us supplies. We're just asking them to let the Egyptians, because you bombed the Rafah crossing 3 times on a row. It's a hat trick, because they wanted to allow supply to the people in Gaza. So that's what he did. We didn't. No one in Gaza said we asked Israel to provide us with food or water or whatever. Egyptians, through shared border with Egypt, with Gaza, wanted to allow aids donated by different countries. You bombed them. You bombed them several times. You bombed it yesterday. You bombed the water truck. And there is something that
What water truck? That wasn't bombed. That's been debunked. The straps fell off of the
I'm
truck.
stating facts. You're stating Israeli military. I'm stating facts on the ground.
Where's the damage from the bomb?
Something very
Yeah,
different.
that's not
My turn.
factual.
My turn.
No,
There's
but
something
no.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
you like
not
to follow.
difference between
You
us
like to
and
hold on.
Palestinians. Let me
So
tell you
just
something.
I'll
My
decide,
turn.
guys.
You're
Just
cutting me
I'll
off.
do it. So hold on.
You're
Just
cutting me off.
there's no. This is disputed on whether the water tank has been bombed or
The
not.
difference
Okay.
between us Palestinians and Israelis is that Israelis always take it from the military, which is fabricating evidence. We don't take it from Hamas. Fuck Hamas. I don't care about Hamas. We're talking about Palestinians. We're speaking about eyewitnesses on the ground. They don't give a shit about Hamas. So this is number two. Number three, you said also that I think it was Tera. Well, it didn't punish. If it went to Gaza and slaughtered civilians, that would be another case. But they just punished civilians. They killed 10 people on a coastal road. Headshot. Not 3 days ago. Today, 2 people, Head Abd al-Shafi Junction, Gaza City. 2 were sniped in the head. Civilians. And they were deemed civilians because their families, like, they know that one of them were engineer and the other one was a restaurant owner, slaughtered and sniped in the head. So yeah, I think Israel kills civilians deliberately. Number two, we're not asking the Israeli government to allow supplies. We don't want your supplies, and even if we wanted, we're gonna throw it in the sea. We want Egyptians, who we share fellow borders with, because we have been speaking a lot about this. We don't occupy Gaza. Okay, let the Egyptians go away. Also not on 7th, post 7th of October. Pre 7th of October, Israel was the sole responsible for determining when the border should be opened or not. And you remember when Bagha El Shmoni, August 2022, when the Hamas, one Hamas member shot an Israeli soldier, Israelis prompted and asked the Egyptians to close the border. We remember that very well. So now, yeah, there's a lot of fallacies going on. Please keep to the fact. Go ahead, Hala.
Thanks. Yeah. To carry on from what you just said, Yunus.
Can I say something on collective punishment, Mario?
Please.
Yeah. Right after Hala, and I'll go to you,
You
Charles.
guys
You
have
and
been going
Yehuda.
on. I mean, Zev,
Go ahead, Hala.
to say that Israel is not responsible. When it lays, even before the war, when it lays an air, sea, and land blockade around Gaza, and it determines what
And
goes in
rightfully
and what
so.
doesn't go. Wait, and it determines. Please, you had your go, and it determines exactly what goes in and what comes out, and how much of it and how much not. Then it is responsible for the well-being of the people in Gaza, not Hamas, because Hamas is incapable because of the blockade. When you allow them to trade freely and to move freely, then they're able to do so. That's one.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. When Hamas moves freely, then they'll be a good governing partner. Okay.
No. I said you saying it's Hamas' responsibility to take care of the citizens. I'm saying when the area is allowed to move freely, as in to bring in and take out whatever they want, then Hamas is responsible. At the moment, given the way Israel has been behaving towards Gaza and the way it's laid this blockade for the last 16 years in different forms and versions and shapes and levels, then Israel is the main responsible for the civilians of Gaza, not nobody else. That's one. Second, I think it was Greg who was talking about whether they wear military uniforms or not. Now, if you notice more, you will find that most of Hamas, they may not have a full uniform, but they have the insignia on their shirts, on their arms, that says that they are Hamas. So
but there's reports of them removing that. But go ahead, collective punishment.
As for collective punishment, again, you claim that you have the right, and the world has stood by you to say that you have the right to self-defense, and anybody has the right to self-defense. Again, I will repeat it, and I'll repeat it, and I'll repeat it. Self-defense is not an open license to kill, and what you've done in Gaza is exactly that. You have been just slaughtering. You have turned it into an abattoir of slaughtering women, men, and children. That's what you've done to Gaza. And there is no excuse, no Hamas, no nothing. It is what you've been aiming to do. You want to empty that land. You want to push them to the border. You want to get rid of them, whatever, under whatever pretext. That's what's been going on. And I'm sorry, the world is now beginning to realize this, even if you're not.
Okay, let's go to Charles and Craig and Yehuda. Charles?
Mario, can
Yeah.
I also add
So
something?
Happy minute afterwards. Just want to balance it out,
to
please. Go ahead, Charles.
the collective punishment piece, I didn't hear anything Hala said because I can't hear him, so whatever. But the collective punishment piece. Do you agree with international sanctions, or would you consider international sanctions a war crime? Is a question I have for you.
That's a good question. So from a legal perspective, is there a limit to how far those sanctions can go? Like if you sanction a country where you cripple it economically, that's one thing. But if you sanction a country where they literally have no access to water, for example, or there's we're not talking about import export for businesses. We're talking about aid into a country.
No, aid is not
Are you
included
allowed?
in the Russian sanctions and things like that.
Yeah.
Humanitarian aid
So
is
this
not
is
included.
the difference with Charles, in my
It's
opinion.
a
Go
war
ahead.
crime to deny aid to any party.
Yeah. So
Even
Charles,
in
go ahead.
Well,
Iraq,
so
I've
even in
given you
Iraq during the war.
I've given you the mic for a while without letting anyone interrupt. Please go ahead, Charles.
in the way I see it, and this is not my expertise. This is just me trying to have common sense. Israel sees Gaza as a separate entity. It's not their citizens. So Israel doesn't feel like they have any requirement to take care of them because they're not their citizens. So anything going in between Israel and Gaza is international trade, right? So buying power from Israel, Gaza buying power from Israel is international trade. Gas from Israel is international trade. Israel as a nation has no requirement to sell any goods to their enemy.
True,
And
true, but
Hamas
they
is their
have.
enemy. Now,
But we're not
but hang
talking. But we're
on.
not talking
Wait,
about.
wait.
We're not talking about Israel selling. We're talking about humanitarian aid coming in from other countries, from other
Well,
regions. Humanitarian aid,
so,
not import export, not for
but
businesses.
it has been allowed in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So you could make an argument, and I will probably agree with you, that the first 2 or 3 days when Israel did not allow humanitarian aid coming from the Rafah Gate was probably illegal,
But
which is why
Charles,
it's
the
now
UN,
authorized.
Charles, the UN said that even the aid that's coming in right now is just a drop in the ocean on how
It's not
much they
enough.
need aid.
Yes.
It's
Okay,
not
so
enough.
send in. So
think.
they need to send in more.
Can I mention
Yeah.
something, please?
I think Israel's not letting
But
in more, but this is.
Yeah,
I think they're opening it up more and more. But they just on that point.
you
I
also
think.
have to
So
gain.
I'll let
I
Charles
think.
finish. Go
Well,
ahead.
hang on. The last point I have is Israel is just trying to make sure in my mind, I believe Israel is trying to ensure weapons do not come in to Gaza. So they're inspecting every shipment that goes in. And as long as Israel's comfortable that weapons are not being brought in through international shipments, they'll let more in. Or as they man up and get bigger crossing guards, they'll let more in. But remember, they went to war, right? So they had to defend themselves. And the way they defend themselves is stopping illegal weapon shipments into Gaza.
So the only thing is that every war with an advanced military that I know of, military aid was never blocked. So this is why, like the same way anyone, and Craig, would be good to get your thoughts. But Craig, what I feel like the same way anyone, that no matter how critical you are of Israel and how maybe even you support Hamas, I haven't found one person, maybe one gentleman that was here earlier, that hasn't condemned what happened on October 7th. And I'm feeling it's the same thing here. Like I'm not comparing what happened on October 7th with the aid. They're two different things. But I'm seeing as well, it's difficult to not condemn the blockade of not military aid, sorry, of humanitarian aid.
Yes.
Unless you disagree with that, Craig.
Yeah. So, well, the thing is, I don't disagree with it all, but I want to also add again. I feel like I should change my handle to Mr. Context here. Let's remember the context of the situation. There are Egyptian soldiers that are on the border of Palestine. They are actively watching what is happening on the other side, and the Egyptians have said continuously, over and over again, that Hamas is taking these water trucks, is taking these food trucks, dumping them out on the road, and is not letting it in. That is not Israel. That is not Palestinians. That is not Hamas. Those are the Egyptians. They're seeing it happen. That truck that was described was stopped on the side of the road. It was not bombed. If it was bombed, I've never seen a bomb that doesn't evaporate water when it explodes. So there'd be a whole new bomb that's been created in the history of mankind, right? So that was an example. That water truck was an example that Hamas will stop the truck. It will purposefully detach the trailer and then it tipped the water all over onto the side of the road. That wasn't Israel. That wasn't the United States. That wasn't the Hamas. That was Egyptian military
But do you,
personnel
do you, the
seeing.
question, Craig, I have a question. I have a question for you. So do you think that is a reason to not allow aid at all, or you're just saying that even when aid was allowed, Hamas was still doing the wrong thing? Like aid should be allowed.
So the issue, to be perfectly clear, as a former member of the United States military, I can tell you right now that if anybody was trying to stop humanitarian aid, whether it be bandages and water, from getting to an innocent civilian population, I would be in the right, because that is an immoral order. However, that is again a false premise to what is happening. Again, the Egyptians say this continuously over and over again. People keep blowing past the context and the premise of the question. The premise of the question is Israel stopping aid? Are they stopping aid? Okay, that's a question. The other question to that side is why do we constantly see water truck after water truck, food truck after food truck being stopped and tipped over, and then calling it an Israeli bomb strike when there's no blast fragments, there's no fire, there's no anything.
So on the, I think there's two separate. I think there's two separate points. I think it's two separate points. I'll go to Yehuda then you, Habiba. There's two separate points. Says is Hamas destroying those aid trucks?
Yes.
I don't know. They destroy them. They would really take them. But is Hamas destroying those? So I'm saying the point you make is that this is debate, and I'm sure others would disagree on stage, like Hala and Yunus. But is Hamas destroying aid trucks, or is Israel bombing in? That's a separate discussion that we haven't gone into. But then the first point you're making is that aid should be allowed into Gaza, and if Israel and look, Egyptians have said it, the UN have said it, Israel has said it. Israel did block aid for a while and they said we'll let aid in
because it was an active
when hostages are released.
Because it was an active combat zone. The operation,
but humanitarian aid is allowed into. Go ahead, Yehuda. But humanitarian aid is allowed into active combat zones as well.
So let's be clear. Israel's knee-jerk reaction on the aid was probably just because, I mean, first of all, they don't supply all of Gaza with water or electricity or whatnot, like 7% of the water. It doesn't really matter. They stopped everything. Just simply PR-wise, it's a bad look, especially since you don't even give all their water. Now, you have to ask yourself the question, who benefits, right? Israel probably figured out really quickly that Hamas has tons of stockpiles of fuel, water, and food underground. So the fuel, food, and water that's coming in from Egypt is actually, not going to hurt Hamas. It's actually just going to hurt the people. Israel's angle is it needs world support to continue prosecuting the war. It needs to have, corridors of Palestinians moving to safer areas. There's an individual, I don't recall who it was, who just said something to the effect of, they want to kick them all out and steal land. That's why don't we wait a couple months and you'll find out that's not true. They want to move civilians so they can have a free reign to take out Hamas with less civilian casualties. So again, going back to who benefits, Hamas benefits for every, not just Palestinian death, but every travesty or every perception that Israel's not supporting them. So Israelis probably caught on in the last couple of weeks and stuff out to themselves, crap. Let Egypt manage this. Let's get the humanitarian aid in there, because we're not benefiting from this at all. Hamas has shot its own people. There are plenty of reports from Palestinians themselves reporting on what Hamas is doing in terms of either limiting them from evacuating or stealing aid.
That is a load of bullshit. Excuse my language.
Hala. I'm sure a lot of people think what you're saying is bullshit as well. A lot of people on stage, and they don't interrupt you. I think they disagree with you heavily. So I disagree with some things you've said and some things you have said. But I'm gonna let Habiba respond afterwards.
I'll finish my point. So at the end, really, what I'm trying to say is that sometimes the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Occam's razor. What makes sense? The Israelis get civilians secure, whereas Hamas is in is existential fight for its future, and it knows that if civilians are cleared, if civilians are being taken care of, and the world isn't pushing Israel to stop, then they're done. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks, Mario.
including babies, because they don't get what they want.
I don't think anyone on stage now said that aid shouldn't be let in. I think there were.
That
No,
it's
I didn't
okay
say
to
that. I did not
hold
say
on.
that. I did not this be allowed in.
You said if they don't release the hostage.
No, I
That you
asked
tied it to the release of
I
hostages.
asked.
So what we could do, we can all go to the recording and listen if we want to know what Zev said. Zev says he didn't. Everybody said he did. People could listen
Okay,
to the
so
recording.
and further to
if I
this.
did, if I did.
Okay, so
Thanks,
we've
Zev.
heard
Go ahead,
certain
Habiba.
fallacies. We've heard one that it's. This is why the US has been begging, demanding, cajoling to get this. That it's Egypt controlling the crossing. It's the Israelis 60 as opposed to 500 per day. And if you've seen the videos of the trucks going in, some of these are completely empty, some carry shrouds. People are actually starving on the ground right now. And there's a reason it is a war crime to deny aid. Of the magnitude that they are doing, it's not enough to even feed anyone. People are starving to death. There was a CNN report today that corroborated that. People don't have water, they don't have clean water, they don't have access to anything. Okay, so and the reason Israel has responsibility is because they are spending hours to get each truck through. As the US has said and agreed with, they've said that the processes that Israel are doing to deliberately hold up all the trucks, and this is why everyone is condemning Israel for doing it, is that they're forcing people to wait. That they're attacking the aid convoys as well as they did yesterday. So you're seeing on multiple routes, they're not only hindering access, they're preventing most of the aid from getting through, and then they're creating this false kind of propaganda that it's everyone else's fault. No, we know that Israel is controlling that border. It has a responsibility in the sense that it is controlling the border. It is the one preventing the aid from getting through. We don't need Israeli aid. The international community is trying to get through.
I'll go to Noga. I'll go to Noga, Craig, if you don't mind. Noga, I know you've been waiting patiently, and I appreciate it. Go ahead, Noga.
Well, a couple of things. One is that it doesn't matter how often you repeat the fact that Israel is stopping aid. The fact is, Hamas is the ones who are doing it. And I think one of the biggest problems that we have in this discussion is that we keep going round and round.
Sorry, Noga, on that point, just quick, I'll let you continue. Just on the point we said Hamas is stopping it. So are you saying they're indirectly stopping it by not releasing the hostages, or directly stopping it, physically stopping the aid?
I'm actually saying they're doing both. And this is where the problem is. Hamas's attitude is downright kindergarten level childish, and we discussed it before. And you guys have seen them doing it on Arab television.
On that point. So, just on it before you continue, on the point of Hamas. No. You said a point, and you're continuing about them being childish. You said the point that Hamas blocked the aid coming in, not steal it, block it, as in not allow it to come in.
Yeah,
so steal
that's
it.
what Yuda just said as well. No, they're doing it. No, honestly. They've stolen it before. They've stolen gas from UNRWA, and then they bullied UNRWA into deleting that complaint. And again, and you know what? And while we're on the subject, one of the reasons why we're not sending people in to look at whatever it is Hamas thinks they're going to lie about is because we're not sending Hamas any more international hostages, which is what Hamas has been doing. They've been holding at least 1,000 aid workers hostage in the Gaza Strip. Some of them died, and some of them died because of what Hamas did. And then
what are you talking about?
Israel did it.
Hold on, let us finish. No. Yeah, go ahead, Noga.
So, arguing anyone in the Gaza Strip that's under the thumb of Hamas is able to tell the truth when we've seen them make the UN itself lie to get away with stealing aid and fuel from aid workers. I don't understand why, after all of this evidence that was created by Hamas, and I don't understand how people who are listening to Hamas speak on Arabic and international television, walking out in the middle of discussions because they were asked why they're hurting civilians, literally saying that they don't feel responsible to protect their own citizens. I didn't say that. Hamas did. So you're seeing kindergarten level childish behavior of people who are supposed to be responsible but are not. And for some reason, we think that is behavior we should reward.
Noga, can I ask you a quick question? Can I ask you a quick question?
Can I
So do you
finish the
think
sentence?
yeah, so I've got a quick question for you, if you don't mind, because you're repeating the same thing about childish, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just telling you why I jumped in.
I'm repeating it because there's a point, and you keep interrupting just before I get it, so I have to go back to it to get to the point.
Noga, I promised you, I keep bringing you up. You're pushing my patience. I'm trying to be as nice as possible. But look, Noga, the question I had for you is, okay, so if aid comes in and Hamas steals 100% of it, okay, aid should be blocked, correct? In your opinion, we'll keep it brief because I'm going somewhere with this to get your thoughts.
Well, if Hamas is the only one enjoying it, then it's not humanitarian aid. Then yeah, it should be blocked.
Agree. If we know 100% Hamas is taking 100% of the aid, I'm gonna take it. So I'll see where you draw the line. If aid comes in, humanitarian aid. Remember, I'm not trying to do this for sentimental reasons. Just going to point out, 40% of Gaza is children. So if humanitarian aid comes in, Hamas takes half of it. I know it's a tricky question and it's a very difficult line, to kind of draw.
I don't think it's a relevant line to draw. I think the problem is these questions. I think what you're doing right now is you're putting the onus on someone else. And that's how we got into this mess in the first place. We absolved Hamas of responsibility. You actually have speakers on this panel who say they're not responsible. You had speakers on this panel who argue that Hamas can do whatever they want, but Israel can't retaliate. We have.
So just let me ask: does anyone? Let me ask a question. No, let me ask a question. Does anyone on stage? So everyone, just put your emojis down. Put your hands down as well for us. And Craig, if you don't mind, just to put your hands down. Does anyone on stage put your hand up? Does anyone on stage believe that Hamas have the right to do anything they want and Israel should not be retaliating? Put your hand up.
That's the wrong question.
But those comments were made.
How about you answer that question, even if it is the wrong one?
Which yes, so and is anyone just so we don't go okay, everyone just guys, okay, 5 people.
Just so don't go into like these hallways of confusions as we always do. To what Noga said, and she can respond later, that international aid workers and all that are being held hostage by Hamas. I completely disagree. A lot of them went out, and one of them was on CNN just yesterday saying the complete opposite of what he said. And she said with a heartbeat she will go back to Gaza to help the people, what's happening there in the hospitals and all that. And she's one of the people who left Gaza, and she still wants to come back. So I don't see how they are being held as
Zev, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, you can get Alex Plitzis up here because he's been coordinating getting people, aid workers, out of the Gaza Strip who have no other way to go, who want out. So if maybe in the next space we can get him up there. I just want to say something very quickly. I never said, and if I did say it, that's not my intention. I never said that aid should never be allowed in for the civilians. What I asked was why Israel has a primary responsibility to take care of a combatant population and not its own citizens. And to your point, Mario, with the show of hands, no, people absolutely did on this stage, and they cited a UN resolution saying that armed resistance is in accordance with international law, and the state of Israel cannot defend itself. That is what was said, and Hal is giving me 100%. So if she could offer maybe comments on that. So Hamas is allowed to do whatever they want to Israel, and Israel can't respond. Oh, she's giving me 100. Hala, please, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, if possible.
What? Sorry, I was doing something else. I missed your question.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were giving 100%. That's why.
I was giving you a thumbs up. I was giving you a thumbs up on the first part.
Okay, so for us, Hala, do you think? I don't think anyone on stage now, most people, if not everyone, thinks that Hamas has the right to do anything they want without any repercussions.
Exactly. That's the important caveat. I think they can't do whatever they want, but they have.
I think. How much actually, Firas? Let me ask you a question. How much? Okay, resist. So how much blame do you put on Hamas then, Firas?
How much blame do I put on Hamas?
Because one thing is resisting, and another one is taking aid from civilians. Another one is having commands. I'm not saying they did, because obviously you guys are debating this for hours. Another thing for us is having command centers onto the hospitals. Not really is resisting. It's actually a good strategy militarily, but it's a war crime.
You don't know that for a fact.
No, I'm not saying they did. Yeah, I made it. Hala. I made the statement. No, I said Hala. I just Hala. I said it, and I even made the statement that we don't know if this is true because you guys have been debating it for a long time. So maybe you weren't listening to me as you weren't listening to Zev earlier. But I made a clear statement, literally just before I said it. We're debating this for hours. So I don't know if it's true. As explicit as possible. Go ahead, first. What do you think?
So this is so I could clarify the whole point. Palestinians have a right to resist. That has limits as well. That means they're allowed to attack and even kill any soldier that is engaged, any militant that engaged in occupation of Palestine and occupying Palestinian land. That means any military target is legal
I'm
because
sorry,
we are
where
under.
does that, where did you find that?
It's called the Geneva
Where,
Convention. I hope
yeah,
people
go
like you
ahead
read it.
and read it. There isn't a
Yeah,
single
yeah, yeah. So
sentence
you can
there
read
that
the Geneva
supports what you just
Convention.
said.
Just
And
text, just
Well,
text.
if you
Fairs,
quote it
just hold on.
chapter and verse.
Naga,
So,
Naga,
Yeah,
so
please.
can I finish my point so I can
yeah. Go
clarify
ahead.
my
Yeah,
whole
Fairs.
point?
and then what I want to do, I would love Hala and Noga to go back and forth and to get some of their thoughts. But first,
Oh,
go ahead.
Mario. Okay, wait,
Go ahead first, please.
Mario. Before that gets into that, Palestinians have a right to resist as long as they contain any resistance on military targets. Why? Because we are under occupation. There is an occupying power on the occupied territories. Legally, that is defined as Gaza, East Jerusalem, and the West Bank. They are not allowed to target civilians. That is a war crime. So any targeting of civilians is a war crime, even if they are basically illegal settlers like the ones in the West Bank. But there is another line where if illegal settlers are armed and are basically militias as part of the ones that are backed by the Israeli military, they also become legal targets. And therefore, as a person under occupation, you're allowed to resist, and this is pretty clear. But they're not allowed to target any civilians. They're not allowed to use any civilian structures as or hospitals or anything like that as refuge or even build command centers under that. So that's where you draw the line so that it's very clear. And I think what's really important is to keep reminding people of the context, since people mention context. The context is there's been a 56-year occupation on Palestine and the occupied Palestinian territories that's been recognized by even Israel recognized that it was under occupation until probably, I don't know, the Netanyahu administration is the one who changed that, but they didn't legally annex the West Bank. They tried to redefine it as disputed. They annexed East Jerusalem. So even Israel still considers it, occupied territory. Even Ariel Sharon, which is a right-wing Israeli
I agree
prime
with
minister,
you.
said
Actually,
"Tachad
Fairs, you're right.
kibush."
No, Zev,
Hold on,
I'd
hold
like
on,
to
hold on,
push
hold on,
back on
just
that.
one
No,
minute.
no, no,
Just
because
hold on.
you
No,
agreed
no,
to the
just 1 minute. It's very, I actually,
that.
I agree with Fairs to a certain point, right? Because I remember that speech. He used the term "Zedachid kibush." He did. I mean, we
No,
have to be
no, I'm not
intellectually
talking
honest.
about kibush. No, I'm stuck on
Oh,
the beginning where Firas completely
oh,
invented international law. How about we talk
Kibush,
about that?
kibush,
sorry.
Noga. You're one of the kibush people. You're
Oh my.
I'm
living
not.
on our
Let's talk. You know
occupied
what? There
lands,
is no
Noga.
occupation, but let's talk.
Well,
No, but
no, Fairs.
honestly,
He said
let's
that.
talk about the lies about
He,
international law. No,
what,
come
So,
on.
Noga, you
There
just
is
took us
no
to a
such
fantasy
thing.
world a bit
There
ago
is
where you
no
said
such
that
thing. No,
Hamas
you
is.
can't.
okay, Fairs. We gotta let her
Yeah,
finish. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I want to ask a question to Hala, and I would love to get Noga's thoughts on that question. Hala, are you there? Hala?
No, I really want to push back on the international law point before we do that. Or after we
We'll
do
We
get
don't
that,
want to
that's
go to an
fine.
Hala.
But
alternate
we're not going to get
universe
this
where.
in.
okay, let's just go one at a time here.
Hala,
I think
yeah,
Hala.
Hala, are you there?
Yeah,
Hala? You got to unmute. So I'll ask you a question because I know you can hear me, Hala, while you unmute your mic and unmute when you can, just so I can actually. Can you unmute, confirm you can hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, Hala. The question I have for you is I want to get your thoughts on Hamas's conduct. Ignore the response from Israel. Hamas's conduct throughout this war, whether having the tunnels, allegedly, taking aid from civilians, having the civilian clothing, blocking, and I'm not, all of these are alleged because obviously we've debated them for days. Blocking civilians from evacuating from the north to the south, and they've explicitly said that. I think they've even explicitly said for the civilians, and their argument is like, "Hey, we don't want to displace," but they've argued for civilians not to leave northern Gaza to the south. I think that was explicit, but their reasoning is something we could debate. I want to get your thoughts on Hamas's conduct, and I've got a similar question to Noga afterwards. Hala?
Most of the list that you just listed is alleged or allegedly. A lot of it is not true. As far as the tunnels are concerned, if they have tunnels within Gaza or in Gaza, I mean, again, they are a resistance group. and they have the right to resist in whichever form or shape I mean, whatever means they have, not form or shape, actually, whatever means they have to make the resistance go forth. The tunnels, I mean, if you go back to, wow, even Lebanese times in the 70s, if you go back, way back, you know, tunnels and the Palestinians are a thing together. They go together. Like, you know, Firas, you can say that, you can correct that. But wherever they are, they have tunnels because it is part of their protection, their security, their resistance, the whatever. As for them stopping aid to the Palestinians in Gaza, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Most of them are too busy fighting at the moment to be stopping any aid to anybody. I mean, I don't know what the IDF is telling everybody, but you know, there are so many videos coming out every single day where these guys are out there fighting, you know, whatever Israel has, up to the point where Israel is now in Gaza. As for killing citizens, is that what you said before? Because they're leaving, or blocking
no, using them as
leaving?
blocking them from leaving from north to the south. Yeah.
Okay, blocking them from leaving from north of the south. Again, it's like okay, we're talking about, let's be a bit logical. So let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm being generous here, that there is 50,000. Actually, I'm going to be even more generous and say there's 100,000. What do you call them? Hamas fighters. And let's go further. Let's say there's 200,000, even though we know that that's not the case. There are 2.2 million Palestinians. So you're telling me that they're sitting there, you know, with a gun to each one's head, blocking them from moving anywhere because that's all they've got in life to do. They don't have a war to fight. I mean, this excuse my language again, this BS about them using the Palestinians as human shield is something. We've heard this in Lebanon in the old days. They used to say Hezbollah was holding the people in South Lebanon as human shields when Israel
Because
was
it
attacking
was.
South. This is, oh,
Hold on,
please,
Noga, I'll get Mike.
Noga, whoever that was, you know, please give me a break.
Yeah, I
I'm not.
remember Hezbollah
You
holding a
know.
gun on my head, telling us
Of
not to do
course,
that.
yes, and me and my family and my grandparents and my uncles and my aunties, you know, we were all held, you know, with our hands behind our backs, with guns on our head. We shouldn't leave the South because, you know, they wanted us as human shields. Give us a break and stop with your bullshit. It's enough.
But did Hamas not put out
Seriously,
I have a question, but did the Hamas not, or was that completely fake because it was on the Hamas Telegram and everything, it was around the world? Did Hamas not put out a warning to its citizens immediately after Israel told them to evacuate, saying, don't leave, the Israelis are not coming,
yeah.
this is
No.
propaganda?
Listen, again, the way you twist things, when they're being advised,
I'm
yes,
asking a question, you
to
don't need to
stay.
say
Yeah,
That
implicitly.
was against the Nakba.
Hold on. There's a difference. Let's clarify what you guys are saying when you, and the context in which you're putting it. There's a difference when they're advising people, please stay, because there was a plan and there is a plot to drive Palestinians out of Gaza, push them out of Gaza altogether, you know, turn them into further refugees into the Sinai, and then you say to your people, stay put, stay on your territory, stay on your ground. This is your country, and it doesn't
That's a
mean
war
that they're
crime. That's a
hold on.
war crime.
No, it's not. They're not forcing them.
Yes,
They're
it actually
advising them.
is. It
People
is
who
actually a war
wanted to
crime.
leave, listen. People who wanted to leave started making their way to the south as advised. A lot of people felt that they were afraid and they wanted to go because they didn't want to be bombed in their homes, and Israel was bombing. A lot of people were going south, and actually Israel carried out quite a few attacks against the people that they told them, please move to the south, we are protecting you there. And despite the advice and the protection they gave, they were being bombed by the Israelis, not by Hamas. So enough with these alleged. It's coming down to a lot of bullshit these days.
Noga, I'd love Noga to reply to this one, Craig, if you don't mind. Then
They
we'll
were
go to
trying to
Yehuda Piotr.
forestall another Nakba,
Noga,
basically.
Noga, would love your response to Hala's point.
Thank you, Habiba.
Well,
Noga, go ahead.
she was very determined about the fact that all of Hamas lies are actually true, but they're still lies. And I think the basic problem goes also back to the problem with Faraz's argument. And this is something we need to try to understand. International humanitarian, and I'm getting exactly
The Kabush argument.
Go
seriously,
ahead.
seriously, I'm
go ahead,
I'm
Noga,
right
go ahead.
there. That's what I was going to say. International humanitarian law is designed to have people settle their differences with discussion and compromise. It does not have the option that if you don't like the compromise put in front of you, you can go back to violence. That's not how this works. That's a childish, again, I know I keep coming back to that, but it's a very childish way of looking at it. There is no, and I urge anyone here who argues otherwise to quote the relevant passages from the Geneva Convention, because you're lying when you say it's there. There is no right to resistance. In fact, the only reason you have protections when you're an occupied population is because you do not pose a threat to the occupying power. If you become a threat, you are no longer protected by the Geneva Convention, which by definition is designed to protect the people who are not affecting the outcome of the war. That
There's
is
a
what
reason we
IHL
support
is
Ukraine.
for.
There's a reason the international community and all of us support Ukraine
Yes,
against
but it's
Russia
not the
occupying
Geneva.
Ukraine.
Yes, but it's not the Geneva Conventions that
Yes,
are
it
Can I?
is.
No,
in
no. Hold
Yes,
on
it
one
is.
second.
international
Hold
law.
on one
Hang
second.
on, no, no,
Hold on.
no. For the love of God, let me finish the
Go
argument.
ahead, finish, Daphne. Go ahead.
In international law, we do not accept a right to attack
Who's
by
we?
anyone.
We
International law does not acknowledge a right to randomly attack. When you
But with all due
invade,
respect, I don't know what
can
you're
I
talking about.
finish the goddamn sentence? Thank you.
Go ahead.
An
We're not at school,
international
Nova.
law.
Okay,
No,
we're not.
Okay,
Guys,
hold on.
no, go,
Hold
yeah,
on.
finish
Just
off.
wait.
Yes,
Other
guys.
people have first on this space. Just let Noga finish her point. Go ahead, Noga.
international law does not acknowledge a right to attack, doesn't acknowledge anyone's right to attack. When Russia invaded the Ukraine, when they invaded a sovereign country, then they were violating notions that actually are not in the Geneva Convention, but otherwhere in international law. But the situation in Israel isn't a situation where a sovereign country was invaded, which is why there's a dispute. Israel didn't start that war. In that sense, Israel is the Ukraine. There was an attempt at invading Israel time and time again. Israel was not the aggressor, which is why the comparison goes the other way around. Now, Israel was willing to debate the question of allowing people who attacked it time and again to have independence in lands that are not theirs. So even if you want to argue that we call it combative holding, it's a bad translation of what it actually is. For the sake of the argument that you just made about the Ukraine in international law, Israel didn't do anything wrong because Israel wasn't the one to start the war. It is holding these territories, much like the Allied forces were holding Germany at the end of World War II for at least 4 years, when they were officially occupied, I guess you would say, but Germany was a sovereign country, and the Palestinian people and the territories that they have a claim for are not and were never. But Germany was still held for 4 years. Do you want to know why? Because that's how long it took to make sure that they were on the path to not do it again. And
So
in
I'll
30
go to.
years,
I'll go to Hannah.
years,
I'm going to go to Hannah.
and then you can
Yeah,
go there.
I'll have. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
30
Last
years,
sentence.
in 30 years of trying to get to the point with the Palestinians where they're no longer a threat to the state of Israel. There hasn't been a single day where that was the case. So the reason why they're still
let me
being
go.
held is
Let
that
me
they
go to
haven't
Hala.
proven themselves to being reasonable neighbors.
Go ahead, Hala.
Okay,
Hala.
yeah, okay, no, go ahead, Khala. Sorry.
About 1 sec before.
The Palestinians in Gaza. Any under law, internationally or otherwise, to be harming the civilians there, irrespective of what the reasons are. find it just to give her some context.
I'm not quite sure what the argument.
Find unreasonable because I also didn't understand. So let Haiba just like give us the points where
In Noga's argument. No, hold on, Noga.
Coherent.
Okay,
was
so I'm
continually
speaking. Thank you.
interrupted and you
So
weren't
Zev,
paying
you know when you
attention.
said, excuse me, when you said that Hamas was stealing all the aid and attacking, and you said maybe we should ask Alex about it, he did actually speak about it, and he said Hamas was very cooperative in terms of handing
No,
over
so
the.
okay, hold on. That is not what I said. That is not what I said. You are absolutely intentionally mischaracterizing what I said. What I said was
Wait, you're
you were
interrupting
speaking.
me,
No,
and I
no,
haven't finished.
no, because I'm going to call out the fact that
He gets.
No,
Habiba,
Habiba,
if you put words in Zev's mouth, he explodes. So yeah,
No,
Zev
Zev
corrected
said,
and
Zev
everything.
said to ask Alex.
Habiba,
No,
let him correct him.
So
Let
we
him
can get
clarify
yeah,
statement.
we can,
You go
right,
back to the statement. Yeah, go ahead, Zev.
So we can get Alex on the stage right now if he's willing. Nothing. I said nothing of the sort. You're intentionally. I don't know where you're inventing
No,
that.
Zev,
What
you're
I
not
said.
listening
So
to
what's
me.
it,
You're not
Habiba?
listening.
I ask you, Habiba, last one, please. Let him make his point. It's important for him. Go ahead, Zev.
What I said regarding Alex Plitzis was this: he has been coordinating the evacuation of citizens and aid workers from Gaza. I said nothing more, nothing less in regards to his name. Do not say that
I
I
know.
said anything. Well, no,
I know.
you
You're not
don't. No,
listening to
no,
me.
you're not.
You're not listening to me.
Did you? No, Habib, no. I have to get through this. I'm not trying to be
Yeah, I know,
confrontational.
but you have to let us speak to get through it. Go ahead.
No, I want
Go
her
ahead.
to
Okay,
acknowledge
go ahead.
that I didn't.
Okay, go ahead, man.
I want her to acknowledge that
Zev,
what she just
you
said.
keep muting me. Hold on.
Habiba, can you acknowledge that what you just said was actually not true? That I did not say that. Can you please acknowledge that?
Zev, can you just let me speak, please? All I said
No,
was what
not
you
until
said.
you need to clarify what you said.
Zev, but you have to let her speak. I got your point. You jumped over her 4 times. Let her respond. Maybe we misunderstood her. Maybe she has a different point. Maybe she didn't finish the sentence and the context matters. So we'll let her finish. And then Zev, if she still mischaracterized it, you have every right to respond back to make sure that she does not put words in your mouth. Habiba, go ahead, please.
Thank Mario. I think I kept being muted there, but basically I wasn't putting words in your mouth. I just said all that you said was to ask Alex. And then I explained what Alex had said, which is that he had negotiated with Hamas to get some people out of the country and that they were cooperative.
He never said that.
Alex did. You can listen to the talk where he talked about it. And I pressed Mario and I said, Mario, you should really ask him for more details about it because it's international breaking news, the stuff that he's talking about. And it was.
Hold on, are we talking about Alex, our Alex Splitters that always on stage?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was so
let me get him
important what he
on.
was doing.
I can't believe he's the person that we're debating.
That's what I'm
All right,
saying, guys.
get...
He was the one who was on CNN talking about how he had gotten Americans out of the Gaza Strip. And he said he worked with the Hamas guys to get them out and that they were reasonable. I wasn't saying you said that, Zev. I was saying that Alex did. And then
So allow me to respond to that. Okay, but you literally said, remember when you said that Hamas was stealing all the aid and to ask Alex, I never made the claim in this space that Hamas was stealing the aid.
I said Nog was. I said whatever her
no,
name
but
is.
you used my name. Perhaps it was a mistake, but you said...
No, Zev, you
Well,
misheard
you
me.
did.
I
You
said
did.
Noga was.
You did. Maybe you don't realize that you did, but you did. And then you said to ask Alex. The only comment I made in regards to
I
Alex...
didn't attribute Hamas comment to you. You know?
Okay, well,
okay.
You did, but that's okay.
Okay, so maybe it's a
we can go listen to the
misunderstanding,
recording.
right?
That's not a
Okay,
problem.
so
But I want
getting
to
to the point.
I want to make it crystal clear that when
Okay,
I
Zev, let
attribute
me
statements...
just make the
No,
point. Please
Habiba,
let me
you need
speak.
to... I let you... You made your...
Let him make his point,
finish.
Habiba. Please let him make his point crystal
Habiba,
clear,
I
and
just
then
want to be
we can
crystal
move on.
clear.
Go ahead, Zev.
I do not speak on behalf of other people. The only time I used Alex's name was to ask him about his evacuation, activities with people from Gaza. Nothing more, nothing less.
Agreed.
Right.
That's what I was saying.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's all I meant,
perfect.
and I wasn't sorry if you thought I was characterizing your
All
response
good.
to Hamas.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
we're all good on this
okay,
one.
so basically, what they're saying is Hamas is impeding the delivery of aid, and what the AIDS organizations and people who've been dealing with aid on the ground, who accompany the convoys, are saying that that's not the case. So when Nogo characterizes people as them stealing aid as justification for why we shouldn't have aid in there, again, it's using
I
it's
didn't
using
say
false
that. In
pretenses.
fact,
I'm
Mario asked
speaking,
me and I
Noga.
said, yeah, but you're lying about what I said now.
I'm
And that's
sorry, but
just
you
as
keep talking about
unacceptable.
Hamas taking aid and all this bullshit, and you're inventing
I
stuff, and
didn't
it's
say it
opposite to the facts.
justifies anything. Mario
I
just
said it.
asked me that
I
specific
said it.
question, and I said it back.
Craig said it.
Toda
Craig
la
said it.
No, you
bombard.
no,
Cool.
Noga also very clearly
All right.
talked
Well,
about
Habiba,
how
you said you have Habiba. You said you have a crush on me, and I'm gonna keep you muted so everyone believes it. You gotta stop doing the he said, she said, because it just drives everyone nuts. Yehuda, I'd love your final thoughts on the back and forth we've just had, because I think we're digging too deep into he said this, she said this, and the last 5 minutes have been about that. Yehuda, just the argument. There's a lot of points made by Habiba Hala, good points made by Habiba Hala, Noga, Craig, and others. Would love your thoughts on everything. Yehuda, you there?
Thanks.
You
Yeah,
got to
you know,
unmute. Yeah.
yeah, I'm there. No, I mean, I just for this, just like personal, just from a step backwards, listening to the different sides go back and forth. I think there's a bit of cognitive dissonance with some of our friends on the other side, and here's my concern. Um, we have one group, Hamas, who say what they want to do in public, in Arabic, on Arabic channels. They say things like, "It's not our responsibility. The people upstairs, the tunnels are for us. We are fighting a war. We don't want to die." Well, he's honest. He goes, the UN is responsible. 75% of the people in Gaza, according to this Hamas spokesperson, are refugees. Therefore, it's not our problem, right? He was calling out, he was being called out by Arab news presenters, and then we ignore that. Like, it seems like some people are ignoring that on the panel, that Hamas actually saying this. Now you go to the Israeli side, and the Israeli side is saying, we don't want to hurt civilians. We're not interested in civilian death counts. We think it's counterproductive for us, and it actually limits our ability to prosecute the war against Hamas. And yet we're flipping the motives and intentions from one group, which is saying they don't care about the civilians, and imposing it or projecting it on the Israelis. Like the Israelis, I was going to disagree with the pro-Israel, so-called pro-Israel people on this space. Some people said, and including Craig and Zev and Noga, that you know what, it's not Israel's responsibility. That it's Hamas's responsibility. Well, in the world of realpolitik, guess what? It does become Israel's responsibility. They can't sit there forever and say, you know what, Hamas is a terrorist organization. We all know that. We know they're hiding in tunnels. I'm shocked that there are people here that are, almost defending it. I mean, the same person that's defending a tunnel is not complaining that Hamas has not done more to protect its own civilians in the last 16 years, right? They haven't been building shelters for their people. Why not build a few shelters here and there? They don't, because they say they don't care. And I think it's time we take them at their word and accept that they don't care. And the reason why they don't care is because it forces Israel to step in, because they know Israel as an actual country, as in a polity of nations, it can't say forever to the European Union and to the United States, well, screw it, right? Because people will say, hey, there's 2 million people there. I know it's not your fault, but you got to conduct yourself in a way that their lives are protected. And that's why I disagree with many Israelis who would say, not our problem whatsoever. The reality is, it is Israel's problem, because they have to live with these people, and the world's attention is on them. Mario, thanks.
Yeah, can
I
I just say
appreciate it.
something, Mario? Yeah, can
Can
I
I
just say
jump in
something?
Hold
and
on,
answer
hold
that?
on. I do. In a sec, Brian and our brother, I appreciate being patient. You haven't spoken. I did. Alex did just accept to come up. So let's get this debate finalized. Alex, are you there? Alex, you there?
He's loading.
No, he's loaded for me. Zev, did you want to ask, just summarize Alex, the back and forth that you and Habiba said, that you
Yeah,
Habiba
so
had, just so we get clarity?
yeah, absolutely. So the comment that I made was in relation to the UN staff and American citizens, so forth, that were being evacuated from Gaza, and I specifically said, you speak to Alex because he's been involved in that. And Habiba, you referenced I believe, a speech or some debate that he had, and basically, and I want to make sure I'm characterizing what you said, that Hamas was like good to negotiate with or something. I could be wrong, but can you repeat what you said?
No, Alex, we were talking about because there was a claim that the Egyptians were impeding aid and stopping people from getting through and whatnot. And it was just that when I heard you speak the other day, you said that you were like you had cooperated with Hamas to get the Americans out, and they were cooperative. And I think you
Kind
said
of,
it in one of
not,
these spaces. Yeah.
yeah, kind of, not quite. So not me negotiating with Hamas, no, but the governments did in terms of negotiating with Egypt, Hamas, and Israel. And yes, they were good with letting the NGO workers out, and they were good with letting foreign citizens out through the course of the negotiations. And the NGO workers who we had spoken to, that was the same thing. They were told that Hamas said there would be no problem with them leaving, and they did end up leaving on the first day that the gates were open. So that is, in fact, that is correct.
Thank you, Alex. Because the other claim that was being made was that, that they were holding them hostage. The Hamas was holding people hostage, which is also untrue. So there's so much.
That part I
Yeah.
can't. That part I can't talk to folks I was dealing with. That was not the case. I don't know about anybody else. I can only speak to the population I was dealing with.
Yeah, so the point wasn't about people,
Thank you.
Habiba. The point was made that the NGO workers are being held hostages, and now Alex clarified that. Thank you.
Yeah, at least the foreign NGO workers that I was dealing with, yeah, no, they were allowed to leave when the gates were opened, and there was no indication that they were stopped from doing so. So if they were being held somewhere else, that would be news to me. I don't know anything about that, or any of the other NGO workers that are still there, because there's a lot of local NGO workers as well that are not foreign nationals. So I can only speak to the limited population of folks I dealt with.
Thank you. Perfect.
Cool, Alex. Since you're here,
Does that clarify everything?
Yeah, Alex. I've got a quick question for you, and kind of be good to wrap up the space with your final thoughts on this final question. You and Michael, guys. The question, Brian as well. Alex, the question I have for you is war crimes. Do you think both sides committed war crimes? I read the UN chief, I forgot his name, that said both sides committed war crimes. You gave the example of Hamas. I think preventing people to evacuate to the south. I mean, that was the example he used in that particular case. No, he used the October 7th attack, sorry. And then he used for Israel, he used the collective punishment attack. I'm talking about the UN chief. What's your stance on this in terms of obviously the war crimes by Hamas? And do you think there's war crimes on the Israeli side as well, in your opinion?
Well, there's a loaded question across the board.
It is, yeah, exactly. You decided to come on when, so there you are.
So in terms of war crimes, I guess the first place you start with two sides, right? The first one was related to, I think you said October 7th. So in terms of a war crime in and of itself, I mean, if you're looking at Hamas as an entity, whether and the groups that cross the border anyway, right? I mean, we've been through this conversation a bunch, and people get very delicate and sensitive with words that are used. But if we're using commonly accepted definitions for what things are in terms of clinical definitions, right? Terrorism is a act of violence against civilians to achieve a political or policy outcome. It's some combination of those words, which is what happened on the 7th, right? The attacks took place across the border. There was an acknowledgement that those attacks were directed and who conducted them, and the purpose at the end of it is some sort of two-state solution, even if it's only, even if the Israeli side of it would be unrecognized. So yes, that would be a crime in and of itself, right? And then the question is proportionality on the other side of that, forget what else he was saying, the UN chief, about whether or not that would be a war crime. So John, I think, spoke to it from his perspective before. I'm definitely not an attorney, but I guess it would depend on, like you said, what the ratios are, what that looks like, intentions for how things happen and the outcomes. And so a lot of that is still unknown to opine in an intelligent way. Because I don't have enough data. That's why I haven't really made a claim one way or the other. And so I'm still kind of in between until data is like really presented that goes one way or the other. Because again, the claims that are coming now with the 10,000 that are there, is that actually, are they all civilians? Is that Hamas? Is it not? Is it proportional? Is it not? Is it purposeful? Those are all questions that need to get answered to have that answer from a legal, because it's a legal thing, right? Like you're asking, is this a violation of the law? I would leave that to an attorney. That's why I haven't opined on what is and what is not legal since I started this conversation a few weeks ago on both sides, because that's not my lane.
Alex, I'd love your thoughts on this as well, and then we'll go to Brian afterwards. Is Alex there? Oh, sorry, Michael.
Yep,
I think he's dropped out. No, that's not. Yeah, Alex, Michael's dropped out. Brian, your thoughts on this? By the way, just a story came out. Should have added translation to the video. I've posted this as well. So a woman was arrested for WhatsApp status praising Hamas. So she put out a status saying, "This morning I'm proud that I did not be forgotten. 7th of October, God let them win and keep them." So she was praising Hamas in that status update, and she's arrested.
We actually arrested more than 120 people doing that, and some of them have already been indicted. You're not allowed to support in Israel.
Zev, are you allowed to support ISIS in the US? Is it legal?
So no. So look, if you are
support, as in just quickly support, just to be support, like not actually support them financially. I think support them with a post or more like a post or WhatsApp status.
Listen, the answer is yes, right? You're probably going to be covered under First Amendment free speech laws, right? Absolutely. But if you're providing material support, then no, that is
No, not
absolutely
material.
not.
So, but is that illegal
No,
in Israel? You're not allowed to have a post or something supporting
So
Hamas?
I'm not an attorney.
much
I'm
like
not.
most
Noga,
countries
one second. Rega. I'm not an attorney in Israel. I can't speak to the laws of Israel. Maybe Noga can, but I would imagine. I don't know. I can't answer that.
but
Well,
I
I'm
can
guessing
because it's
by.
part
Go
of
ahead,
my
no, go ahead.
research. So how about
Go ahead, no.
yeah, okay. Much like almost most European countries, Israel has a prohibition on support of terror organizations. It's a law that exists in the UK and in France and in Germany, and they're actually being enforced quite fervently around Europe at the moment.
Is
The
it?
US
So
has a First
what's the
Amendment.
punishment?
It's incitement
What's
to
the
terror. Incitement to terror.
The punishment for no, it's not incitement. It's actually in French they call it apology for terror. It's not exactly the same thing, and the punishment for that in France could be up to 7 years in
Oh
prison
wow.
and 100,000 euros.
Yeah.
In the UK, the punishment is up to 14 years in prison, but I think the penalty starts with £5,000, and but they actually doesn't have a ceiling it for the more like the more severe crimes. In Israel,
And that
the
applies. And
punishment
that
for
applies for. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no. So go ahead.
No, I was going to ask. Is that applies for terrorist organizations? Correct.
It applies for support of terror organizations. Most laws in European countries adhere by the terror list of that country, and in the US in European countries that means the EU list as well. So if you support a listed entity, you violate the apology of terror laws. In
And
That's
Israel,
just in
fascinating.
The
France,
UK
though.
one, in
There's
the UK, for
there's two.
example, support means like financial support or
no,
encouraging their
support means that if you
acts of violence.
post,
Because one
no,
time,
support means that if
okay, one
you
time, a few
post
years ago, there were protests in London, and
support,
they were holding ISIS flags, and they were praising ISIS. And when the police were asked why are you not arresting them, they said it's freedom of speech, but there's no proof that they actually part of the organization, financed the organization, or encouraging the like. Okay, but they're holding the flags. Of course, they're encouraging their violent acts. There's no proof. They just allow them to do that.
So
well,
there,
I don't
This
know
is
there's
Most
after.
of
exactly
most
what
You
of
heard
people are
the.
actually
I don't
being
know what
arrested.
So Brian, you hear the. Do you know? Do you have to incite, or can you just show support or is empathy with the terrorist group? I'm curious from a legal perspective.
so there's a handful
So
of
the
laws.
rules
There's a
are, and
handful
it's
of laws that
actually
cover this. Hold on.
specified in
Yeah, we'll
UK
go back to
law.
you. Noga. We'll go back to you in a bit to get your final thoughts on this. But Yehuda, Brian, on that particular point.
Right.
Not
Yeah,
thoughts,
real
they're
quick. So
information.
oh Lord.
No,
But
go
I
on.
don't.
There are a handful of laws that cover this in North America and Canada and in Europe, and they're similar. They have different names. So you have anti-terrorism laws and anti-incitement to hatred laws. The hatred laws can be used to say you're inciting hatred by promoting ISIS and saying Jews should be killed or Christian. You could do that. Then there's the third, much easier kind of blanket a law that's used in the UK, for example, ASPOs, antisocial behavior orders, which are public mischief laws. So you could get detained or charged as for public mischief, whether it's Canada. You could, it depending on the police and the crown or the prosecutors, it could be something more serious like hate speech laws or incitement to hatred, which is a criminal code offense in Canada. And then you have anti-terror laws, so that's more of the material support. I'm raising money for Hamas. Any one of those things could be something that you could get booked for if you had, say, a Hamas flag walking down the streets of London or Toronto. Thanks.
What about
Sorry, can I interject?
So
interject
in terms
However,
of
you could
this,
just skip
Guys,
again
so
over.
guys, I do. Michael and Brian, I know you haven't spoken, guys. Brian, on that particular point and other points you've had, and we'll go to Michael, get his thoughts
Thank
on
you
the
so
war
much.
crimes.
Yeah,
Go ahead, man.
I really appreciate it. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Alex, who I think has made more sense than any of the other panelists. He really is not. He admits when he doesn't know something, and I just love that humility he has. I also want to give a quick shout out to Lev Parnas. Lev and I don't always agree, but he's the man. I just want to say I love him. And then as far as this point that we're talking about, as far as practice, I don't know the law in Israel, but there's an actress named Maisa Abd El-Hadi. I know the director of a film she was in and one of her co-stars from the wonderful film Tel Aviv on Fire. She was arrested for two social media posts, one of which compared breaking out of Gaza to the falling down of the Berlin Wall. And I don't know what the specific law is, but she's been held in detention. She's had her phone confiscated. She cannot communicate with the outside world.
Breaking. Hold on, just to be
And
clear.
there
Sorry,
are
Brian. Sorry, Brian. Just a sec. Just understand.
We got some breaking
Breaking
news.
out of. Oh shit! What's the breaking news? Sorry, 2 seconds, Brian. 2 seconds, Brian.
Okay.
Sorry, Brian. What's the?
in Eastern Syria.
The U.S., yeah, the U.S. This is what I was waiting to say, Mario. I'm sorry I didn't jump in earlier, but
No, no.
it
Yeah,
has
I saw it on mute.
it has been confirmed now that the United States has taken additional action in eastern Syria. The first airstrikes since the October 26th airstrikes, also targeting Shia-backed Shia militia groups affiliated with the IRGC in Deir ez-Zor in eastern Syria, and we're still waiting on details on those strikes, but Secretary Austin did release a statement, and he said the United States is fully prepared to take further necessary measures to protect our people and our facilities. And so that, I think, is an important bit to highlight. We also saw
Also,
additional
the
attacks
Houthis
on
shot
U.S.
down a
troops in
drone.
Erbil today.
Yeah, the drone is
Also,
old,
like
Lev.
in,
The
drone.
Lev drone is
Sorry about
hours
that.
old.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Right, the drone
Sorry
the
about
drone
So
that.
was earlier, but and I don't think that the drone itself was a huge
no, it was a
impetus for
pretty.
the U.S.
Yeah.
response. I think that the continued, dozens of attacks that we've seen on U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria since October 26th are almost certainly what's driving that response. And you saw, John Kirby, you saw Secretary Austin, other folks in the U.S. government make it very clear that if these attacks continued on U.S. forces, there would be additional responses. And we've just now seen that first response. Again, I'm not hopeful that this is going to prevent those attacks from continuing, but it is notable because when we talk about levers for escalation, and we talk about ways that the U.S. gets, slowly gets more involved, things like that. This is one of the ways that can happen.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing it. And the airstrikes, though, do you know how extensive they are compared to the October ones?
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. I think that in the next hour or two, I expect that we're going to hear more about what exactly was targeted in the Pentagon. Everything that I'm at least hearing so far says that these were more fulsome than what happened on October 26th, but we just don't know that yet at this point. And again, it'll be very interesting to see what kind of response these militia groups have in Iraq and Syria if they continue to escalate these attacks as we've seen, or what. I'm not super hopeful that it's going to change much, and I think it also signals that the U.S. wants to try to limit its response to these kinds of actions. And again, I think we really have to see what the appetite is for any kind of further involvement. There were some reports earlier today as well that the U.S. would consider strikes on IRGC facilities in other areas in other countries. We don't know how accurate that is yet, but I think these airstrikes are notable. And in addition to that, we saw attacks in Damascus as well. There were reports of, I believe, Israeli strikes on Damascus International
On
Airport earlier
daily,
today.
daily strikes,
Right.
daily
And they've
tips.
been doing that exactly, and they've been doing that often. With that, that's not a unique event by any stretch. I think it is notable that we saw more of them today. But you're right. We've seen attacks on the runways there, for a long time now, in an effort to try to limit those kinds of shipments that they think are coming back and forth from Iran. So a couple of those developments I thought were notable. I know we've been having a great debate, a great discussion on these other topics, but I wanted to kind of just get to some of those breaking items as well.
Yeah, and before we go back
adding
to
to
go
Michael,
ahead.
that the attack was on Hay Harabish, which is in eastern Deir ez-Zor, and it was actually on the side of the Deir ez-Zor military airport as well. So usually when they target that area or Bukamal or anything there, the U.S., since they're doing it for years, they target, for example, either directly groups backed by the IRGC or few buildings that they believe is operated by other IRGC. This time they target on the side of the military airport, and like I said with Michael last time, that I feel like this is going to be the new rules of engagement similar to the ones in Lebanon. So we're going to see attacks there, and the same thing, those groups are going to attack American bases. So it's back and forth, just like what's happening in Lebanon right now.
Mario, I have some breaking news as well from Israel.
Ooh.
What is it?
So Israel the parliament just passed a law amending the counterterrorism law that criminalizes the quote consumption of terrorist publications, which is basically the passive social media use with penalty of up to 1 year's imprisonment. So basically like watching a video
Hold on, are you sure? Last time I reported that there was a bill to try to get that through. People told me that wasn't true. I think we posted about it. The people were like, no, this is not true. This is
I
true.
think because they were trying. Now they did.
Yeah, they were like they're also detaining a woman right now, which is basically a Palestinian citizen of
I
Israel.
posted about that one. The
Yeah.
WhatsApp one.
So
Yeah,
basically,
but that's a
what,
no, but that's an
you
existing
watch,
law
She
that has to
posted.
do with
if
active
you
She
watch,
posted. She.
if
Sorry, go ahead first. Which one? Go ahead.
so if you basically watch the IDF feed of them posting about stuff that of Hamas, that technically also means that you're violating this law, right? If they're posting,
Well, I need to see. Just
No,
if anyone
hold
has
on,
the
Noga,
Can
Noga.
I,
1
can I
minute, 1
jump
minute,
back in before we?
1
No,
minute. I just
Brian, I'll give you the mic, but we've moved on. Unfortunately, go ahead, Zev. This
yeah.
law and the attacks. We have two things going on
So
right now.
Because it's
right.
definitely related.
So
And
okay.
Faraz,
Yeah.
can you
Just
send me through the link of that law, please, Faraz?
I sent it to you.
Thank
They
you.
passed it 4 hours ago.
Faraz, could you send it to me? The end.
I'll send it.
Is
Yeah.
it? Yeah. I think is it in English, Hebrew? I'd like to see it in its original Hebrew. I listen. I don't doubt what you're saying. I'd like to just to verify.
no, I doubt what you're
They
saying because
arrested
I've read the
someone
law,
for
and that's
calling.
complete
They arrested
bullshit.
someone for. They arrested an elderly man for waving a Palestinian flag, not Hamas flag, Palestinian. So
It's
literally, they're
illegal.
arresting anyone. They're using it as a pretext to round people up.
No, no,
They've also
Habiba,
Okay.
arrested.
Can
Habiba,
you?
Because the case
that's
I was
old.
talking about was
Habiba,
related
that's
to
old.
this.
That's
Yeah,
old,
they've also
Habiba. What's
arrested
your,
at least
no,
4
no,
political
Habiba,
leaders.
Habiba,
Yeah.
that's old. That's not talking about the Palestinian flag. This means like, let's say you're watching
Oh no, I know.
Eye on Palestine,
Yeah.
and you're watching a video of like the Hamas shooting like one of the RPGs on a tank,
Yes,
and
I know.
you like the post. If you like the post, that can be used for up to 1 year's imprisonment on.
Yesterday they arrested a
Actually, up
chef,
to
So
and he
this is
wasn't
5
related to
supporting
what I
years
was
Hamas.
talking
in
about before.
prison, and it has
Yesterday
to do with
they arrested a
support of
chef
terror.
in the West
This is
Bank,
definitely
and they said he
related
was
to the
supporting
point I was
Hamas.
making.
Same thing. And the text, if you read the text that he posted, it was like a regular post opposing Israel. That was it. So they're using it as a pretext to round people up. I've read the
Yeah, so
texts
And
it's
of
that's
some of
fascism,
these
basically.
people.
Fascism
and that relates
101.
to the case that relates to the case I was talking about with Maisa Abd El Hadi, where you can definitely disagree with what she posted. And I
No,
think
that's
the
a different
larger
person.
issue here, I know,
Okay.
no,
Can
I'm not
someone
saying it's the
send me?
same
Okay.
person.
Just
I'm
can
just
somebody
saying that this
send
is a
me?
related case. It's a
Okay.
related
Can
case with
somebody?
similar circumstances.
Can somebody send me that statement? The law. Noga, can you send it to me? I
I've
can't
sent it
find it.
to the one that Faraz mentioned to you. I've sent it to you now.
Yeah.
But I
Okay.
think the
Thank you.
larger issue is the way that these laws are applied. So, for example, this actress who's detained, her phone's taken away from her. You also regularly, and again, I defend Israel against the charge that it is an apartheid state. I think there's racism, but that doesn't make it apartheid. The system in the West Bank is a whole different matter. I think that term applies there. But Israel itself it's pretty racist, like most countries are pretty racist. And I'm not saying that's okay or justifiable, but the question here is you have Israeli Jews at soccer matches who will chant death to Arabs in the thousands. You have all kinds of other incitement happening on the extremist right-wing Israeli crowd with the settler crowd. With what's happening in the West Bank right now, it's absolutely terrorist incitement against
Are we just
Palestinian
making
villagers.
stuff up
I'm
now?
sorry, can we not interrupt?
Naga.
Thank you.
Can we not
Thank you.
lie?
Because you
I
talk
mean,
so
Naga.
no, I'm
seriously.
not lying at all. This is documented by
Yes.
Israeli human rights. Excuse me, you've been talking a lot. I've been waiting all day. Israeli human rights groups, B'Tselem and others, Human Rights Watch, that criticize everybody, Hamas, the United States, France, you name it. These crimes, these in the United States State Department use the same word, terrorism, to describe the settler violence against innocent Palestinian villagers in the West Bank. Okay. The question is, if they're going to be applying these laws the way they are to people like Maisa Abd El Hadi and to other people, are they going to apply these laws the same way when right-wing Jewish Israelis commit acts of terror and violent intimidation, which is what terrorism is? Are they going to apply those laws the same way? And that's the problem, is that there's been almost no accountability or enforcement against these acts in the West Bank and in other places. And when the social media posts that are saying death to Arabs and this and that, they're not even checked or stopped. And so if they're only going to use this law to go after Palestinians and those advocating Hamas or whatever, then that is a huge problem as far as equality before the law. It's an erosion of Israeli democracy. And this gets to the other point I was hoping I could make in terms of war crimes. I think it's clear on both sides. There's been, Hamas has set the bar extremely low. I'm not equating the IDF and Hamas, but I am doing an article right now where I'm looking at just war theory, which is the basis of international law, international humanitarian law, when it comes to all of this. And there's some major components that deal with whether or not a war itself is just. But then you also have the war's conduct, which is separate from the war itself being just. So I think Israel has a just war because of what happened on October 7th. They're entitled to remove Hamas from power. But this is why Secretary Blinken and President Biden say this over and over again. How they do it matters. They wouldn't be saying that if they weren't worried and thought Israel was doing a great job with all of this. And again, I'm defending Israel's right to prosecute this war. It may be all kinds of things that people don't like, but it's still a state, and as any state, no matter whether or not you think it's illegitimate, no matter whether or not you think they've committed war crimes in the past or done bad things in the past, as a state, it's entitled to defend itself the way it after it was attacked. But when you're dropping 2,000-pound bombs on a densely packed refugee camp to take out a few dozen terrorists, surrounded by hundreds or thousands of civilians, I watched General Dana Petard, who's a former U.S. general, say that's probably not something we would have done in
But that doesn't
Iraq or
equate to a
Afghanistan.
war crime.
And I'm almost done. So, and I also listened to Colonel Cedric Leighton on CNN. Certainly not some Palestinian flag waving zealot say that he does not think Israel's doing enough to attend to the needs.
Yeah, but Colonel
of
Cedric Leighton
civilians.
was also acting directly on CNN. He was asked, "Do you believe that Israel is potentially committing war crimes?" And he said categorically, from what I've seen, no.
Yes, but
So
more recently, I think
Brian,
he also.
Okay, you made your point. I wanted to go to Hala and ask her a question.
Except I didn't finish making my point. You're interrupting me, and other people have spoken much more than I have. And I'm not done. I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate you want to interject and say what Colonel Cedric Leighton said here. But I'm just saying that the preponderance of the evidence under international law is not that when the other side abandons it, when one side is horrible and terrible and becomes a terrorist and kidnaps, there's this argument that you're hearing on the Israeli side a lot. Well, essentially, international law doesn't really apply because they're so bad that we have to behave differently. That
so just
we're entitled to behave differently.
Okay, just a little bit. Okay, back and forth between you and I.
I want to give you credit, by the way, Beezy, because I think you're not one-sided. I think you do try to be fair.
Listen,
I don't agree with you.
You
I also think you interrupt me a lot too.
Okay, well that's sort of what I think I'm supposed to do. I want to have a little back and forth with you, right? And no, I'm not completely unbiased. I'm going to be very clear about that, right? I try to be, but I think it's quite clear. So, Brian, you said, did you make the assertion that simply because one side is awful, the other side should not abandon international law? Can you prove to me that, in your opinion, using empirical evidence, that Israel hasn't abandoned international law?
Oh, yeah. I mean, from the very beginning, when they threatened and they did cut off immediately, and they backed away a little bit. You cannot cut off food, water, and medicine to millions of people, especially when you're going to be bombing them, and especially when you know that the other side is going to hoard all the medicine and food, and that they're already dependent, that the Hamas is
when the
not...
other side would what? Sorry, I didn't hear you. When the other side
you're proving...
I didn't hear what you said, Brian. Okay, something the other side hoarding what?
With Hamas hoarding medicine, food, and fuel, and you know that
so
they're not going to give it.
Okay, but by that statement,
I wouldn't deny that. But the whole point of that is that if the existing setup is that the Palestinian people are getting their food, medicine, and water from international aid groups, and then Israel blocks all delivery of that when there's normally 500 trucks a day, and there haven't been 500 trucks since the beginning of this for over a month now. All right. When they do that, that itself is siege warfare and an illegal. I would love to finish. I would
let him finish.
I really
and then
am making a point. All right. So that in and of it's because there's a couple of points to build off this, and they're definitely directly in response to you. You cannot cut off food, water, and medicine to a large civilian population when you're going after terrorists that are embedded with them. The U.S. didn't do that in Fallujah. The U.S. did not do that in Mosul, but the Russians did it in Aleppo. The Russians have been doing it in Ukraine, and the United States has been good and right to criticize them there. And it's not just that; it's the type of targeting that's going on when you are using very large ordnance to go after people. Again, Hamas can't get out, right? So if they knew, if those refugee camps, they knew that there were commanders there underneath like 10-story buildings, right? they're not going anywhere. And this is what General Dana Petard said, that tactical and patience and strategic patience is important, that he does not think that the U.S. would have dropped the bomb in that particular situation. And he didn't say flat out, okay, therefore that's a war crime. But when you look at international law, that's the definition of it. I'm not equating IDF and Hamas, but that doesn't mean that the IDF gets a looser hand because Hamas lowers the standards on their side.
Before you respond, I have a couple of breaking news.
Sure. Okay.
Very
Very
quickly.
quickly.
I'm eager for your response, BZ.
Okay.
Absolutely.
A man, a woman, and a 5-year-old baby were just shot in Gitit by Palestinian terrorists. That's in Samaria. For all of those complaining about what the IDF is doing in Judea and Samaria, that's because Palestinian terrorists are shooting.
When was that? When was that?
It's not
when
because
was that?
the settlers aren't killing civilians because of that. That's not what's happening. But that's awful. What happened to the
settlers
civilians.
aren't killing civilians,
It's
but the
awful.
point is that they're
What
being
you said
shot
is-
at.
What
And it
No, they
happened
burned
in
the
There's a
hours.
little bit more
I
breaking news
actually
as well,
have
Mario.
another one. I have actually
Sorry,
have another
Alex?
one.
One doesn't justify the other.
There's
I
a bit
actually
more
have
breaking news
another
as well.
piece of breaking
Oh, okay,
news.
go ahead. Yeah, so no, go.
Mario, I have another
What's
one.
yours? Yeah, what's yours? Yeah.
There's a story that just broke in Israel, and I see it verified from enough places that we have photos of AP and CNN photographers who came into Israel on the morning of the 7th to document it,
Sorry,
which would
this woman is a
indicate, since it was
conspiracy
6
theorist,
a.m.
guys.
I have
Conspiracy
pictures
theorist.
I can show you because they're all
Can
over
you?
Twitter,
You've
and
just
you can
said that
see them for
settlers don't
yourself.
shoot people in the West Bank. We've
But
got
if I can
videos of
finish,
them doing
because
it.
I'm still
This is
trying
crazy.
to
Okay, so guys, just
I
this
want
is
to back up Habiba with one
But if
thing.
I can
it's not,
finish
I
it's
want to
not,
back up.
guys. All right, last time, if anyone unmute someone on remove. So Alex, what's the breaking news that you have?
Sure. So if I heard the discussion
I didn't
correctly,
finish
and cut me.
mine.
Oh, Manoga. Go ahead, Alex.
So U.S. Central Command just officially announced the strike inside Syria, and they did not list it as a strike against the proxies. They listed it specifically in writing from the official account as a strike against IRGC facilities in Syria.
Bingo.
Yeah.
But didn't they call it in October IRGC facilities?
Yes,
Alex?
Sorry,
they
can
did.
you say, I'm sorry, can you
The
say
one
one more
before.
time?
Yes, they did before as well.
In October, they did the same thing, yeah?
Yes.
So they were the first time we had a comment that was made where they publicly accused the folks who were responsible of being the IRGC, which was a new thing, right? It was always addressing the proxies directly. So the first statement we had was blaming the IRGC specifically for the attacks on U.S. bases. Now they specifically said that they struck these IRGC bases. Now the ones, if you're referring to the two that the F-16 struck that were empty with people, nobody died, the weapons facilities in Syria that was struck the first time around. I don't remember the exact language was used, but this one they absolutely just named publicly, and I'll send you the tweet via WhatsApp. But it's very clear that they're blaming the IRGC directly.
Let me get Veripass. Come on, please. He knows a lot about this. Please. I wanted to get your thoughts and Yehuda's thoughts on this particular strike.
Yeah. So this is what we talked about. This is why I was trying to come up. Alex beat me to the chase as he usually does because he's probably a lot smarter than I am. What we talked about, remember last week, what we talked about, that escalation ladder, right? First, it was going to be the operators. It was going to be the people that operated the drone. And then the next step up, right, is their leadership. And then the next step up is actually targeting IRGC units themselves. This is a small escalatory response. So when you use the word escalatory, you have to remember it's in proportion to the effect, right? So let's be absolutely clear about this. What Michael said, what we were talking about last week, to refresh everybody's memory, is that you do not want there to be a massive strike of U.S. Warplanes all over the place, because that will signal, whether people want to say it or not, that will signal U.S. quote-unquote involvement in the war, right? Which is exactly what these groups are trying to bait the United States into. They want this overwhelming response. Alex is absolutely correct, and Jennifer Griffin from Fox News does an absolutely wonderful job parsing these statements out. I encourage everybody to follow her because she's probably the best in the game at this point. That the actual saying of those words, the IRGC, that is saying that the United States is taking military action against what is a part of the state, the nation state of Iran. And again, the next step up from this is to start killing IRGC members, right? That's the next step, but it's not going to be
There is Syrian state media is reporting that several members of the IRGC are dead and injured.
Yeah. So there you go. So
how major is this?
Yeah, but the fact is, it was only done once, or that. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was only two. It was two F-15s and one strike. If I remember
You
that,
mean
that's
you mean the first one?
yes, the one we're talking
The
about.
first one was 2 strikes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
there
was
you go.
two
Still tit for
planes, two
tat, like
separate
Lebanon
facilities,
and
one
Israel.
mission.
Right. So this was one mission. So sortie of aircraft is the way that I think about it. So forgive me, my air traffic control brain
I'm
takes
an Army
over.
guy too, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So the actual flight, if you will, right? You have to imagine that the killing of these members, right? The killing of these IRGC peoples are a direct response. The next response from this is going to be the exact same thing. It's not going to be a massive blanket of every target they can find. They're just going to keep on pecking at this stuff because the United States is not going to be drugged into this war. Because if there is, again, a massive strike, it'll be splashed all over CNN, all over Fox News. Congress people are going to have to get behind it. The Republicans are going to have to say their piece. Democrats are going to have to say their piece. And the Biden administration is clearly, through its actions, clearly demonstrated that it is not going to be dragged into this war. Yes, American soldiers are under attack. That's correct. But let's remember, I'll conclude on this. If the United States were to be dragged into this war, quote unquote, right, then the effect of service members will multiply by a factor of 100, right? The risk to their persons will go up exponentially. So there will be more troops in harm's way if the U.S. expands on these airstrikes. So there is a measure of proportionality to this.
Yeah, it's more tit
So
for
can I
tat.
ask, so guys, I want to ask about the fact that IRGC members died. When was the last time? Oh shit, Veripass is here. When was the last time we've had IRGC members killed by US airstrikes, and how common is that?
I can
Anyone could
tell you
jump
one
in.
thing about that thing before go to Craig or Veripass. That every time there's an American strike, they say the same thing, that IRGC were killed, and a lot of media keep
That's
saying it.
not correct.
Just
That's
like
not correct.
last time. That
Sulabadi
is
was the
correct.
last
Say it,
time.
yes. Last time, during the last attack, I think 2 weeks ago or something, there were the same Syrian media, the same ones, Syrian Observatory and all that. They said IRGC members were killed, and they said one high profile, and then nothing happened after that. I'm not saying it's not true this time. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
No, I
that we
understand.
need to
I'm just
wait for
simply
a report.
saying that people are watching the language coming from DOD very, very carefully. And to say that the United States constantly puts out things that we've destroyed IRGC members is simply not factual.
No, I
The
think
fact
he
that
said
they're-
he didn't say the U.S. media. He said that Syrian media, because I'm saying
Oh
IRGC
yeah,
members died according
it's
to Syrian
Syrian
media.
media. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean it's
saying
Syrian media.
the reports usually. I didn't say the Americans. I said the reports usually say every time, but Syrian Observatory and all that, they keep saying like these rumors every time there's an attack, and then we move on, nothing happens. Just what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Americans. And the Americans also said that today they targeted. I think I'm reading from the Secretary of Defense per personnel. I think that means, I don't know. They said that they targeted facilities used by the IRGC and affiliated groups. So just like last time.
Yeah, yes,
So
but the
F2, this
fact
would
that
be the first.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no. The only thing this is important because this kind of decision is made at the highest level of government. This wasn't some one-off base commander who wants to drop a bomb. This was done by the commander in chief in cooperation with obviously the Secretary of Defense. Right? They make these strikes purposefully. They're not going to one-off attack people and then, to be clear, go out on the public stage and say we killed IRGC members. That it is not DoD policy. The fact that this has happened is different. People have to be absolutely clear about this. It is different. But the fact that go ahead, Mario.
So that'll be the first. Yeah, that'll be the first time since Soleimani in 2020 that we've had IRGC members killed by US airstrikes.
You might want to double check that. I think that there was that we hit a unit in Syria in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, 21, 22. We hit something, and I think we didn't know they were IRGC there, but somebody claimed that IRGC was there. But this is obviously the most public.
And this is certainly not the
You've got
first time since this conflict broke out. And the first time around, there were 0 casualties reported by both the U.S. and the Syrians and the IRGC. So there may have been an initial push, as Hadi was mentioning, by some local media groups. But what came out afterwards from everybody collectively was no one was killed in that first strike.
And
The
both said
important
to
thing,
be
other thing
careful
to
and
note,
incremental.
the other thing to note is that the US is characterizing this as self-defense, and it has like a self-defense strike, and it has justification for that because of the continual IRGC attacks and that you're seeing throughout the region. That I think Omar Leila is tracking really well. Yeah, so it's not that they're provoking it; it is self-defense.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
I'm
gonna
saying,
cost much in the long run.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but remember,
Mario.
so
Yeah,
sorry,
Veripass. Let
Veritas,
me
go
go.
ahead.
You quickly,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
Veripass. What do you have to tell us, man? So Mario, it took place 45 minutes ago. It was two strikes. It was an F-52 F-15s, and it was a coordinated response to Israel and the U.S. And it was targeting IRGC headquarters 40 kilometers south of Damascus Airport. And that's about all I can go into right now. We can talk later on. More will be coming out. But
How does it compare to the
2020?
How does it compare to last month's attacks?
This was more of a coordinated response. So, IDF forces are really in control. When the release comes out, you'll see that it'll, of how it was. But we've talked about this. Targeting packages were selected, and this is more of a command and control facility for IRGC. As you know, about 45 minutes ago, the shooting started. They all thought it was going to the airport. It wasn't self-defense from some people. It was over in about 3 seconds, and that's it.
And also the official ones I'm reading, they're saying that its facility is used by the IRGC, and the CNN said that it's a weapon depot, just like last time.
Yeah, so the statement that I have, it's in my post. Let me go to my post. The statement that I have is, today, under Biden's direction, U.S. military forces conducted a self-defense strike on a facility in eastern Syria used by Iran's IRGC and affiliated groups. Okay,
I mean,
the
that's
strike was comparing to October. I'm trying to remember what it said in
more are
October.
coming.
More information. Okay, the strike was conducted by two F-15s against a weapons storage facility. The precision self-defense strike is a response to a series of attacks against U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria by IRGC Quds Force affiliates. The U.S. is fully prepared to take further necessary measures to protect blah blah. Yeah, I think it seems very similar. Would anyone disagree that this is not escalatory in any way? Does anyone disagree that this is not escalatory? This is de-escalatory. Anyone disagree?
Barely.
Okay. Okay.
Well, no,
I don't
remember.
believe
Well,
it's
no, remember,
escalating.
Hadi, 1 second.
Yeah, go
Remember
ahead.
though, remember though that it's proportional to what the response is to this, right? So obviously the IRGC will be. It's been given its warning, right? It's been given its acknowledgement. We know where you guys are going. We know where this is happening, and if you guys persist, right now, it's pushed back on them to see if they will continue these strikes. If they continue these strikes, then the U.S. just keeps on going up the ladder and up the ladder and up the ladder. So it's not like there's going to be several more strikes after this, right? It's on the IRGC and Quds Force, whatever you want to call them. It's on them right now to decide whether they want to keep doing this or not. They don't have to, but if they keep doing it, it'll clearly give more license to free fire.
And there
Craig,
continue to be a back and forth
do you
because
agree
they're trying
about
to
something?
demonstrate that
Just a second,
they're
guys.
being active.
Me and Michael was saying the other time that after the first attack that this was not going to deter, and literally the next day we saw attacks from so-called Iranian-backed groups.
I don't know. I don't know if it's the. I don't know if it's
agreed
deter
was,
though, Hadi. I don't
yeah,
know if why it's more like like just doing what that's necessary to not look bad. No.
yeah. This is the thing. So when we've seen attacks, the attack happened, and then we were discussing that of course America's going to retaliate, and they did retaliate on these facilities, but we said it's not going to stop the other side. So I'm asking Greg, do you agree that this is going to be like new rules of engagement between Iran and the US, but now the field is Deir ez-Zor because it's usually where the area
Yeah,
and all that.
that's a great question. That's a great question. So in regards to like air operations, I can only speak to that, but I would like to draw people's attention back to something that happened in Syria several years ago, when Wagner decided to get too close to a U.S. unit. We killed maybe about 250 to 300 people in Wagner when they got too close to a U.S. base, fire base, or unit, I should say. And when that happens, that's not to be taken lightly, right? But remember, commanders have authority to defend their units if under fire. But let's be absolutely clear. The rules of engagement are determined by those who are engaging. The United States is not engaging the IRGC. The IRGC is engaging the United States. So just like that example of Wagner, the rules of engagement are they all come back to it's on Iran to stop this. If it's not, then you're going to get something that appears like Wagner, but that's not on the United States for expanding the role.
that's because they're defending units. That's a clear line I think we have to delineate.
And we did see that in 2016 when the U.S. also targeted some local groups when they killed more than 100 soldiers when they were getting near the resort. They were fighting ISIS at the time. I don't know why the U.S. would attack them, but because of the oil fields and all that. But there's still something that you're not mentioning, and I want to ask your opinion on that. That a lot of these so-called Iranian-backed groups, okay, there are Iraqis because they're on the borders, but a lot of them are also Syrian, and the U.S. presence in that area, in their views, I'm trying to be neutral as much as I can, that it's an occupation and it's illegal. So they get their backing from Iran, but they still have the right to fight for it because a lot of them are from Deir ez-Zor, and the U.S. presence around that area for them is illegal, and they want to go back to their hometowns and all that. And we've seen a lot of backlash from the locals against the U.S. forces. So this is what a lot of people are taking out of context as well.
Well, not necessarily, because remember that Iran is clearly without. I don't think there's a single person on this space. There's over 10,000 people here. I think everybody understands that Iran is financing, supporting, and arming a lot of these groups in Syria. I mean, I think that just goes without saying, right? And so it all comes back to the fact that this was done. Remember, a week and a half ago, me and Michael had a lively debate about what that escalatory ladder is. And that first, it was a strike on the ordinance where it was, then it was a strike on the leadership, then it was a strike on IRGC personnel. And if they don't stop, then it's going to continue to be IRGC personnel because they are the ones who are organizing, directing, and financing all of this. And it makes no sense to take on these local groups when it's really Iran that is the one that's calling the shots here. I mean, I think that we'd be hard pressed not to imagine that Iran is telling these groups to step up assaults on U.S. air bases and U.S. FOBs, if you want to call them FOBs, because Iran is telling them to do so, right? The pace has dramatically increased because Iran is telling them to do so. And so Iran is going to bear the responsibility through the loss of their IRGC commanders or what have you.
It's just like what's happening on the border with Lebanon, but both parties are more cautious. In this case, the U.S. and Iran are even more keen to avoid conflict than Hezbollah and Israel, and Hezbollah and Israel are keen to avoid conflict.
Okay, so a question then. So is this, people are referring to this as escalatory. What's the next step? Like, what's to be expected next?
Can I say something?
Yeah, I want to get Hannah and then Hoshiar's thoughts on this.
Go ahead.
I think you guys missed Hadi's point. The U.S. is in Syria as is seen as an occupation force. It's occupying a part of Syria, irrespective under what it describes it. Fact of the matter, it's in another country. You know, it's Syria is a sovereign country, and the U.S. are there. The fact that it attacked the Iranian whatever they are positions in Syria. In the meantime,
the IRGC,
there are Syrians there, groups or just Syrians or the Syrian military or whoever. They will feel like they have the right to respond, as in they will be resisting. So there are American bases in Syria, in Deir ez-Zor. So if Syria was to retaliate, and I mean Syria as in these groups on the ground, that they will be within their legal right to do so as well. So
Right.
so hold on, just let me finish it. So my point is, U.S. is not just going to be attacked in Iraq, which will continue, by the way, irrespective of today's attack in Syria, but they will also get attacks in Syria as well, which hasn't been doing it yet.
Yes.
I want to go to guys.
Mark, one second. I just want to be
Craig and then Hoshiar here.
The Syrian government, is using these to attack U.S. soldiers. Let's be absolutely clear. The Syrian government is not attacking the United States soldiers that are claimed to, whether they be occupying or not. But let's be absolutely clear about this. These are groups that are financed by Iran. So the Syrian government is not taking action against U.S. troops, right? That's not happening. These are financed by Iran.
It's not about liberation. It's about the proxy war.
Politics.
I'm
it's
saying
politics.
I think
whoever is on the ground in Deir ez-Zor could carry out attacks against Syrian bases in
You're saying you're saying it's justified.
Were carried out tonight.
Okay, so I do want to go to Hoshiar. Hoshiar, would love to get your thoughts on these.
Groups, you want to call them,
I think she can't hear me.
Syrians.
Hold on.
It doesn't
matter. I
just
removed it. I don't think she can hear me. I'll bring it back up. Hoshiar, want to get your thoughts on these attacks and how they compare to last month? I would say it falls within that framework of escalation and de-escalation. I think we were in the danger of the war expanding
within the first month. We are beyond that. I think the chances of a regional war is very low right now. But we are also beyond deterrence. I think I mentioned that these messages for Iran are not clearly working. Even when the U.S. had, hundreds of thousands of troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Iranians were still supporting groups that were targeting U.S. Troops. So Syria has become the flashing point, although the attacks continue in Iraq, in Kurdistan region, in Erbil as well. But I think the calculation is if they attack in Syria, yes, it increases pressure on the US, but if it is Iran or Syria pushing to try to force the US out, the US won't easily leave Syria for so many reasons that we don't have time to go into detail right now. But it is within that scenario that I outlined a few days back that we will see these attacks increasing and decreasing, testing each other. But combined with the downing of the U.S. drone in Yemen, and the U.S. saying it's in international
That's a good
waters,
point. That's a good point.
combined with some of the attacks here in Iraq, as I said, it's a multi-pronged strategy if it is Iran guiding it. And I would be really, really surprised if members of IRCG are killed. I would wait to confirm that because I assume they are not near. They are not near those positions. Although some of the prominent commanders were killed during the Syrian civil war, but it is basically Iran telling the U.S. These pressures are not working. We can be part of the solution. All of this, all of the talk of releasing hostages, and the changes that we see in the tone of the United States, that they publicly now, for example, say we don't want Israel to reoccupy Gaza, we don't want them to stay there. It shows that Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening to the U.S. for momentarily paused a couple of days, for example. So all the calculations of Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, all these groups is going into one thing, to buy time so that the political pressure increases in the Middle East, within the Arab countries, probably in Europe, in the US. You see some voices, although it's not strong enough, so that there is a sort of political solution in terms of a ceasefire, because that would be the way out for the survival of Hamas. Although the speakers from Israel on these spaces have made it clear that Israel won't stop until they destroy Hamas, which is going to
And
be
I do
really
have
difficult.
Hoshar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, sorry. I was just checking my microphone. And I do want to add, sorry, I interrupted you at a bad time, but I also wanted to
it's
add,
okay.
sorry to interrupt you. No, it's okay. So I wanted to interrupt you earlier to say there's also apparently Hoshar, and you might find this interesting. I can't mention the source, but there seems to be a deal with the US and Iraq, where US will not strike targets in Iraq anymore. And that will have to be taken care of by the Iraqi government. They will just be striking targets in Syria moving forward. So just something worth mentioning.
Yeah,
But Hoshar,
something really interesting that was noticed by some of the commentators when Secretary Blinken came to Iraq. The Prime Minister of Iraq, wearing the same suit and tie, went and saw the Supreme Leader of Iran.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah,
It's
he
nice.
didn't even have time to change, apparently.
what does that mean? What does that indicate?
Well, directly after Secretary Blinken left, he went to Tehran. He saw the president. He saw some of the guys in the Quds IRCG, but he was not satisfied. He wanted to see the Supreme Leader. He saw him, and although we don't know the details, but one of the things was a direct message from the U.S. that if our troops are targeted and if there are casualties, we will be forced to respond.
Mario, I have to leave, but thank you again for the space, and thank you, everybody.
Thanks. Intel, last quick thoughts.
Yes, Mario, thank you for bringing me on. Shalom and salam alaikum. My thoughts on this are that the attacks from the IRGC proxies throughout the Middle East, they're going to continue to increase despite the deterrent strike by the United States. What I also find interesting.
I don't think they're deterrence. So as I said earlier, I think they're just more of a symbolic strike that hey, we have to respond somehow, otherwise it'll be embarrassing.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you agree
of
or
course.
disagree? Do you think that it's just symbolic that they have to respond, or do you think that this is trying to deter further attacks?
I think the United States is trying to deter. However, I'm not sure I agree that they are actually deterring anything. They're definitely symbolic. They're definitely symbolic, showing that the administration is doing something against the problem. But we have like over 40 some strikes against U.S. assets throughout the Middle East, and this is like the second attack since October. This isn't a very good deterrence policy. You're right. This is seemingly symbolic. What I do find interesting is the Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III recently came out with a comment in regards to these symbolic strikes, and he said the United States is fully prepared to take further necessary measures to protect our people and our facilities. We urge against any escalation. Here's the important part: U.S. personnel will continue to conduct counter-ISIS missions in Iraq and Syria. This last statement right there is very important because nowhere in the context, the context of this statement was referring to the proxies, Iranian proxies, and he ends with counter-ISIS missions in Iraq and Syria. What's really important is Emmanuel Macron said, it was like a month and a half ago, that he wanted to add Hamas to the counter-ISIS missions, which is Operation Inherent Resolve. It's a NATO-led mission. So I find it interesting that Secretary of Defense had his speech written, or maybe he wrote it himself. He specifically mentions counter-ISIS missions after speaking about deterring these Iranian proxies.
Fair point. Cool. I think, guys, we've covered it pretty extensively. I don't think there's more to add on the strikes. We initially discussed the war crimes debate on whether Israel and Hamas, Israel and Hamas are guilty of war crimes, and then we discussed the airstrikes. I think this is it. I'm pretty much exhausted. Zev, Hadi, anything else to add?
No, I think that's about it.
That's all we discussed.
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining, and we'll see you again if there's anything important. We'll see you tomorrow, otherwise in a couple of days. If we're not doing a space, there's only one reason we don't do a space. Just there's nothing worth talking about. We don't want to waste your time. If we're doing the space, then it's the opposite. Thanks, everyone. Bye.